I am early. Let me change the message. Hopefully it don't flip off because every time I change the settings, it just goes crazy. Anyway, hello everybody. Hello Lisa. How are you doing? I'm just gonna give it some minutes because I'm 5 minutes early, so I'm gonna go get my stuff together. Go get my stuff together. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. Look at BTS. Talk amongst yourselves while I get ready. Get ready. Just call me JY Poppy. Just call me JY Poppy. Y'all know JYP up here doing it. I don't know why y'all trying to stunt. I don't know why y'all trying to stunt. Oh, just call me JY Poppy. Hi, Poppy. Y'all know JYP. Oh, just call me JY Poppy. Just call me JY Poppy. Y'all know JYP is a man, boy. Wanna clean my face. Oh. People are you. Da, da, da. Hey everybody! Hey everybody! Da, 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 da. Yoongi put out another vlog. I saw a vlog today. I reposted it. Is it the one where he's out there running? He's out there running? I saw that one. Hello, Katina. Hello. I saw Yoongi put out a vlog of him running. It inspired me today. I was out there at the gym getting my I did like he does 10K in an hour. I did a 3K. I did a 3K today, y'all. I just thought I'd say how proud I am. I did a 3K. I'm gonna try to get up to 10K like Yoongi. I did 3K, so that's like I don't know how many miles that equals up to, but I did a 3K, so I'm getting there. I'm up to 3. Thank you. I'll try. I've lost 8 pounds, you guys. Just update. Didn't JK have to take a cab back to? Did it? JK did. Was JK that tired? JK like he was keeping it up in the rear. Anyway, you guys, I'm almost done. I gotta go. You will not promise yourself that. Yeah, I thank you. I am slowly but surely. I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to lose 20 pounds by August the 16th, y'all, for my concert. I'm down 8 pounds so far. So I'm gonna get me something to drink. I'll be right back. Look how good look how good RM looks here. I'm just pointing it out. Just friendship. I'm just pointing it out in the spirit of friendship. How good RM looks here. It's the spirit of friendship. Remember, friendship. We're gonna talk about that RM interview today, y'all. We're gonna talk about that RM interview. So just so you guys get prepared, because I know some of you guys watching on the rewatch. We're gonna talk about the return of JY Poppy. We're gonna talk about JYP. Yes, we're gonna talk about JYP. I know you guys are excited. Then we're gonna talk about CORTIS, their concert situation. Then we're gonna talk about BTS. Look at RM. I love his hair here. Y'all say good luck. Thank you. Yeah, friendship. Y'all heard me. Friendship. Friendship. Hurry. Hello, Marie Miller. I'm fixing to go get me something to drink. I had to do my face real quick. I clicked on a little earlier. Just call me JY Poppy. Have y'all heard JYP song? Oh, just call me JY Poppy. I'm trying to get Junie's attention. Junie looking good there. Not JYP. Yeah. That's not JYP. Girl, you better get it right. It's JY Poppy. I'll be right back, y'all. Finna give me something to drink. Just call me JY Poppy. Have y'all seen the videos I've been posting? Y'all some haters. That's okay. Y'all come around. Y'all come around to JY Poppy. Just call him JY Poppy. JYP was getting it. Now the vocals were a little shaky, but all right, y'all. I'll be right back. I gotta go get me something to drink, or I'm not gonna be able to talk all night, and then I gotta go all the way downstairs for that. I'll be back. Just call me JY Poppy. Jonathan, where you at? Oh, I'm just asking. Honey, because I told you to get your clothes out and put that blanket in the dryer because it's wet. Dry off a little. Hey. Yeah, what you doing? I don't know. You gonna go eat the rest of the cookies? No. Oh no, what? Who I gotta beat up? Who are you beating up? I don't know. Just call me JY Poppy. So are you? How long? Look, I got a bad knee. Look, she's old. And I worked out today for over an hour. So oh yeah. I did 3K today. Well, what does that mean? 3K, 3 kilometers. I did a 3K today. Kids, leave me alone. Okay, kids? It's live stream time. Put it on. It's live stream time. Da 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 da. Okay, let me hop into bed. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, y'all. I didn't think this was going to take that long. But, mercy. Okay. I didn't think the interlude would be that long. It's been 10 minutes. I didn't think that would be that long, you guys. I apologize. Jen did the L. I did. I saw the L. Whew, I'm back, y'all. Whew, sorry, y'all. It took so long. Hello, everybody. Haru. We're just going to get into it. Yeah, everybody. Good Saturday. I had to go and do things. Someone said her name's Kiki. Kiki is not my real name. It's not my real name. It's not the name that only people who call me this is people on the internet. That's not my real name. It's not my government name. It's not the name people call me either. By the way, y'all, it's only my internet name. It's no way, shape, and form my name. Not even close. It's been a long day, you guys. But anyway, let's get into it. All right. Hi, my name is Kiki. My channel is Nomadic Kitty, where I discuss K-pop and the K-pop industry. And today, we're going to start out by talking about JYP. JYP, the former founder and CEO of JYP Entertainment, the home of Stray Kids and Twice, came out with a song called Wet. Have y'all seen the music video? Have you seen? I subscribe to his channel. Please go subscribe to his Opus channel. He is nearly 60 years old. He is in fabulous shape. He is ripped to the god. What do you mean? No. He is ripped to the gods, y'all. And he's going to perform at Waterbomb on the 26th, which I think is today. If he performed today, I have to pull up the video. I haven't pulled it up. It was crazy what the Army did to that Brazilian. There's a Brazilian influencer that Army did something to. Y'all do tell. So if you guys please check out JY Poppy. That they've been calling him JY Poppy on social media for a long time. And I heard that JYP is on social media a lot, y'all. So I heard that JYP will troll people on the internet and he has like fake internet accounts. By the way, if y'all didn't know, JYP is social media a lot. That's what I heard. I don't know how much lately, but I just heard he's on social media a lot. So what did y'all hear the JYP song? How did y'all like it? I like the beat. Like I even showed it to Jennifer don't like JYP. Nothing personal, but she's just like, oh God. She's like this old dude. But JYP was getting it. He's in great shape. I didn't know he had 2 daughters. He has like a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old. I didn't know that. I was expected at this point. Oh, you saw the JYP performance on Music Bank, and you said it was a cringy, but he didn't. Thank you. I said JYP's dancing is better than half the idols in K-pop right now. I was like, anybody talking about JYP? I was like, well, he out there dancing better than half the people in K-pop right now. So some Brazilian influencer made insulting comments about BTS after their FIFA performance. I don't know why y'all listen to these influencers. No, I haven't heard that. I've heard other people, but I have not heard that. But I don't know who a Brazilian influencer even would be. But yeah, JYP did a great job. I'm telling y'all, JYP is out there better than half the idols out there. I'm telling you. I was like, look, if you can watch this other ish, you can watch JYP. Y'all, I'm just telling you. Like his dancing, I was like, get it. I was like, okay, JYP, y'all hold on for a second. If I log off, I apologize, but I got to look at something right now. Okay, I had to look. Didn't she call armies? Oh, she called armies a criminal organization. How is armies a criminal organization? I don't even know how that's even possible. You have to be committing crimes to be a criminal organization. Does Yoongi need to worry about JYP? Yes, he does. Yoongi is coming for JYP's neck. I mean, JYP is coming for Yoongi's neck. Oh, JYP has had lots of practices, is what you're saying? You're like, look, he been practicing. I saw his. Did y'all see his videos? With he was with a member of Rise. He was with Yeonjin from TXT. Like he's been doing like these little like TikTok dance challenges with various people. I saw that. I saw a lot of those. More worldwide husband for Yuki. So JYP, like I said, I look forward to seeing his performance doing Wet. I like his backup dancers. I like the flavor of the song. Now the vocals, now JYP vocals, I have to admit, is not really a strong suit for me. So his vocals were just. Oh, you saw Yoongi today in his tiny shorts? I saw the Yoongi vlog early this morning, but I did not see his tiny shorts. I saw him putting like sunscreen on him, even though it was at night. But I understand that the video was promoted by a sunscreen company. He was putting the sunscreen on at night. But yeah, I would tell everybody, if you have not seen the JYP video, it's fire. That song is fire. Now, if somebody else sang the song, it really, now JYP's vocals, like I said, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Opus vocals are not that strong. But everything else that he did, the dancing, the outfits he had on was sexy. His body is in shape more than guys in their 20s. JYP is in shape, y'all. I mean, he was looking good. Y'all know how much I'm a JYP fan girl. That's why I'm bringing it up. Y'all know. Y'all should. If you don't know, then I'm a JYP fan girl. Like I've been sending Jennifer like pictures and video, been posting things all because I'm a JYP. I told y'all I'm one margarita in a flight to South Korea from being a JYP sasang. Like that's how much I go hard for JYP. I respect JYP as an artist, as an innovator. I like the things that he has done with JYP as a company. The training and the educational programs he has for his trainees and the people debuting on here. I really admire that. JYP is not perfect in no stretch of the imagination. He has done some. I mean, his company has done some things, but overall, I think JYP has tried to have a good environment at JYP. And I've heard good things about like how, some of the things at JYP don't happen in other agencies and it needs to. You see Jen back here looking at me? Jen, you better gone. Talking about you don't need vocals to make it K-pop. It'll be all right. That's right. That's like, what am I talking about? You just watched it? The beat's not bad, right, Marie Miller? The song is stuck in my head. Just called me JY Poppy. I was like, oh. The beat is actually fire. Like the beat is good. The bridge and the beat and the dancing the video is actually good. Like y'all be trying to make a joke out of JYP, and then JYP come out here and everyone's like, this song kind of good. I was like, it is, isn't it? It's good. No judgment, Jen. Jen, don't judge me. But yes, the beat is fire. Whoever produced and wrote that song, I think JYP did it himself, I think. Just call me JY Poppy. Come on, Liza C. You know that was the bop. You know that was the jam. They had me there. I played it in the car. My kids were like, you glad it's not Hobie? I keep telling y'all, many years from now, Jungkook is going to be JYP. By the time Jungkook hit about 60, he probably won't be as bad, as cringy as JYP. JYP can be a bit corny and cringy, but JYP is having fun. That's what I like about him. He don't care how old he is and how people would like to say he's old. And I think that Jungkook, if he stays in the industry long enough and gets into the business side, I can see Jungkook being like JYP. That by the time he's 60, he's going to be still coming out with songs, and he's still going to be coming out with songs, even though he's, a CEO or businessman, that he's still going to think. I don't think Jungkook would ever leave music alone. I don't think he'll ever, like JYP say he'll never leave music alone. That music is his first love. That's what he's a businessman. He owns an agency and all of that. But JYP has always said that music is his first love. That he is a singer, he is a performer, and he been performing and singing since he was 18, 19 years old. So I respect that. And then people were talking about, people in Korea, well, not just Korea, but everybody. was talking about how old he is. And I was like, yo, so I went online because I was like, people talking about JYP almost 60. I was like, y'all do understand because JYP is in his 50s. And I get a crooks in my craw because, you know, I'm like, wait a minute. That then people are saying that I'm old because I'm not as old as JYP, but shit, I'm almost there. And so people were like, oh, he's old. But I'm just like, okay, I looked up like Beyonce is like 44. Like Daddy Yankee is 50. Y'all realize Daddy Yankee is 50. Like a lot of the singers that are out there, Saya is like 50. So I'm like, a lot of the singers that we're talking about, like Taylor, like Kanye West is 44. Justin Bieber is like 34, 35. Cardi B is in 34, 35, 33. I was like, y'all, these singers that y'all be talking about, like, yeah, there's some young ones, but the other ones y'all talking about, Bruno Mars is like 40. I was like, what are y'all talking about? These singers are all older. These are not, these singers today that are out cranking out hits, they not 22, 23-year-olds. There's some that are like that, but the ones that are like super, super mega stars are all in their 40s and 50s. Like Bad Bunny is not a 22-year-old, he's in his 30s. So I'm like, what are we talking about? They talk about JYP. Like, I'm like, Madonna is like what? Damn near 70. I'm like, what are we? I'm like, Janet Jackson, she's like 60. I'm like, what are we talking about here? Like, okay. I'm like, most singers are probably over the age of 35, the really popular ones. Drake is like about to be 40. I'm like, people get older. Just because somebody is older don't mean they dead. It don't mean they stop performing. There are so many bands out there. We're talking about like Bobby Brown and New Edition. You talking about Boys to Men, members of Boys to Men and stuff like that. I'm like, they're all these people are in their 40s, y'all. But people, yeah, I know the cringe. Madonna, yeah, will be 68. I'm like, okay, like I'm still gonna go see Usher. Usher's in his 40s. Usher's almost 50. I'm like, what are we talking about here? Is somebody gonna tell Usher you shouldn't be up there? Now, Usher, you're 50. You shouldn't be. Who the hell gonna tell Usher that he shouldn't be on stage? Who the hell gonna tell Chris Brown that he 40 something that he shouldn't be on stage? Because what? Because he's older? I'm like, okay, just because you over the age of 30 don't mean you're dead. Like you just all suddenly just stop performing. Like, well, there are rock bands out there. Metallica is like in their 50s, like I think 60 now. Yeah, Metallica is like, some of them are like in their early 60s. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? If Metallica can go tour, I think JYP can get up there and sing one song. I mean, Metallica, they're like in their 60s. Yeah. Yeah, Shakira's almost 50. I was like, Shakira's 40 something years old. Who gonna tell Shakira she can't be up there whining and Pondy Beat, Pondy River? I'm like, who's gonna tell them, okay, Shakira, you can't get up there and dance no more? Who gonna tell Beyonce at 44, no Beyonce? I don't think, and Jay-Z's like 50 something. Like, who's gonna be like, no, Jay-Z? I'm like, because I was reading the comments, and a lot of the comments are like, well, he's old. And I was like, old? I'm like, y'all do realize there are bands on tour of 70-year-olds. 70. Like, I go online and I watch a lot of like rock history because I like rock music, I like punk music. And I check to see what bands are touring, like Bon Jovi and Bret Michaels and stuff. Bret Michaels is like in his almost 60. I'm like, what are we talking about here? People still go on tour. Like, I remember when James Brown was still alive, he was in his 60s. I remember when B.B. King was still out touring. I think he was like 70. I'm like, what are we talking about? I'm like, that's how a lot of these old stars make their money. They go on these reunion tours or these like, revival tours. I was like, we have bands in America and singers on tour all the time. New Kids on the Block was out there touring. Backstreet Boys is out there touring. I'm like, what are we talking about? I'm like, what? Okay, y'all, okay. I'm like, yeah, I love rock music, and Pat Benatar is in her 60s. Baby, Pat Benatar got me in a chokehold in a thirst trap, Lisa. I saw Pat Benatar on a video, and she is like in her 70s, and she had me in a chokehold. Like Pat Benatar had me in a chokehold when I was 12 years old. Pat Benatar looks, she is gorgeous. She's gorgeous. I told everybody I want to be Madonna when I'm 68. When I'm 68 years old, I want to look like Pat Benatar or Madonna. Like if I'm gonna look that good at that, I want to look like that. Pat Benatar is in shape. She's cute. She's always been a beautiful lady. You know, I'm just like, she don't look her age at all. I was shocked that Pat Benatar was that old. You know, Jackson Wang. You know, so I was like, well, people, I can understand people don't like JY Poppy's music, or they don't like his style or stuff like that, or they don't like his vocals. I get it, and I can understand. But to sit up there and be like, well, he's old, he shouldn't be up there. I was like, that song sounded better than. I was like, have you seen the fifth generation groups that just came out? I'm just sitting there like this, like, all right, fellas, what? You know, I'm like, half of these groups is just, you know, they okay, they all right, but they, you know, they ain't nothing like too spectacular. So I was like, if they can get out there and do it at 17, 18 years old and be mid, real mid. Who told Jackson Wang to sit down? Nobody should tell Jackson Wang to sit down. Let's Jackson Wang finna sit in someone's lap. That's the only reason. Come on, Jackson Wang, you can come just sit down, sir. I need you to sit down, Jackson Wang, right now. Let me stop. It's too early in the live stream for this. Okay, it's too early in the live stream for this. Oh, you just don't care about JYP. I get it. People don't like her. Yeah. I would want, yes, I want to see Beyonce in her 70s. If that's what she wants to do, why wouldn't I? Just like I want to see Madonna 68 years old. Why wouldn't I? If she can still sing, if she can still perform, then they should. Jackson Wang got back with him, and then the fans went after the guy. I think, was that on social media, Katina? I remember that. I think I remember that. That was on social media, right? I think I read about that in the Korean news. Yes, that was on social media. Yes. They were because Jackson Wang got a new album coming out. Sidebar. Speaking of Jackson Wang, he got a new album coming out talking about sex god. That's the name of his album. And so people were unapproval. And I was like, first of all, like Jackson Wang give a damn about what anybody got to say about what he doing. Jackson Wang gonna do it, and the fans gonna eat it up. They gonna eat it up. They gonna eat it up like a fat kid eating cake, honey. I said Jackson Wang can come out with an album. He's talking about he's a sex guy, whatever. I'm just gonna take his word for it. I mean, Jackson. I mean, he's like, he was saying, "I'm grown. I do whatever I want to do," and people were trying to be like, I was like, man, come on, now, let that man come out with an album. Come on, Jackson Wang. You want to be a sex god? That's how I feel, Liza. See, there are so many groups out there I couldn't see when I was younger because I was broke as hell. So, so you know, when I was 22, 23 years old, I couldn't afford to go to concerts. I couldn't afford to travel and go see a band. I was 22, 23 years old, and I was broke. I was like in college. I was struggling. I was working two jobs. So now, since I'm older and I have disposable income, I can go see all of these groups I never got to see. Because, you know, like I said, not everybody could go to concerts when they was in their 20s. I couldn't. I was broke. I was struggling. I love Jackson Wang. I love his attitude. I love he's just like whatever. He gonna talk about whatever. He gonna do whatever. I love his musicality. I wanted to see him in concert, but we couldn't get tickets. Like I love Jackson Wang. But yeah, I want to go see I like to go to these concerts, you know, now because back in the day, you know, I couldn't afford it. And then once I started having kids and got married and settled down and had kids, then I really couldn't afford it. I didn't have the time. I didn't have the money. You know, when you're building a family and you're having kids, you're like, I ain't got time to be spending $200-300 on a concert. You know, it's like I don't have that kind of money when my kids were growing up. I was too busy taking care of my kids. So now since my kids are older, you know, they're 12 and 16, and I have the money, I'm like, okay, you know. And then a lot of times when you have kids, you got to find a babysitter. Like, who gonna watch your kids? And are you gonna come home drunk? And he became an ambassador for the Fencing Association, Jackson Wang. You talking about a wacky K-pop concert? I have a whole K-pop station, a whole K-pop channel. What are you talking about? Plant-based Black American. How can you be a plant-based Black American and you sound like a hateful idiot? Hello, like like mostly plant-based, which my son is pretty even kill person. You know, yeah, Mary J. Blige getting up there. It all depends on the artist. There are some artists that have the energy and the stamina, they do really good, and then there's some artists that don't have the energy, the stamina. Okay, I'll be a cornball. I don't know. Is that supposed to be insult? Like, is that I'm missing something, just like a Gen Alpha thing? Like, is that supposed to be an insult? I'm not quite. You came on a K-pop stage. You came on a K-pop channel with us talking about K-pop with BTS in the background to tell me I'm a cornball. Okay. You know what? Therapy helps. Therapy really helps. And then you're gonna talk about peace and blessings. Have you been smoking too much weed, plant-based Black American? Right. I'm like, I'm just confused. I'm here for it today, Liza C. I'm here for it today. I was like, you call me a cornball like that's an insult? I'm like, I don't think that's doing what she think is doing. I was like, well, I don't know. I guess I'm a cornball. Like, I guess that's supposed to be an insult. That's the corniest insult I think I've ever heard. I think my kids can do that. Like, y'all gonna have to come up with something a little bit better. Like, go just chat GPT that shit. Just come back and do better. I'm like, but they not. You can't. If you don't troll me, at least troll right. At least do it in a way that's like creative. I don't know much about Beyonce. Maybe Blue Ivy will. I'm not a Beyonce fan. I'm not a Beyonce fan. I think I saw Blue Ivy when she was on tour, and I think they look alike. I was like, you got to come up. You got to get up earlier than that with a Gen Alpha. Y'all are so, boy, y'all corny. Like, if I'm gonna go to somebody and read somebody, it's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a lot more than that. Y'all know me. I'm like, whoo. It's gonna be a bunch of expletives. It's gonna be some insults. Right, Liza. See, they tried. Okay, I give it an A for effort. I guess I can't even give an A for effort. Because I'm better than that. Like, if I would really professionally troll some people, it would be so devastating. Like, if you're gonna troll me, come on. I need you to come with your A game. I need you to come with, oh, you're corny. I'm like, okay. It must be somebody young. Cause sometimes, y'all Gen Alpha, y'all say things and I'm like, is that supposed to be an insult? Or it's like, yeah, you get an E for effort. I'm like, is that supposed to be like, I'm supposed to be like, oh no, I don't want to be a cornball. Gasp, fuck. What do I do now? Right, this is too early for me. Like, you can come back later. Okay, wait till I get some more 99 bananas in me and then come back later. Y'all, like, wait till she get a couple shots. Come back later. And you had to come up with something better than that. Like, there really nothing anybody can say to insult me. You have to be another sidebar. I've learned from the internet that nothing phases me. You have to feel a level of insecurity in order to phase a person. And I don't have that level of insecurity, and people get mad about it. Cause I guess other people get really insecure about how they feel about themselves and what they look like on the internet. And I don't care about none of that, and none of that phases me. So I was just like, okay, this is what happens when you get to be grown. When you get over a certain age, you just like, I don't care. Like, it's like, come on now. Yeah, it's like once you get to be my age, you're like, I didn't heard it all, I didn't seen it all, I didn't done it all, I didn't swallowed it all, I've done it all. Okay, like nothing shocks me. I'm like, oh, okay. Nothing really phases me at this age. Right? I like corn. I'm like, bring it. We got corn on the cob. What y'all got? But anyway, back to what I was saying about JY Poppy. y'all check out this video. I think this generation is really, really touchy, and us Gen Xers, we're not. Like us Gen Xers, we don't care. Like these people on with these kids these days, they're really touchy and like, oh, they're in their feelings and oh, they get so melodramatic. I have to tell my kids like, okay, it's not real life. Internet is not real life. I have to tell my kids this all the time. I don't care what people like. Once you Gen Xers, we don't care. Us Gen Xers, we're like, we were left home alone for hours at a time. We don't. I watched a whole video about Gen Xers, and I was like, "Yep, that's us." Like, we don't care. Gen Xers, we like. What does that have to do with anything? Like Gen Xers just don't care no more. I thought that was a fly on my wall. Right? We have our BTS to talk about. You thought seriously, Gen Xers? Yeah, we like okay. We like they're like, oh my God, somebody's gonna dox you on the internet. I'm like, they're gonna get a shotgun blast to the face. What I mean, it's the whole thing now with younger generations is like they don't want to be embarrassed. I'm like, I'm a Gen Xer. We all of our lives we were used to being embarrassed. We used to play in the dozens. We used to people telling you your mama jokes. We used to being tripped in the classrooms. We used to people giving wedgies when they pull your pants. Like our for us Gen Xers, our whole entire lives have been being tough because the things that we've had to deal with in school and in real life from people. We deal with before they had all these bullying laws, a lot of us were mercilessly bullied. So we're like in the internet, we're like, what the? We're like, bring your worst. Like we lived through a whole generation of going to school where a lot of us were humiliated. So it's like people now these days are really like snowflakes and they like, oh, they said something. They said I was cringe. I'm like, okay, you are. So and we live in like a society now where people are like in like I always talk about people not being intellectually honest. People don't want to call a thing these days. And sometimes I have to like, bring people back to reality. And my kids, they'll say something like something was supposed to be a real insult. And I'm just like, it could be worse. Like I grew up in a generation where people would call me like fat, ugly, the N word. I was like, I've heard it all. What are you gonna what can somebody on the internet tell me that I ain't heard? Gen X, y'all. We've heard it and experienced it all. We've experienced all kind of barbs thrown at, especially as ladies. We understood what it was to live during the 90s when everybody was skinny and pretty and thin and we weren't. I wasn't. I don't know about y'all. I wasn't. And so Gen Xers, we got it. We tough. We some tough. We used to be called all kinds of things. Like, right, our parents would embarrass us in public. Who are you telling? My grandmother be like, Kiki, why are you wearing that? That makes you look fat. And you just like, okay, did my mom just said I look fat in front of the whole school? Yes, she did. Look, we would go to church and my grandmother be like, why are you wearing that? That's dirty. Oh my God, you smell funky. I'm like, oh my, in front of the whole church. Grandma, so we're used to being embarrassed. We're like, we had whole parents that would just read us. My grandmother would read me at all times. That look ugly. Look at your hair. What's wrong with your hair? Your hair looks terrible. She get the comb out. Oh my God. It wasn't no like telling grandmama, well, you can't do this. My grandma would whoop my ass in the middle. I'll be like, I just had to stand there and take it. Your grandmother just reading you. Like, you can't be like, no, grandma, geez. If I would have said it to my grandma, I would pop. I would have been like, okay, grandma, I'm good. I'm good, grandma. I'm good. Don't be disrespectful. Okay, you just had to stand there and take it or you going to get popped. You're like, all right, I'll just stand here and get embarrassed. And you just had to suck it up and just go home. Just, okay, grandma. Because my grandma, you say something back, I couldn't talk back to my grandmama. Like, I couldn't be like, no, grandmother, you embarrassed me, blah, blah. And my kids will never do that anyway. My kids are not disrespectful. But these kids these days, they like, oh my God, da, da, da. I've seen kids do with their parents. Back in the day, my grandmama, if she gonna read you, you just take the read. You just take the read. You look fat. Oh, okay, grandmama. All right. I'm sorry, grandmama. Like, I'll do better next time. That's the only thing you can say. Your mom lived to torment you? Right. Parents will be your first bully, right? I'm like, y'all think this internet thing is bad? I'm like, shit. The shit my grandmother would say to me. I'm like, all right, grandmama. Nothing. Like, we just learned to just not be disrespectful. Like, I can't be disrespectful. My grandmama, she gonna go off on me. And, our parents were our first bullies. Our parents were the first ones to read us. So Gen Xers, we have a thick skin. We're like, and people on the internet, we don't care about that. I just had to say that because y'all know I love to tell stories about my grandmother. My grandmother was a no nonsense kind of woman. Like, you don't disrespect her in any way, shape, or form. You just, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. You just learn to take it. But this generation, they just so like, somebody on the internet said I was ugly. I'm like, who cares? All right. Like, is that supposed to be a tragic thing? I didn't get it. But anyway, my second part, my sidebar for my sidebar. My second part of my video is talking about CORTIS. Now, some of you guys may have heard of what happened to CORTIS, okay? Right, yeah, you can shut off the internet, right, Liza, see, but you can't escape your siblings and your parents. Like, you can shut off the internet and block somebody. You can't block your parents. You just have to sit there and take it. It's like, well, what you gonna do? You gotta live in a house with these people every damn day. So you can't block them or kick them out your room. You just have to sit there and take it. Just be like, okay, all right. All right. Yeah, all right. Okay, grandma. All right, mom. All right, dad. All right. Nothing you can do. She still told you what to wear. That sounds like my grandmother. Even though she couldn't see anything and she was deaf and she shouted, it sounds like my grandmother. That sounds like my grandmother. Lord have mercy, may she rest in peace. Oh, that bring back fond memories. It was my grandmother. Nothing you can do about it. She's just like, yes, grandmama. All right. Just take it. Just sit there and take it and shut up. Like, all right. But CORTIS has gotten some backlash. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. First of all, yes, there's a story about there were two Chinese women that were caught. They broke into CORTIS's. They found out where CORTIS's dorm was. Then they broke in somehow. And I don't know who called the police on them, but they got picked up. Seoul police took them to jail. They said they got the information of where CORTIS's dorm was on the internet. And so, yes, yes, these two ladies broke into, and I think the ladies were don't quote me on this, in their 20s or 30s, but there were two Chinese ladies and they were together. And yeah, yes, these women is crazy over CORTIS. I reported before months ago about that one lady that was stalking CORTIS that had all her breasticles out, where she was wearing these little low-cut tops and her left one and right one was just spilling out. And I posted pictures of her and I was like, Lord have mercy. Her left puppy and right puppy was struggling, and one was facing this way and the other one was facing up that way. Like they was uneven, like what they was like, her breast was like this. They was like at an angle. So I didn't know what was happening there. I was like, man, maybe you need to, you need some support. You need some support. You support down. Like maybe about bustier. I don't know, but yes, they said they bought the info online where CORTIS. So CORTIS got, and then, earlier there was reported a couple of weeks ago that somebody put tracking devices on CORTIS vehicles. I don't know what CORTIS is doing, people. Yes, the puppies was, I don't know. Anyway, like one was pointed this way and the other one was pointed that way. Like, I didn't know what was happening. Okay. I was like, ma'am, you need a support bra. But she was wearing lingerie. At one time she was wearing lingerie. And so I don't know what CORTIS is putting in their songs. I listened to I don't know if maybe acai, maybe red, got them singing, maybe green, red. I don't know, pink. I don't know what CORTIS music and what CORTIS got going on that has caused tracking devices, yes, on their car. That was crazy. So I don't know what it is about CORTIS that has stoked this level of devotion. Again, I said it last week and I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to do a video about it whenever I get around to doing. There's going on a reverse because Chinese fans are mad at Korea for labeling all Chinese fans as sasaengs, Goldwyn James. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. I told y'all last week that there is organized groups of Chinese fans that are sending sasaengs to certain airports, dorms, and stuff like that. And then another thing, what's going to come up in my video is a read for the industry. So my question is, because again, I'm going to do a whole video because I feel like K-pop is a psyop. A psyop is a psychological operation. I feel like K-pop is on some psyop shit. The reason being is because there are so many people that have stalked people, broken into people's dorms, showed up at hotels, showed up at airports, and every time, not every time, but a lot of times people, the investigators will ask them where did they get this information from, and they bought it online. My question is, okay, so my question yesterday was, because I was having conversations with people in Korea, I said, well, has the agency ever traced back to who's brokering this information? Because I don't know about you guys, I went and looked on the internet last night. I ain't never heard no information broker ever been caught or found and taken to jail. Like, if y'all know a situation where some information brokers were found out and arrested or sued or something like that, y'all let me know. I went on the internet and looked. I went back 5, 6, 7, 8 years to see that these sasaengs have been caught or these people been at the airport. They said they bought information on the dark web. And to me, why can't the agencies find out where this information is buried on the dark web? From what I have learned within the past week, that it's not this secret. I was told by people in the industry that this is kind of like an inside secret thing. So I'm doing this whole video where I'm going to talk about it, because this thing to me is a psyop. I'm telling you, there's something wrong here. Because I was like, they got the information. I said, so why can't they trace back to the person and get the information? Why can't they find who these information brokers are? It doesn't matter if they're in China, Korea, United States, Japan. It doesn't matter. Selling someone's private information is illegal. And I'm just like, there are Korean people who are selling information to K-pop idols as well. So my question is, as always, so why haven't any of these information brokers been arrested? Why haven't they been sued? Why haven't they been discovered and found out? Because I guarantee you, if they're selling CORTIS' information, they're selling other groups' information as well. I have never heard in all of my time in K-pop any information brokers being found out. So, yeah, hello. I told y'all. Yeah, that's what people were saying, telling me. There was these type of accounts all over Twitter, all over Instagram that you can buy. Yeah, some of them are fake. You can buy telephone numbers, cacao message, stuff like that. Most of the time it's from the inside, yes. People who work for the airline. I'm like, so why ain't these people fired? Why ain't these people discovered? I'm telling you, there's something to this. Because I'm like, this is really weird to me that I'm like, so nobody's going to the people who sold them the information and taking them to task? I feel like this is a psyop, y'all. I feel like this is a psyop. I'm just going to be honest. Because there's no way in hell that these people should be able to sell the information and just go about their lives. I'm like, the agencies have the resources to hire private investigators, researchers, and everything. They don't have to do it themselves and form departments themselves. They can hire third-party companies that will go back and find these things. So why hasn't anyone ever done it? I went online and looked. I ain't read nothing about nobody doing nothing. Yeah, no one's hacking the airline system. These are people that work for the airline. So I'm like, okay, so who's been fired? I went back and looked. Nobody's been fired. I'm like, so nobody's been fired? From the airline, from the agency? Nobody? There are whole bands of people selling information on social media. And I'm like, ain't nobody take these people to task? These rings of people or persons that are selling this information? I'm telling you, this is a whole side. This is a psyop, y'all. I'm telling you, there is something strange about this. Whenever I read online and people's telling me there are groups of Chinese netizens, Chinese K-pop fans that are literally selling and trading information, that are funding sasaengs, that are funding them to fly to Korea. These two Chinese women that are like in their 20s and 30s, I was like, they went together and they bought the information together, and then they all suddenly flew to South Korea and stayed and booked a hotel and booked a flight and booked. I'm like, are they rich? Because that takes money. So I keep telling people this Sasang thing, a lot of it is just well funded people. It's not just one person, y'all. And so I don't understand why, if I can find this out and other people can find this out, why the industry, they have to know this is going on. Like again, and I hate to be, this is a psyop to me. I'm like, there's something to this. Because I was like, if other people know what's going on, you mean to tell me that the agencies don't know what's going on? That bullshit. Bullshit. I'm sorry. I call bullshit. Korea's laws, they finally got a stalker law. I think, what was it, 2021 and 2022. Yeah, they never seem to do anything too much when the idols are stalked. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Goldwyn James. This is a well-funded thing. Again, to me, and yes, Marie Miller. I think this was funded from the inside, and they are turning a blind eye because there's no way in hell the agency don't know this is not going on. If I know what's going on, other people in the industry know what's going on. China, no, even China, there's evidence that China knows this is going on. And all the agency ain't done nothing about it after all these years it's been going on. This is not something new either. There are well-organized rings of sasangs out there. Not just China, but yes, there is a concentrated effort. There's quite a few of them coming from China. But then they have people all over. They have people in the United States. They have people in South Korea, Japan. They have people everywhere. UK, Paris. There's rumors and evidence out there that the people standing outside of Taeyong's hotel, I told y'all, I heard that some of them were set up to be there. Some of them were paid to be there by these Sasang groups. So I'm just like, okay. So I'm like, an agency doesn't know this? I don't believe this. I just don't believe. I don't believe these women just came from Brazil and Japan to break into JK's home and they just happen to have money in Brazil. In Brazil, like most of the people in Brazil are kind of like below the poverty line, what we would consider in America. You mean she had money enough to get money together to go stay? This lady, the Brazilian lady, broke into JK's home. She had money enough to be in South Korea for a week. She had enough money to stay at a hotel and fly to South Korea from Brazil to South Korea. That's a lot of money for a flight. That's a long flight. Round trip. And stay in a hotel all week. Eat, stay in a hotel, take public transportation back for a whole week. Write love letters, lick on doorknobs, all this. And you mean to tell me that she did this all by herself? I'm like, is she wealthy? I went online and looked. There's nothing saying that she's wealthy. And I'm like, she's just a regular smuggler Brazilian? Okay. I don't know about that. And when I look at the whole JK investigation, like nobody that I know of, I don't have all the information, asked her, was she working with somebody else? Like these things weren't even asked. And I'm like, okay, so the first thing usually people ask, are there other people you were like, they didn't even ask her that so far that I know of. None of these sasangs that broke into JK's home, it has ever come up in any of these articles, whether the police asked them whether they're working with other people or not, or organization. Yeah, there's plenty of people with lots of money. Yeah. JK's house is all over. It's everywhere. It's a very visible house, unfortunately. But I'm just like this CORTIS thing. When I read that it was two Chinese girls, I'm like, okay. So it just seems to me that lately there's been too many issues and situations with CORTIS. Tracking devices, women in lingerie, people breaking into their dorms, people trying to break in their hotel rooms. That happened too. And I'm like, is this the same group that is just swapping out different people and being like, okay, you failed, let's send somebody else out. Okay, let's get these two ladies out. Because again, and the fact that I just think it's real strange that the agencies have not investigated this. Like I said, this is real weird to me. This is strange. Because if the agency want to nip something in the bud, they do. They can. They do it all the time that we don't know about behind the scenes. But for some reason with this shit, there's just something weird about all of this. There's just something weird about all this that they bought information and nobody's investigating where they got it from and trying to clamp down on this person. Nobody has ever been arrested for selling information. Nobody knows if employees are selling, like there's no way that they can investigate and tell. Look, if they can tell that Min Hee Jin was out here trying to get investors, the Hyde can find out whether somebody's selling information or not. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult. They can hire a third party organization to investigate if they really wanted to. So I just think that this is shady. I agree. I think this is shady. Yeah, drama sells. I agree. And again, I hate to descend into conspiracy, y'all. I really do. But none of this stuff, as I'm looking up and reading this stuff for the past week, none of this stuff makes any sense. I was like, well, why didn't they go after the person? Why didn't they find out what websites they were on or who did they? I'm like, wait, we're not investigating. Like with JK, we're not investigating this person's movements, where they went to, how they got here. Maybe the things haven't been disclosed. I found none of this information. And I'm like, okay, did they even investigate any of this? I don't know. And then now this stuff with CORTIS, I'm like, this is weird. And I know the police don't take stalking very seriously, but the agencies should take it seriously. And when I tell you that the agency is not taking it seriously, I don't mean like they're just neglectful and they're just dumb. This is almost to the point where it's willful for me. Seems willful now. And like I said, I'm just sitting there, I'm like, this can't be done on purpose, is it? Like, it had me questioning everything last night. When I started to read this stuff about these Chinese girls, like, it had me questioning everything. I'm like, where's the agency at? Do they know this is going on? I question everything now. So when y'all start talking about security of the idols, I'm looking at the agency like, so, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if the agency wasn't selling the idols' information themselves. That's how far I've gone off the cliff, y'all. That's like, I was standing on the cliff and then the bitch just fell off. Like, I'm to the point where now I'm like, is this a situation where the agency is selling the idols' information? Like, it's starting to get that bad. Like, the more stuff I read, I'm like, because there's idols that have come out and talked about them being stalked in dorms, and I was like, well, didn't the agency do anything? And the agency just was kind of like, well, you know how it is. Like, it was a very half-hearted, half-assed response to it. And I'm like, so when Taehyung got up there and told people not to come to his hotel room, does Taehyung know that the agency is selling his hotel information? Let me fold some laundry. I was like, that can't be. I'm like, could there be? So I was like, maybe Taehyung was telling people not to show up at the hotel because he understood that the agency was selling his information or where he was staying. That's the only thing that made any sense to me. Because I'm like, why wouldn't the agency protect their artists? Like, you mean to tell me these chaebols can go out here and have hookers in their hotel rooms? These chaebols can go out and go on vacation and go to resorts. These chaebols can cheat on their wives and their husbands and have side chicks and girlfriends. These chaebols can go vacations here and there with they side pieces and they never get found out. But you mean to tell me that K-pop singers, they all suddenly know what hotels they staying in? All right, sure. I'm like, if chaebols can do it, especially the big four, they have the resources to do it. I've told people this over and over again. Do not let the agencies off the hook. Something is going on here that is just not right. Like Keith Sweat said, something just ain't right. Something is not right here. Because it doesn't make any sense. That I'm like, if the agency is worried about the idol's safety, I'm like, surely they would investigate these things and have a third-party investigator maybe to investigate these things. I've seen no evidence of that. None in the media, none behind the scenes. I've seen no evidence of that. And I was like, well, why wouldn't the agency try to protect their client? Why wouldn't they try to protect it? I like, not unless they don't want to. I'm like, child. I was like, is this a psyop? I was like, So again, I don't want to descend into conspiracy, but it's weird to me. There is something not right here with the agency. There's just something not right. There's something I'm missing. I was like, okay, this happened and this happened. Why wouldn't they protect JK? JK is the premier member of BTS. He's popular. Everybody know where he lived. If JK was my client, I would have around the clock guards at his crib. He wouldn't even have to ask. There would be people watching his home. Now he would be in charge of his own personal security inside his home, like panic doors and panic windows and all of that stuff. But if JK was my client, I would do everything in my power to try to protect him because his safety, his mental well-being, and his safety in his own home is important. So as an agency, I would be like, well, whatever you need. If we need to investigate the threat levels that come on social media, if you feel like somebody's peeking in your window, then we're going to look after it. We're going to hire another company if we have to, and we're going to make sure that you feel comfortable. If JK is getting death threats like he claimed he is, as an agency, we would handle it. I would handle it. I tell JK whatever you want. Do you feel uncomfortable? If you feel uncomfortable at night, I got some people that maybe need to curl up with you at night. Maybe just keep JK safe. Maybe some of you ladies would volunteer. I volunteer as tribute. I volunteer. I'm just here to keep JK safe. Y'all curling up next to JK at night. I'll keep you safe, JK. It's fine. Oh my God. Some of y'all volunteering real quick. What, they need somebody? They need. I'll pay for my own flight. Like some of y'all on the flight right now. Y'all was like, let's go. Not from me, man. That's Jennifer. Jennifer, now look. JK's nephew, Jennifer. Jennifer, ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer is Amethyst Sky. So again, I just think that there's just something wrong with all of this. I'm just I know celebrities can keep themselves private and safe, but I do feel like some of you guys are saying that the agency either doesn't take it seriously or have a hand in this because they want the press, they want the engagement and stuff like that. And I didn't want to think that way, but now the more I look at it, I'm just like, none of this makes any sense. There is no reason why JK should be in harm's way like he is. Yoongi Protection Squad. You're like, Yoongi Protection Squad reporting for duty. Y'all are like, I'm ready. Y'all like, put me in, I'm ready. I'll get my own flight there. Just tell me what day to go. Some of y'all are like, I volunteer. Let's go. So it's just strange to me that the idol's safety is not a priority like it should be. And like I said it's going to come to the point where someone is going to get hurt. That somebody is seriously going to get hurt. And I hope that it doesn't come to that. And I hope it's not a BTS member. But I just see this attitude of well, that's just kind of how the industry is and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, okay. And I see that the same attitude with CORTIS, with little CORTIS. All these things, I was like, this is too much. Now I understand, the lady showing up, with lingerie, that was bad. And I'm like, you can't tell me that the agency didn't know this 40-something-year-old woman was showing up with lingerie, that she went on the internet talking about she was going to de-virginize CORTIS and all this shit. You can't tell me that Hive Big Hit didn't know that this woman was showing up in the lobby. She was in the lobby of Hive with her puppies, one nipple this way, the other nipple that way. So, I mean, you can't tell me that the agency didn't know that this was happening. Everybody on the internet, even I knew. I'm not even on social media, knew it was happening. Even Jennifer knew it was happening. I showed her the pictures and she was like, my God, today. So again, I'm just like, so the agency is not telling security that she needs to leave the lobby? Child, I'm like, ain't nobody called the police on this woman? Child be like, police? Shit. They would have dragged her out, baby. I'm like, ain't nobody drug her off yet? She's standing outside their hotel, again, with a lingerie top on. And I'm like, and ain't no, I'm like, she ain't got arrested yet. Okay, all right, y'all. And y'all want to be like, oh my God, we need to protect the artist. I'm like, why is this woman just allowed to be out there just walking up and down the street? Like, yeah, I'm looking for, like, she bold too. She on social media. Yeah, I'm looking for CORTIS. I'm finna de-virginize these dudes. Give me the young one. I'm like, oh my God. Like, she's up here threatening a minor. Like, I'm like, so that's fine to her to threaten a minor? She said she was finna take the D. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. I was like, she talking about she finna take the D. I was like, okay. Well, I was like, poor CORTIS. I'm like, I don't trust the agency. I don't trust the K-pop agencies as far as I can pick them up and throw them because, I don't trust the South Korean laws either because they don't take they don't take it seriously enough for me. They take parasocialism seriously. They take engagement seriously. They don't take the safety of seriously. There is no reason in hell why the agencies don't hire a third party to investigate these information brokers. They would have been ran out of business. They should have been ran out of business a long time ago. Now, you can't eradicate all of them. But again, if anybody has any evidence where information brokers have been discovered, prosecuted, fired if they worked internally, I think I may have heard of one or two instances where somebody was fired at the airlines, and that's about it. I have not heard, and this is from the airline, the agency. I have not heard of them hiring any kind of third party company to investigate where these information brokers are getting their information. Yeah, it should be. I agree that JK, yes. Yes. I agree that JK must handle his own protection too. I know that I'd agree with. Yeah, but the agencies are shady though. I think like when they talked about one concert, I forgot what group it was. But there were some people in the audience, some Chinese sasaengs in the audience, I forgot what concert it was. And I talked about it before. They kept going over the barricade and they finally had to be drug up out of there. And I'm just like, okay. I'm like, to me, in my mind, period, in K-pop, the fans have been allowed to run amok. They have been allowed to dictate the industry instead of the agencies and the artists dictating to them. And it can be done. People act like it can't be done. Yeah, it can be done, but they just don't want to. It can be done. They can train the fans, but they just don't want to because they make too much money on parasocialism. But now these agencies, like I said in my video coming up, they're starting to see like this is slowly but surely a slippery slope, and it's becoming the downfall of the industry now. Now these companies are losing money. Like the shit with them hyping about them dividing the fandom. I was like, a divided fandom don't make no money. That's why I said in my video, divided fandom ain't buying merch. Divided fandom ain't going to concerts. Divided fandom are bickering online and they ain't spending no money. So now they starting to understand. The only reason I think the agency came out and made Jungwon say anything within hyping situation because they understand that a divided fandom ain't making no money. So I was like, if y'all want to continue this, boycotts and divided fandoms don't make no money. You cannot make any money off of that. So when New Jeans come back, we'll see if they make money. But I told people, they just let the fans they're the fans. We'll just ignore it. We won't say anything. And now people are starting to understand that, like, okay, this shit is really affecting the bottom line now. Uh-oh. Now they're like, oh, well, now they want artists to say something now. Well, go and say something now. Y'all should have handled this better in the beginning. Now to understand that this is starting to affect the bag. And so now agencies are like, because before it didn't affect the bag. No matter what happened or what scandal, they always thought, oh, the fans will get over it. I'm like, now in 2026, they're not getting over it. 10 years ago, things would happen. People would get over it, move on to the next thing. Now they understand, oh, wait, they're not getting over it? Oh, okay. What? Oh, they still mad? Oh, it's months later and they still, oh, God. We got to do something now. They gonna stay fractured. Yeah, New Jeans. Yeah, when the money involved, Jennifer, that's right. Then it becomes a problem. It wasn't a problem all these years because they thought the fandoms used to get over it. I told you, I said 2026 is not 2016, y'all. I've said this. Even Jennifer, me and Jennifer have conversation about this. The fandoms today was not the fandoms 6 years ago. The fandoms have changed and they keep changing. And the fandoms are more crazier now than they were 2020, 2019. This is not that no more. These fandoms have run them up for too long. And now, because of social media, now they're much more organized. Now they're much more polarized. There is much more polarization in the fandoms than has ever been seen from what I've been researching. And even Jennifer, she's been in the K-pop for a long time, can tell you. She was like, it's crazy now. Even the second and third generation people that come to my channel have been in these fandoms. They like, no, they like, this is something new. I said, this is a whole different animal than what it was 10 years ago. Things have changed. It's really, really, really have changed. And I kept telling people, I was like, this is not like it was, where fandoms would just, oh, they'll get over it. Child, these fandoms feel like they got a lot of power and they're gonna wield it. And now agencies are starting to see like, okay, this is affecting our money. Like, well, we can't just sit back and say nothing now. I'm like, they should have realized that. Hello, Supernatural. Nobody talking about New Jeans. Yeah, the South Korean government is very shady. They only want money. Oh yeah, they want money. You're talking about Danielle. She already could not keep her mouth shut on the summer of New Jeans post. I got a video coming out about that, about the weird things around New Jeans whenever they release their teasers. But yeah, like if New Jeans come out, I don't know what's gonna happen, y'all. I can't tell you. I don't know if we'll see. Again, I'm like, boycott New Jeans. Y'all know how I feel. I want people to not buy the albums. I want people to boycott New Jeans so bad. I just want to sit back and just watch it all burn and implode into hell. I want hell. That's why I said, how you gonna sit in the Hive cafeteria? Blue hair RM, yes. This is wonderful. It's glorious here. It's a beautiful thing right here, right now. It's a beautiful thing. How are you gonna sit up in the Hive cafeteria with New Jeans? And then wait a minute. Now we off CORTIS. So y'all prayer warrior, y'all say some prayers for poor little CORTIS. Because the other thing I want to bring up about CORTIS before we go on to New Jeans, because I'm gonna talk about them too. CORTIS did a concert. Y'all, they just started a concert and there's been a backlash. Me and Jennifer was talking about this, that there's a backlash because the things that CORTIS tried was so different than the regular K-pop experience that they experienced hellified backlash from their fans. And it's because somebody did a video, I don't know who it is. There's a content creator that did a video explaining as to why the CORTIS backlash, why it came about. The kind of concert that CORTIS tried to do was like this kind of underground rap kind of concert, but they didn't understand that like their fans are not that. Okay. CORTIS didn't understand that their fans are not underground. This is not an underground rap group or underground, rap tour. Like they had this really like underground kind of feeling, but K-pop fans was mad that them I forgot the CORTIS fans. What are they called? Chorus, whatever. They were upset because they didn't change clothes. There was no video montage. There was no VCR. They were mad because they sang the same song twice, which is horrible, which is a faux pas. They should have not did that. And there's some things I disagree with. But the kind of flavor that CORTIS tried to bring to their concert does not work with K-pop fans. K-pop fans are not underground rap fans. So I think they were really taken aback at how the fans reacted, which is a shame. But they did come back and correct things, Jennifer. Yes, that's why they did it in their format, Jennifer. Yes, they wanted this 2015 old low rent in a musky basement eating socks. They was eating socks. Like they wanted this underground hip hop, dirty, dingy, funky, low rent kind of feel. And I didn't realize that's what they was trying to do. But then somebody did a video and they explained it, and I was like, okay, I get it. That's what they was trying to do. I've been to underground rap performances, but this lady was explaining that the reason why it's underground is because they don't have the budget. You can't be with a multi-million-dollar company and be a K-pop group and be like, we're gonna have this underground feel where we're not gonna change any clothes. K-pop fans want whatever they want the same experience that they've experienced from other groups. So yes, that's what CORTIS was trying to do. Yes, especially, yeah, they totally missed the mark. They totally missed them. Yes, the sock. Yes. They're like, yeah, it's not 2015. This is not broke ass BTS. BTS did concerts like that in 2014 and 2015 because they was broke. It's not like they did it because out of this, like they liked it. It's because they didn't have. So that's the feeling that CORTIS was trying to do. But it failed, y'all. It failed. And I didn't understand. I was like, why would they do this? And then I watched the video and I'm like, okay. And then going back and reading the articles again, I was like, that explains what they were trying to do. So they've changed things around, but some of the fans were still complaining that it didn't really feel like a K-pop tour, a regular K-pop concert. But I mean, I give them kudos I give them an A for effort. They trying to do something, but you can't switch it up on your fandom like that without setting the expectation of what they were going to do. That's why they booked these small venues. That's all of this. That's why they booked these small, because I was like, why would they book these small venues? That's because they wanted a more intimate feeling, a more underground feeling. Yeah, people didn't complain about their dancing or singing, none of that. It's just the production elements. Then they had these guys sitting in front. They had these guys in front. And then fans were like, oh my God, they have all these guys at the concert. But then they realized that the guys were just there for ambiance. Like, now look, I read that. I was like, so they had a bunch of dudes up front. And people thought that they were just part of the concert, that they were concert goers, and no, they were dancers set up to add the ambiance or the flavor. And the K-pop fans didn't like that either. They ain't like none of that. Thank you, V Marie. Exactly. As a group, you set the expectation. CORTIS needs to let the fans know the type of group that they intend to be. Yes, so people can expect what type of group they dare to show up at. So CORTIS have not, and the agency has not communicated that with the fans. Like we're going to be a stripped down concert. We're going to be more underground. We're going to be, like Jay Park can do that. Like Jay Park do concerts like that from what I've seen online. People say, well, that's like a Jay Park thing. Jay Park can have long shot out here doing underground basement tours and, like he can do that because he's used to having that type of feel. But CORTIS has never given off to me the feeling of being an underground rap group or they've never given they're a high polished K-pop group. So like V Marie said, you have to set the expectation. That was my other point, Jennifer. I was like, when did underground and low rent become a concept or a theme? I was like, that's not really, I kind of took offense to that because I'm like, that's not really a concept or a theme or somebody said that they were going for the underground aesthetic. I said, I didn't know underground rap scene was an aesthetic. I said, Lord have mercy. That was a baited comment to me. They were going for the underground aesthetic. Aesthetic? What? I was like, when is this an aesthetic? I'm like, that's an aesthetic. So apparently, Jennifer, yes, low rent and low budget and underground is an aesthetic. I didn't know. Again, I saw a video. I was like, girl, tell me something. Because I didn't know that was a concept now. Yeah, BTS can't even. Yeah, and then they were yelling at CORTIS was yelling at the fans, telling them to put their phones down, and the fans were getting annoyed by that too, and they were like, "What?" They was like, "What?" They were like, and then they was threatening not to start certain songs if the fans didn't put that. I was like, "What are we doing?" And so they stopped doing that too because the fans were just getting annoyed. Again, To pretend that you don't, yeah, right, to pretend that you don't have money. I'm like, y'all, I just want to know whose idea was this? Who sat around in a business meeting and being like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to book a bunch of small venues and we're going to pretend we're poor. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? That blew my mind. I was like, this is what they're doing. I'm like, being a broke struggle rapper isn't an aesthetic. I'm like, this is not something you cosplay. I said, Lord, this is the problem with K-pop right now. I said, Lord have mercy. So they took being a broke struggle rapper as an aesthetic. I was like, right, that's what some people are saying online. They're like, if you're going to be a broke struggle underground rapper, then you need to have underground rapper ticket prices. Then they need to be about $15-$20 a pop. That's the same thing I said. How you gonna charge $100 per ticket and up, and then be like, well, we gonna come out here wearing the same outfits, and we're not gonna have any videos, and we're gonna have a bunch of guys in front jumping around like it's a mosh pit or something. Like they had like a mock mosh pit. I was like, child, somebody thought this was a good idea, and it is not a good idea. To me, Cortis music doesn't fit. I agree, it doesn't fit Korean style. Yes, Cortis got on live and said that they were disappointed how the fans reacted, that they were and they took backlash for that too. But I'm just like gentrifying struggle meal type. I'm like, fellas, y'all not struggling. Y'all y'all are part of a multi-billion-dollar company. Y'all not struggling. We're good. I laughed so hard, but then all of it fell into place, and now y'all all see how this kind of makes sense. That this is an aesthetic that they was trying to do. And again, I applaud them for trying to do something different, but they didn't set the expectation for their audience. Their fans, they have to understand what type of fans that they have. And the fans that they have are not the underground rap scene kind of fans. I guess they took that whole fashion thing to, they was talking about my jean, $5, my shirt, $5. They call it fashion. Like they took that to a whole nother level. Like they was really real. They was really trying that. They was like, so yes. Now I was like, I gotta come on and tell everybody, because now it kind of all makes sense what they were trying to do, but it failed. So they took it to heart. They was like, my shirt $5, and then their shirt really wasn't $5. It was like 50. So I didn't get it. Struggle Meals group. I love it. Right. I was like, struggle is not an aesthetic. I mean, child, this is one of the problems with K-pop, and I'm just like, who in the hell is sitting in these rooms with these kids? And Cortis, they just kids. So who was like, yeah, that's a good idea? What? No, it's not. Struggle is not an aesthetic. It's not a concept. Let's pretend to be poor. I mean, shit is bad. Let's all sit around and eat bologna sandwiches. We eat them fried bologna sandwiches with no cheese and just mayo. Like I'm like, it's an aesthetic. Jennifer know what I'm talking about. Jennifer's like, shit, we grew up poor. That wasn't no aesthetic. Oh, Jennifer's like, wait a minute. I grew up poor. There wasn't no damn aesthetic. Shit. We was struggling. Me too. I was like, what kind of privilege ish is that? What kind of shit is that? We was hungry. Shit. We're gonna be living off government cheese. Like it's an aesthetic. Bologna sandwiches, government cheese, and ramen noodles is not an aesthetic. It's you're struggling. Right. We didn't have no money. That's the only aesthetic. Right, Jennifer. I didn't know being poor was like, oh, this is fun. No, it's not fun being poor. It's not fun being hungry. I take offense that it's some kind of aesthetic. I'm like, that's not struggle. Is not like it's just a game to these people. I'm like, right? They trying to get the baby. I don't know who Baby Keem is, but I've heard of him. Crowd and K-pop and whatever happened. Nah, I think Baby Keem is like some hip hop person. I don't know these people. I don't listen to enough music. Jennifer's like, she don't listen to music. I just don't. But but yeah, I like you can't pretend to be some underground rapper and because Cortis is not they're not that. They're babies. Right. People love cosplaying. Jennifer said, "Nah, I'm a little offended." Right. Because people love trying to cosplay. Yes, being struggle, and it's nothing to cosplay. It's nothing fun to live through as a kid, not having money, or you don't know if your lights is gonna go shut off or not, or you gotta have the cable hookup man come and hook up your cable illegally, and you don't know when your cable gonna go out because the cable company gonna figure out that you got illegal cable. Like these are real things that I experienced. You don't know. I grew up in Michigan. Right. They gonna Jennifer, they're gonna be doing that next. They're gonna we look, we got hobo chic, but we really hobos, you know. I was like, I lived in Michigan during the wintertime where electricity got cut off because my grandmama couldn't afford to pay the electricity bill. So no, that's not fun. It's like below 19. And you gotta I remember wearing long johns as a kid and thermals. Yeah. And while we sitting around with no electricity, yeah, that wasn't an aesthetic. That was just tragic. Okay. Girl. We had the hookup man. When I was a kid, we had a hookup guy that my grandmother paid I think she paid like maybe 40 $50, and he would come and hook up cable illegally. And the cable would just stay on and we would get all the channels. Like Cinemax, HBO, but then sometimes the cable company would figure out what happened and then they would all suddenly just shut it off. You would have no rhyme or reason when they shut it off. So that's how it kind of went. Yeah, we had a cable hookup man. I told my kids about that the other day and they were like, what? And our same cable hookup man, he would sell Nintendo games out the back of his trunk. So he was selling like I had like Legend of Zelda 2 from the hookup man. I don't know where he got these games from. I have no idea. We didn't ask no questions, but he would sell Nintendo games and Atari games out the back of his truck and bootleg bootleg VCR movies. He would sell them out the back of his truck. And so he would open his trunk and then it would be like all this stuff. And he's like, okay, what game you want? And he was, that's my child. What game you want? Let's see. And then my grandmother be like, okay, she'd be like, okay, baby, which Nintendo game you want? Because we couldn't afford to like buy them for real. So he would have, I don't know where he got this stuff from. We answered some questions. And then he would buy like bootleg, he would like movies on VCR. Like, I remember my grandmother buying Star Wars on VCR from him. I was so happy. I was like, yay. And he was the same cable hookup man. Yeah. We used to tell the electricity company we sent the money. Yeah, I remember my grandmother used to call the electricity company and be like, I put the check in the mail. And I remember my grandmother she would send the check that day, but she would postmark the check like 5 days. Y'all, that's not funny, but that's a good memory. I'd be like, grandmama, like my grandmother would have me fill out the check. Like I was like 10, 11 years old and I would fill out the check. And then she would and I'll be ready to put the date. And she's like, no, baby, don't put the 25th, put the 20th on it. So I would put the 20th on the check. And then she would mail it. And she would tell the people, oh, I already mailed the check on the 20th. It'd be the 25th. She just mailed it that day. Yeah, your grandmother used to write her checks too. Yes, I wrote all the checks. Times was hard. Yes. Oh, is he Kendrick Lamar's cousin? I've never heard of that. I don't listen to hip hop music like that. The times was hard. Like yeah. Are you scared to mess with the cable people? Yeah, I remember I always had to write those checks. My grandma would be like, "Here, right." I thought I was the only kid that had to like just sitting there with the checkbook, like that I filled out the checks. And then she would put it in a stamp, put it on the envelope, and she would go to I remember she would take all the bills to the post office and she would mail them to the post office. Just hoping to God that we still had like another week before they cut our water off or our electricity off. The struggle was real back in the day. It was real. I was like, so no, this was not, I don't know what Cortis is doing, but they've changed things, y'all. So hopefully when they go on tour next year, They will have things better together. They will have bigger venues. Jennifer tried to get them Cortis tickets, but it was like, you're number 423,000. She was like, what? And like, we could not get tickets. Those tickets sold out so fast. Yeah. Right. It's like, don't ask some questions. Those tickets went really fast. Really, really, really fast. Insanely fast. Like, that was crazy. So hopefully next year they will drop this whole aesthetic and come out to be the group that they are. I want Cortis to really find their voice and find their groove. And they're going to have some growing pains along the way. And I don't expect them. They've only been out like, what, a year now? So, you know, oh, you're kind of glad you didn't. And so, like, hopefully Cortis will find their groove and their aesthetic and their audience. And they're going to have hiccups and things along the way. I just thought this was kind of funny. It just kind of gave me a giggle when I figured out, oh, this is what they were trying to do. Okay, Cortis. Okay, sweeties. So, but they're going to find their way. I have faith that Cortis is going to be popular, as Floating Checks was a song. It sure was. Put Cortis with Tajin and the boys. Y'all know how I feel about Daddy YG. I love Daddy YG. Wait a minute, Jennifer. Yeah, we did talk about, yep, Miss Pink Blue. Jennifer, we have talked about JYP. I talked about his song that everybody need to go look up, Wet. Everybody need to subscribe to JYP's channel. He has a lot of shorts, he has a lot of videos, a lot of things I've been posting on my channel, a lot of things. JYP is performed at the Water Bomb. Y'all, Jennifer's a hater. She's a straight hater. See, look, she's a hater. Oh, just call him JY Poppy. I said, just call me JY Poppy. Lord. So y'all go and support JYP. You're not subscribing? Oh, God. Already we got some haters. Yeah, okay, Marie Miller said she gave it a watch. It was not for her. The song wasn't bad. Thank you, Jennifer. The video just would have been better. Jennifer, why you gotta do that, man, like that? Talk about this song. The song wasn't bad at all. It was kind of catchy. But the video would have been better. Oh, come on, Jennifer. Now, come on. Oh. He did a really good job dancing. And the shorts that he's done with other K-pop artists, it was cute. See, even Miss Pink and Blue admitted the music video and the song aren't bad. No, they're not. He was getting, JYP is looking good. Oh, the live performances, though. Ooh, yeah. I watched the live performance right before I got on here, and I was like, oof. Those live performances, them vocals was like, they must have did a lot of tweaking in the studio. They must have did a lot of tweaking because those vocals live. Jennifer, have you heard them live? Whew, I admit it was a little painful for me to watch. It was a little painful. Just a little bit. It was oof. Yeah, them live vocals. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, ooh. I was sitting there going, what? I was like, ooh, okay. Yeah. He's so stiff when he dances. The live vocals was all over the place, honey. I was like, he would have been better off if he was up there lip syncing. Like, I was like, Jackson Wang. He's like, yeah, them live vocals. Yeah, I admit it, y'all. Them live vocals. Lord, it just y'all pray for them because it's not easy for people to come up here and sing live, y'all. JYP is not for you. But I still love JYP though. I still love that he get up there despite the criticisms, and he still get up there and dance. He was dancing. He had to dance. He was doing the body rolls. Y'all know I like a good body roll. Y'all know I love a good body roll. Now come on now, y'all. Come on, body roll, y'all. Come on. We love a little body roll. I love the body roll. Wait, hold on. I love the body roll. Just call me JY Poppy. The outfits he wears. I love his outfits. I was like, look at the outfit he wears. I'm like, look at this man. Congratulations. So anyway, I got off track, but yes, we talked about JYP at the top of the show. The next thing I want to talk about is New Jeans briefly. I have a New Jeans video that I just edited that will be released on Monday. And I talked about New Jeans and their fandom that I wish New Jeans to experience backlash and to be boycotted because I want New Jeans to fail so they would just go away and give me peace. Let me sleep at night. So so I did a video explaining that I'm like, I support the bunnies. I New Jeans is 4 now, not 5, and they're upset about it, allegedly. And I was like, we'll see how when New Jeans come out with a new album and a new song and a new concept, we'll see how they do. And so I'm like, I'm here to watch it all burn to the ground, just like in Hypen. No offense to in Hypen fans, but I'm here for the shits and the giggles. I'm here for the clown show. I'm like, let it all burn down to the ground. I don't know when in Hypen goes on military or when they re-sign their contract. I'm like, just let it all burn. I'm just here. Some people just want to watch the world burn. That's me. I'm the person that wants to watch K-pop burn down to the ground. I get a kick at it. So New Jeans, I don't want people to support New Jeans at all. I don't want, and then like it got so bad that I had to do a short and read people in my comment section. I was like, how you expect somebody to support your group when y'all don't even support your group? You know what I'm saying? Like, how you expect somebody to respect your group when y'all don't respect the group? So I'm not going to respect New Jeans or Hypen. I don't give a damn about either one of those two groups because the fans act like they want to tear them apart. So I'm just here with the popcorn and the drink. I'll be sitting over here sipping my tea like, oh, there they go. Yeah, girl, look at it. Yup. Yeah. Oh, they mad. Oh, they big mad. Oh, they big mad. You know, like I just want to watch both of these groups burn because I'm like, I don't care. You totally agree with that video? It's like, what am I supposed to think about in Hypen and New Jeans? What am I supposed to think? Am I supposed to be like, oh, well, I'm like, hell no. Burn, set this MF on fire. Right, exactly. I was like, watch it burn. I'm like, 4 jeans need 4 jeans. You can't sit with those energy headed their way to the high building. They need to be faced with that. They need all the backlash that I can report on. They get no support from me. None. I will report on the court case with Danielle. I will report if they come out with a new song. I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to play the video, but I will talk about it if something comes out, if they tank really good. But I'm like, I need bunnies to put their money where their mouth is. K-pop fans are a bunch of bitches. They're a bunch of punk asses because they don't ever do anything. They talk and talk and talk and talk. And then when New Jeans come out with an album, they're going to watch the video. They're going to download it on Spotify. They're going to stream. They're going to do whatever they want to do. And then still turn around and bitch about it. I'm like, so what's the point? What is the point of all of this? If y'all aren't going to not watch and not stream and not go on Instagram and don't do none of it. So I told bunnies, I'm on your side. Don't do none of it. Boycott. New OT5 up in here. OT5. I'm an OT5er. I said, New Jeans bunnies, I am here with you. We're here, Gina. I am here with you. Let's go. Ban it. Like, let's go. No, they get no support. I'm just like, don't support them. I don't support them either. I said, New Jeans fans, I'm with y'all. I should be an honorary bunny at this point because I'm like, I'm with y'all. Don't support them. Don't support New Jeans. Nope, Danielle ain't coming back. So I'm just like, that's right, y'all. Danielle ain't coming back. Just keep your arms folded. Don't just keep it moving. Bunnies are gonna blame Adore. Yeah, they didn't even apologize. So I the hell with them. If they can blame Adore all day. Adore need to be like, you know what? It is our fault. Disband you bitches. Adore should be like, you know what? We tried. It failed. Hiatus. They got like 4 more years on their contract or 3 more years on their contract. Adore get a new group, focus on another group, push New Jeans to the back. Don't promote them. I mean, they'll start losing money and then the agency will follow suit. So I'm just like, let them go. I'm just like, oh, you've had it with girl groups? I don't even like girl groups. So I'm just like, you know what? Ain't no sweat off my nipples. I don't like girl groups no way. I don't like girl groups. So I don't care what them girl groups be doing. And they fan bases. If people don't want to support New Jeans, I'm behind them. People don't want to support and hype, and I'm like, let it burn. Let's see how this is going to work out for them. Because if people want to tear apart their fan bases, that's fine. I'm here for it. Y'all want to bring the clown show? I'm here for the circus. I'm sitting in the audience with popcorn and a drink going, okay. So who's gonna fall? Who's gonna fail first? Like, you can't make me care about some groups that, number one, I'm not a fan of. And then number two, you can't make me care about a group that the fans don't seem like they really care about trying to keep the group together. So let's go. Let's go. I'm like, let's go. Let's go. Burn. I did see the Cat's Eye Animal video. I actually like the song. Every time Cat's Eye come out with a song, I'm like, I'm gonna hate it. And I listen to it and I'm like, it's kind of catchy. I find myself going, this is kind of catchy. Like, it's a kind of, I have no problems with Cat's Eye. The same thing with Cat's Eye. If they keep up with this Mano thing, I'm gonna drop another video and being like, Cat's Eye need to be disbanded. Cause I just tired of hearing about it. I feel like my way of dealing with life and most things is scorched earth. Just like, I don't feel like hearing about it no more, so I just want them to disband. That's how I feel. I don't hear about Man no more. Fire her. Get rid of the group. There's balance in the world. That's how I feel. If a group's become too much, I'm tired of hearing about it, I want them to disband. If Cat's Eye right now, they're okay. It's not too much for me to take. But if it gets to be too much, then I want them. I said in my video, I don't like how Hybe America has handled this situation with Mano. I don't like how they handled the situation. B-Lift Lab handled it with Evan or whatever. I don't like the way they handled it with Evan either. I don't like the way Adora's handled it with New Jeans. I don't like how this is handled all the way around, period, by Hybe. So I say no. I don't like how this has been handled. I don't think not giving the fans any updates have caused Cat's Eye members to become targets. Like, they have been saddled and drugged through social media when none of this was necessary. They could say what's going on with Mano just like that and release a statement and squash anything. But they won't do that for some strange ass effed up reason. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing about all of them. Yeah, the tour didn't go as well as they thought. Like I said, now these agencies are starting to see that it's starting to affect the bottom line. That instead of my thing within hyping, I said before, I would have brought all the members together on a Weverse. They would have all sat down and they would explain that Heeseyoung was leaving and everything. And then they would have had a discussion, maybe had a Q&A with the fans, and that was it. That's how it should have been done. That's how he should have left the group. Everybody sit down in front of the fans, had a conversation. Yeah, I'm leaving, but hey, I enjoyed my time with and hyping. I enjoy the friendships and the connections that I had. Even if the motherfucker had to get up there and lie. I don't care, Evan, if you got to get up there and lie. I don't care if you got to take 5 shots of soju and be drunk as hell on the live stream to get you through this live stream. Whatever you feel like y'all need to do, how many shots of soju you need to take it. Like, I don't care if I got to write a script out. I don't care if I got to get a script out for you bitches. We're going to put up a green screen. You guys are going to read a script. I don't care. This is what we're going to do. We're going to get on camera. You're going to read the script. We're going to answer some questions, and then that's it. And that's how it should have been done. Heeseyoung would have left the group in better terms. It wouldn't have been mysterious. It wouldn't have been like, well, we're just going to issue a statement. I'm like, why would y'all do this to y'all groups? Y'all don't, again, my thing with the agency act like they don't give 2 flying fucks about these groups, about these artists. To let Cat's Eye be blown up on the social media, the individual members, is ridiculous to me. The agency and Mano and all of them should have sat down and came up with something. I could have came up with something for them. I was like, look, this is what we're going to do. I don't care if you just sit up there and lie. We would have came up with something. I don't care if they would have had to put Mano in a fucking cast. I was like, we're going to put a fake cast on you. We're going to put you in a body cast, bitch. Go with it, okay? Mano would have been to sit up there with a body cast on, talking about, I fell down a hill. I was skiing in the Swiss Alps. And y'all know I was on that hill and I'm kind of scared of heights and I wobbled and I fell my ass over. She would have been in a body cast. I would have made up something. There would have been some reason why she wouldn't have with this group for so long. But how they've done things, I'm like, why are y'all letting your artists take the heat for all of this? Yeah, she would have been up there in the body cast, girl. She would have been there with a neck brace and the body cast. Hello everybody, it's Mano. I just like to thank all of my icons. Like it would have been a whole cry fest. I would have had some fake tears ready. I'd have threw some salt in her eyes. Throw the salt. Throw the salt in her eyes. Throw the dust in her eyes, girl. Okay, good. She crying now. She's tearing up. Great. Like it would have been a whole production. I would have did whatever I had to do to keep this under wraps. Hive only cares about investors. That none of the agencies do because they all act the same. The same things that have happened at SM, YG, and all these groups. The way that they handle these things is not is the problem is it's not like they don't care, which they probably don't. It's the fact that these things have been handled this way since the inception of K-pop. So we're gonna keep doing the same shit that we've done 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. By some shit that SM Entertainment and JYP and YG, this is how SM did it. So there's nobody going, I know we've always done it this way, but could we just do something different this time? Maybe we can do something. It's that mentality that's in South Korea, that this is how it's always been done. That doesn't work in 2026. With the shit they was doing in 2016 don't work now. Members left groups, yes, all the time. There's plenty of groups that have lost members that retired. CBX, like I said, EXO, they have lost all kinds of members over the years. But the fandoms back in the third generation is not the fandoms in the fifth generation. And I think that's where the agencies are stumbling, because they used the third generation where, yeah, people left groups. There was lineup changes. They went from 9 to 10 to 12 to 15 back to 6. This happened all the time in the second and third generation. And second and third generation fans understand that. But now come the fifth generation, people are expecting fans to act the same way that they did 10, 15 years ago. And it's not, fandoms have changed. So they doing the same shit without somebody coming in going, maybe we shouldn't do this like this no more. Like maybe we should be a bit more transparent. I was like, who is running? I mean, I'm just like, the cat's eye situation, you letting members really be harassed online and drug online for no reason. And I'm just like, there's no reason for any of this. And I'm just like, just because this is how we've always done it. It's this decorum of silence that with the K-pop music industry that I don't like. Let's just not talk about it and it'll just go away. That's their attitude. Well, in the past we don't really address these things. So this is not 2013. They're gonna have to learn the hard way. Now they're starting to see, like I said, slowly but surely, that it's starting to affect concert sales and ticket sales. Now they're starting to understand, okay, maybe we should come out and say something. They should have been said something about it in hype, and they should have been handled this better. And the way you handle things sets up the fans, and it keeps the fans from being bitter and like guessing. They're like, okay, now the fans are trying to put things together. Don't let the fans put things together. Let you know. If it's not her personal business, well, then they need to lock her down. Yeah, she's working through. I'm not saying that they should have put Mano's personal business out there, but also Mano is out there doing shit that she shouldn't be doing either. Like it's starting to get a little Danielle-ish. Like she is out here posting things online saying she's fine. I would have had her sign an NDA in the beginning. You're gonna go on hiatus. We have an NDA. Mano should have been required to sign an NDA if she would have got fired. That's how I would have handled it. I would like, we're not gonna post. Nope. You're gonna handle your ambassador, like brand ambassador and fashion duties and stuff like that. She already set up. But the shit that Mano been doing online, nah, bro, that's foul. Time out. Like, no, I don't need you online talking about nothing, Mano. We good. You can talk to the fans and do videos and be like, I miss you guys. But the things that she's been doing is kind of a line stepper. Like, I'm just kind of like, okay, this is like, she kind of responded in my mind, she would have got fired. Like the things that she was saying, they should have made her sign an NDA. Obviously she didn't, because she would have been saying the things that Mano's been doing online. I'm like, girl. And then the boyfriend, you ain't got nothing to say, boyfriend. Get the hell out of here. The boyfriend, everybody would have signed an NDA. Her family, the boy, I'm like, everybody, NDA. If you say, I would have threatened to sue Mano into oblivion. Okay, I would have like, you want to be like Danielle? Keep it up. Not saying that she was doing side deals. I'm not saying Mano was doing that. But the things that she has said online has not helped the other members of Cat's Eye anyway. Because it's kind of like she throwing shade to them in a way. And it's unnecessary to me. If it's not about the group and not about that, then I just need her to go sit down somewhere and do some yoga and go pet a puppy like I told Danielle to do. Just go out and go pet a puppy, do some meditation, go jogs, go find Yoongi, go jog with Yoongi. Just go do something. I just need Mano to do something other than what she's doing because it's kind of like okay. And so that's where the fans are sometimes getting the hints that she was pushed out the group or she, if I was the agency, I would have put her business out there. But that's just me. I would have been like, well, since you want to go down this route, let's since you want to try to blame other people, oh yeah. Oh, hello, Callie. I don't know what is she should have been forced to sign the NDA. The moment they go on hiatus, she should have signed the NDA. There is no way in hell I would have been like, no. The moment she would have did some shit, I would have been like, NDA, don't sign the NDA, we're gonna fire you. Just that simple. Just that simple. K-pop is not bold enough for me sometimes. They not bold like that. They just like, because if it was a Western company, they would have made her sign an NDA for sure. They would not have had her out there. Shit, when you have contract negotiations in the West, people don't even come out and talk about it because they lawyer up. They make them sign NDAs. So artists will come out years later and be like, oh, I was in contract. Yeah, because the label is like, sign this. Are we really going to dump you from your contract? So they're kind of forced into signing an NDA and not talk. Like Megan Trainor talked about that while she hasn't released music and the thing with Frank Ocean and all of that. While all that things was going on, we didn't really hear about it. Like there's rumors and things here, but the artist can't come out and say anything and cannot come out and be like, fuck RCA or whatever label it was. Like they can't throw hints and do shit like that because they know they in the NDA and they're going to get sued. So a lot of times in the West, yes, whenever there's some kind of contract negotiations or there's some kind of issue with the artist in the contract, they make them sign NDAs to where they can't say anything. Non-disclosure agreement is your best friend in the West. So there are contract shit that going on that artists ain't talked about it to this day that happened 10, 15 years ago because they in the NDA. They like, oh, I can't talk about that. They don't talk about contract negotiations or sometimes what happened. That's why these artists will come out and talk about it long after the NDA is maybe expired, whatever. So a lot of the NDAs have an expiration date. Like you can't talk about this for 10 years. And they don't. You don't see artists coming out dropping dimes on labels and stuff like that because the labels understand that like our reputation is on the line. So no, you're going to sign this NDA or else. We're not going to negotiate with you. And that's what K-pop need to move. K-pop needs more NDAs. So these artists can't just go out and just talk shit all the time or hint or do things. No. I would have been got rid of Mano. Same thing about Danielle. I agree with what they did with Danielle. Danielle should have been to me, all new jeans, but Danielle should have been bounced out the group, especially knowing that we know what we know now about what they were doing behind the scenes. They would disband this damn group and called it a day. Two toys. V Marie says she has issues. I agree. They trying to, you know, they trying to skirt the line with Mano that I don't understand. Because to me, Cat's Eye hasn't been around that long. They haven't been around long enough to me to put up with Mano's shit. They just haven't been around that long. So I don't know. I'm curious to see what that contract looks like. We'll never know. But I don't know what kind of contract they signed or how long or what's involved. But there must be something in there because K-pop agencies, period, don't fire people enough for me. They fire people when they want to. When they want to. They got rid of Kim Garam real quick. And she didn't deserve that. But they bounced her ass out there real quick. They fed Kim Garam to the wolves, honey. And it turned out that it was evidence that she didn't even do nothing. That somebody got up there and lied on her. But it was a bullying scandal, so they had to get rid of her because of Korean culture or whatever, some shit. Okay. I'm like, okay, I guess that sometimes the Korean music industry makes no sense to me. They will do things to one person and then they'll let other people get away with shit that I'm just like, why are they even let this person get away with things? And then somebody else, some small scandal will hit and they be ready to get rid of them. Right, and how long is this hiatus going to last? The more speculation the fans have, the more fodder, more is aimed at the other members of Cat's Eye. They are taking the heat. And so they are catching hell because of something that may not even be their fault in particular. It may be between Mano and the agency that they're having issues. But they're catching the heat from the fans because it's so vague. It's like we're gonna release a statement like 4 months ago. Come on now. They should have been like releasing a statement every month, every other month, letting the fans know what is going on. So I said in the beginning, I supported Hob and Geffen, but now I had to come back and do a video and be like, I was wrong. I this is going on too long for my taste. Either get rid of her or bring her back in the group or whatever. Either way, they can get out that contract. I'm assuming they can have the lawyers finagle. They can pay her off and get out this contract if they really wanted to. They did. The government has. Yeah, but I don't think the Korean government would side with Mano because they're really not a Korean, they're more international group. And also speaking of cats, I know people were having problems with their music video Animal because they were in lingerie. I'm like, look, I was about to do a whole video today going off on that. I'm like, they are not the only female artists to be running around the screen on lingerie. I remember 40 years ago when I was a kid and I was a fan of Vanity Six when I was a child watching Vanity Six. Tonight, living in a fantasy. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Like, I was listening to that when I was a little kid. Okay? Under the age, I was about 12 years old. Talking about, do you think I'm a nasty girl? Like, I just Pussycat Dolls and ran around with some lingerie. Lita Ford and ran around with some lingerie. Apollonia 6 came out. There was Prince, had Wendy and Lisa. They were wearing lingerie. I was just like, this is, they have one scene where they're like changing clothes. And I was just like, this is the hill people are gonna die on. Because some of the Cat's Eye members had launch and then people are like saying online, well, the Cat's Eye demographic is like 12 to 18. Who? I looked all over the internet because I'm like, is it? I looked all over the internet. I don't know where people got this from. I have no idea where people got the idea that Cat's Eye's demographic is 12 to 18. I don't know if people looked at concerts. I haven't been to one of their concerts. I don't know if there's something out there I missed. I went online and looked and looked and looked and looked and looked. I didn't see anything where it's saying Cat's Eye's demographic was that young. I think people kind of assume that their demographic is that young. I don't know. So if anybody got any more information as to where they get this number from, I didn't see nothing at least released by Adore or not Adore, Hybe and Geffen. I didn't see no targets. I didn't see nothing saying our target audience for Cat's Eye is 12 to 18-year-olds. I didn't see that. To me, Cat's Eye is music for teens and grown folks. Like I know there are going to be young people that like any group, BTS, whatever group it is. But I didn't think there was just some kind of misinformation going around that Cat's Eye's target audience is little kids. I'm like, if your little kids is watching Cat's Eye, I wouldn't let I have a 12-year-old. My 12-year-old is not into K-pop. She wouldn't watch anything like that. She wouldn't be interested in watching anything like that. She wouldn't be interested in watching women cavort on stage half naked. My daughter would be like, well, what are they doing? She's seen Cat's Eye. She thinks they're awful. Okay. So I don't know what these parents are doing, but I most likely for sure wouldn't have my 12-year-old be watching Cat's Eye. I have a 12-year-old daughter. Like she's like, why are they dressed like that? My daughter would be confused as to why they were dressed like that. She's seen Cat's Eye videos and she's like, this is awful. This is like brain rot. So I don't know where people get their demographic information from. I've never thought Cat's Eye was for little kids. I'm like, maybe like 18 to 25-year-olds, maybe. I don't know. That's true. When Korean wants somebody gone, they gone. Yeah, things move a lot. Yeah. When the citizens don't care, it moves a lot slower. Yeah, I know that they have monster dolls and they perform, but so have Cardi B. I'm like, I don't think Cat's Eye is for kids either. I don't know why. I've never seen anything too much, besides the Monster High dolls, where Cat's Eye was marketed towards kids. I haven't, you know. Oh, you've seen I've seen the fan cams too. I didn't see no little bitty kids in the audience. I saw a bunch of grown folks in the audience for Cat's Eye. Hello. So yeah, I don't understand where people got that from. I'm like, besides the Monster High dolls, I have not seen Cat's Eye being marketed to little kids. All of the products that they market is for teenagers and up. All of the hair products and the lipstick and the makeup and stuff that they do and the other products has all been like the demographic for those products are not little kids. It's for grown women. Grown women are not gonna afford like Lancome or whatever. That shit's like $60 a bottle or some shit. I saw one of the members, Megan, doing for like some hair oil or stuff. The hair oil is expensive. It's like 50, 60. I'm like, little kids ain't running around with $50, $60 hair oil. Like, for the most part. I'm just like, this is for adult people. These are the magazine covers that they've been on, like Elle and stuff like that. It's been grown people's magazines. It's not like they're on the cover of 17 or so, here and there, but even their Gap ad was more adult Gap ad. I'm like, this is not an ad for little kids. They talking about milkshake brings out the boys. I'm like, these are grown women. I'm like, these are not doing cutesy songs up there doing an OST, wearing schoolgirl outfits. Like, no, I didn't. Cats, I ain't wearing no schoolgirl outfits. They're definitely grown women. I love BTS. You tried the Oreo ones, they're good. Do I like Twice? No, I don't like girl groups. I'm not a girl group fan. Even though we went to Twice concert in January in Dallas. But yeah, I just think it's weird that people are trying to push this K-pop thing onto Cat's Eye when it's clearly, we have said over and over again, that Cat's Eye is a global group. Now that has been stated. Cat's Eye is not a K-pop group at all. They are not marketed like a K-pop group. They don't dress like a K-pop group. Their music doesn't sound like what's in K-pop right now in South Korea. Cat's Eye is not a K-pop group. They are a global group. They got one Korean in it. One Korean. And that's it. They are not marketed. So the fact that people are clutching the pearls, I just died laughing. I'm like, 40 years ago. Yes. 40 years ago. Vanity 6 performed. Pussycat Dolls came out like when? 20 years ago? 20 years ago, Pussycat Dolls? I was like, y'all act like this is new. Oh, they had lingerie on and they outfits. And I'm like, this is not new. This is only new to people who don't know anything about music. 40 years ago, I have to go back. I was watching Vanity 6. If you go back and watch Nasty Girl, go and watch Nasty Girl. It's on YouTube by Vanity 6. You will be like, oh, this Cat's Eye. Like, they were running around in lingerie 40 years. What the hell happened 40 years ago? 40 years ago, we had groups running around with lingerie on. I'm just like, and everybody was like, we had Rick James with girls in lingerie in videos in the early 80s. We had Cameo with the lead singer of Cameo with a cod piece on his junk. Okay, he had a cod piece on. It's like candy. Oh, my kids saw that video last year and was like, what is this? My kids like, this is wild. My kids thought this was wild. They were like, this is wild. What is that? What is he wearing? See-through Nash and a cod piece. Okay. I love Cameo, by the way. I'm a Cameo fan. This was back in the late 80s, okay? I was a kid, like, it's like candy. Ow, yeah, candy. So go and watch that video. You be like, what's that? So I don't understand the clutching of the pearls today when it's 2026. And people are like, oh my God. I'm like, they just doing the Pussycat Dolls thing, y'all. That's all they doing. Cat's Eye is just a revamp of the Pussycat Dolls. Like they doing their shtick. Okay. Yeah, people pretending to care about Cat's Eye and K-pop. Yes. People are mad at them because they're a high group. And Koreans know that for the most part, they're not a lot of Korean. I haven't seen a lot of Korean fans of Cat's Eye. There's some haters. I saw that Nicole is a staffer. Yes. I saw that video. I saw that in the news. And people were upset. I don't know why they was upset about that. Nicole's been working there a long time. I think she went over to touch Jimin and tell him to go. I think she went over there. She didn't, there was no evidence she grabbed Jimin. She just, like, she was reaching over there telling him to go. Like, hey, go, I just, yeah, what about Prince? Yes, Prince too. I'm a big fan of Prince. And Prince was running around on stage with fishnets and no shirt on. And, I'm just like, now we, in 2026, ladies and gentlemen, we are clutching the pearls because there was like a 2-second scene of Cat's Eye in lingerie. I said, this is what we're doing now. I'm like, never did I thought as a 12-year-old that when I see people running around on stage in lingerie, did I ever think like, this is shock. It wasn't even really that shocking back then. It was just kind of like, oh, okay. That's how it was back in the day. And we just kind of was like, oh, all right, well, they only got their drawers on, okay? Like, there were some questions, like, we didn't know why they were running around in their drawers. But now people are like, Cat's Eye dressed too sexy. I'm like, and then the thing about this drives me about K-pop fans, whether they be Korea or internationally. Most people who listen to K-pop or fans of K-pop groups listen to Western music and other types and other groups and other people. People will sit there and have a heart palpitation about Cat's Eye or female groups wearing a crop top or something like that, but then they turn around and watch Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion twerk on half naked on stage with ass cheeks everywhere. I just don't understand. Make it make sense to me. I can't fix that in my mind. To me, if you have a problem with Cat's Eye, then you shouldn't be watching Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B, or City Girls. You shouldn't be up here listening and watching rap music videos and certain other music. You should have a problem with Sabrina Carpenter twirling around on stage with her ass hanging out. So to me, it goes the same way. Why would I have a problem with Cat's Eye with their ass shaking that I don't have a problem with Sabrina Carpenter, her ass hanging out? Or you don't have a problem with Tate McRae with her ass hanging out? Either way, asses is hanging out. Cheeks everywhere. Cheeks everywhere. Just cheeks. So to me, cheeks are cheeks. Cheeks are cheeks. Okay? Booty cheeks is clapping. Booty cheeks is clapping. I don't have any problem with booty cheeks clapping. I don't care if they're skinny booty cheeks, brown booty cheeks, beige booty cheeks, male booty cheeks, female booty cheeks. I don't have a problem. Okay? I'm not like I'm not gonna be like, well, Sabrina Carpenter and Tate McRae, it's okay for you to be on a music video with a one-piece body all up your culo. That's fine. That's fine for you guys. But Cat's Eye, y'all can't. Come on now, man. Like, I don't understand the level of cognitive dissonance because to me, it's female in the industry, is singers, is bodies, is booty cheeks and titties. So if I had a problem with booty cheeks and titties, I would assume that I'm not going to watch booty cheeks and titties. That's how I go. Yeah, booty cheeks, booty cheeks, rump. Prince had Patty. Right. Prince was out here doing the most. Yeah, the late 70s. I'm just like, Prince was out here cross-dressing and gender bending before it was even a thing. I'm like, all of these stars back in the 70s was out here. Even Michael Jackson with some of his outfits pushed the envelope of what femininity and masculinity was. I just now I've never thought in my mind that I would live in 2026 that people would be like, oh my God, he ain't got no shirt on. I'm like, I think I've seen a man with no shirt on. I think I know what a woman's body looks like naked. I think I've kind of figured it out by looking in the mirror. So I'm not really shocked about it, or a man's body. I think I know what naked men look like. I got 2 kids, figured that out pretty early on. So I'm like, nothing. I got a whole video coming out, y'all, where I'm going to go off on this. I just, oh, some people I continue, I understand. But some people have criticized Cat's Eye's music, but their music sells. So what is Cat's Eye supposed to do? People are like, oh, it's brain white, it's awful. But I'm like, okay, but Every time they release a song, it gets like a millions of clicks and views and it hits the Billboard charts. So I'm like, well, shit, somebody is liking this shit. I'm not saying Cat's Eye's music is profound or anything like that. I did not like Gnarly, but I'm just like, well, somebody liked it because it was everywhere. Even my kid is like, Gnarly, hottie, hottie, I'm the shit. I'm the shit. No, I mean, like, I'm like, somebody likes this. Well, this music is awful. Okay, well, somebody is buying it. It keeps charting. So I'm like, somebody, they're selling out concerts. So I'm like, somebody like, this is the weirdest thing on social media. That's why I tell people social media ain't real life. As much as people complain about Cat's Eye, like people, the song Iconic by Mistake. I like that song. I am iconic by mistake. People are like, well, nobody likes this song. And then I just got reported that they've hit over 100 million views on Spotify. I was like, well, somebody is like, I am iconic by mistake. I like the song though. So I was like, somebody liking this brain rot. It may not be, shot at my demographic. It may not be my type of music, but all the complaints I hear about Cat's Eye, but I'm like, every time they come out with a song, people like it. People like Pinky Up, Pinky Up, Pinky Up. It's catchy, y'all. It's look, Cat's Eye is catchy. I admit it. So I was like, somebody likes this. And so Cat's Eye gonna keep doing what they're doing to be popular. And so now I was watching a video earlier today where they were talking about Girl Set. Have y'all heard about Girl Set? That JYP, I think they're a JYP group. And Girl Set started out they came out with three songs so far. So Girl Set is an international group or whatever. And so they just Girl Set came out with a new video and a song called like Chat. And people were criticizing it because they were like, it's kind of like a Cat's Eye light kind of song. But I'm like, the reason why they're doing this is because they understand that what Cat's Eye is doing is selling. So people were upset at Girl Set because they thought that they were going to be like some kind of alternative to Cat's Eye. And I'm like, no, they're not. they're not. They're going with whatever that sells. That's what the industry does. They go with whatever that sells. So Cat's Eye is selling this kind of ear rot music. That's because that's what sells. This hyperactive, like Le Sserafim. Y'all know I lament about what happened to Le Sserafim because Le Sserafim, I really like their music and now I don't. I don't like boom bada boom bada boom bada. Yeah, I don't like that. Y'all can keep that. I didn't like the Macarena when it came out, and I don't like it now. And so I don't like none of that. I don't like Le Sserafim. I don't like Spaghetti. I don't like none of that. But Le Sserafim is on top of the Korean charts with boom bada boom bada a. Boom bada bada a. Oompa loompa loompa day. Whatever. To me, I'm like, this is nonsensical. Hey, Macarena. No, like I didn't like it. But this is what sells now. So I'm like, what are y'all going to do? I mean, I'm like, I can't stop people from buying this kind of crazy music. People like this hyper stylized 2 minute and 20-second song. This that sound like a damn video game on crack. People like that. I don't like it. I don't like girl groups no way. But people seem to like it. The little kid, the young folks, they love it. Pinky up. Boom, 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 pinky up. Yeah. It sounds like Toxic from Britney Spears. It does. Very much so. The Animal song is it's just like a Britney Spears song, but I like her song. What is it? You say I'm crazy, I got you crazy. Boy, just know what you want. Boy, just what you want. Ooh, you are. Ooh, you are. No. That song by Britney Spears. You're a Fandom for 6 years. I've been a fan of BTS for 2 years. Yeah, once upon a time, mumble rap was a thing that I hated, that I thought brought down the whole industry, which it kind of did because rap has fell on hard times. Rest in peace, rap. But hip hop has fell on hard times in the mainstream. Yeah, I agree. I find all the Cat's Eye songs very catchy, and I like Cat's Eye styling. I think Cat's Eye are some of the most strikingly beautiful women in not K-pop, but in pop music today. I think Cat's Eye, they give something that's, to me, that's a bit more grown and sexy, and what I have always pushed for. To me, in the problem I've always said with K-pop right now is, especially with girl groups, is overly satirized. And we need to talk about, what about the new girl groups coming out? Y'all know YG. YG has two groups already. They have a boy group and a girl group allegedly already formed. Well, not allegedly, for real. They've already formed, but they have not debuted. YG is doing yet another tour. YG is doing a Find a Talent tour thing where they're going to go all over and search out auditions, because they're going to start yet another girl group, YG. So we have Adore that is doing auditions because they're coming out with another boy group or girl group. I don't know which one. Then they have that new agency where that they had Hail Satan, Saints 17, Saint Satan, whatever that group is, that went from 4 to 3. And I've heard that they have been kind of put on the back burner because they lost one of the members or whatever. And people like had a heart attack about that. And I didn't get it, why people were upset about that. I'm like, they haven't even debuted yet. And then their SM is scouting right now as we speak. They're doing auditions for another girl group. So where it stands right now, there are going to be more and more and more girl groups. So I don't know where New Jeans is going to fit in all of this, or where Cat's Eye, like some of these groups are just going to be Korean, and some of these are, I guess they're going to try to do a multinational group. That's the rumor, but I don't know what this bodes well for the industry, and it's already overly satirized now. K-pop is not doing well. BTS is doing phenomenal. BTS is doing good, okay? Especially Jen right here. Jen is looking good. BTS is doing phenomenal. They are selling out. Everything that BTS touch turns to gold, like really, like seriously. But the rest of K-pop is still suffering. BTS's return didn't uplift K-pop like people thought it was going to be. So I don't know what happened. There are so many groups that are out right now, y'all. I watch the new groups, like every week they show clips of the new groups and new videos come out. There's a new groups coming out. I swear to God, like it's accelerated since BTS has came back. It is, hello, Siobhan. It is accelerated. And so it's within the next 6 months to a year, it's going to get worse. And so I don't know where this leaves this wasn't 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know what's happening in the industry. But it's no innovation. It's just everybody is trying to do more and more and more groups. The other groups didn't grow as groups. Yeah. 3 weeks into the concert, Jennifer, yes. I still ain't got my outfit together, Jennifer. This is sad, Jennifer. 3 weeks until BTS concert on the 16th. It still doesn't feel real to me. Y'all, it doesn't feel real. But I don't know with the influx of so many groups, and the industry is still struggling. The industry is still not making as much money now that they did back in 2022. They are not making as much money as they did back in 2021 and 2022. The industry is at stagnation right now. Yeah, and everybody looks the same. Jennifer, it doesn't feel real to you either. It doesn't feel real to me probably until like the 14th that I'll start to panic. But I don't know what I'm gonna wear. We still haven't figured it out. No wedding dresses, no veils. Jennifer said no still. She's still on it. So I'm gonna try to figure out something. But it's just, to me, it's just like, to me, the answer to the industry is not more oversaturation. To me, it's like that, like K-pop is stagnant. We're losing money. You know what we should do? Invest more money in groups. I'm just like, I don't think that's really the answer to the industry. I don't think the answer is more groups. There's so many groups that I have to tell you guys about that y'all are like, who? Every week I'm like, have you heard this group? Y'all like, who are y'all talking about? You be like, who? Well, this group, I tell Jennifer all the time, look, Jennifer, this group, she be like, who is that? Jennifer don't know none of these new groups. Jennifer just be amazed at that how many groups are out there that she's never heard of. She's like, what is this? Who is this? What? Who is this? I'm like, I wish they would come together and do a tour. I wish, and that's how it used to be in the second generation. The groups would come together and do on tour. 21 used to go on tour with Big Bang. Like the groups used to tour together in the same agencies. They don't do that anymore because they figured out that they can make more money by doing individual tours. And then so many tours are failing. I've talked about it before about the Blue Dots. I posted it about another group called, I told Jennifer about the group IDDNTT or whatever the name is, that they have not sold out. They're in some concert hall in South Korea and they haven't even sold out. Like nothing. It's just a bunch of empty seats. Like the seats in the back are somewhat taken up, and then the ones in the front and the middle, no, nobody's coming. I'm like, this group, they barely debuted. And ain't nobody coming. And ain't nobody going to that concert for what for? Yeah, I saw our birthday. Yeah, Racine. I did a video about Racine. Yes, I hear about a big K-pop festival in San Antonio at the end of October. I saw that, but I barely said I want to go. Oh, you said Stray Kids ain't doing good either. Are they not doing good with their new album? I know they're supposed to start back on tour at the end of July, which was amazing to me that they're going back on tour again. That's crazy to me. They got to get out there and make that money, though. They got to make your money, honey. I know I don't have an outfit yet. I have a few ideas, but I have not ordered it yet. Oh, Jesse is supposed to be there? Well, girl, I want to go if Jesse's there. No, I heard about it, but I didn't read about it. I didn't have a chance to read about it. Also, Stray Kids is not doing very good. They thought BTS was going to come back and everything was going to be good. That they were going to elevate K-pop together, but BTS has elevated them. which again, it's not BTS's fault or their burden to bring the whole industry up. And that was the thing that the BTS members in RM talked about being stressed about, because the weight of the industry was on their shoulders. They expected BTS to come out swinging, and then whatever happened, whatever success that they had, other groups and other agencies wanted to ride the coattails to that. Now people see that BTS is not the rule, the anomaly. The way BTS sell stadiums and concerts and stuff like that has not trickled down to other groups. And people are starting to see that. Only certain groups sell out stadiums and stuff. Not everybody can be ATEEZ or Stray Kids or Twice or BTS or Red Velvet or whatever. The groups are starting to understand, they're like, okay, only certain groups are selling. And that's kind of like how it goes. Not every new group can be like CORTIS. Like CORTIS is an anomaly that they are so popular. And like people starting to recognize like, okay, but instead of doing anything about it and cultivating talent, their way of handling it is just to pump more groups out there. And again, my thing about the new trainees and the new groups and stuff like that is that none of them, they ain't that talented. That's the problem. They want influencers, models, brand ambassadors. They don't want singers and dancers and and people who can sing and dance and write. They don't want that no more. They want boys and girls who look good, or that can be personable on camera, that can be funny on camera, that can be influencers, that can have a lot of followers, that are charismatic. That's the name of the game now. If you got a lot of followers on social media, then you gonna get a foot in the door as a K-pop and trainee. They want people that can bring a following with them, or already has a following, or can garner that's personable now. That's the name of the game. Yeah, they're influencers and personalities now. Hello, Shelly. Yeah, especially in this economy, people got to be picky at what they're doing. Yeah, they want influencers and personalities. They don't want singers and real people who have talent. No, you just have to look good. You have to be a pretty face. We can put on a brand. You can be a brand ambassador. We got a good endorsement deal for the group. That's the name of the game now. It's not talent anymore. It's not about them cultivating, giving them vocal lessons and dance lessons. It's not about that anymore. People are spending their vacation money, right? People are spending their money on BTS, but the thing about it is in the industry, though, Shelly, they want people to spend money on everything else. Hello from Turkey. Turkey, hello. But people want people to spend money on other groups, and then people are starting, the industry is starting to realize, and the South Korean government is starting to realize that it's not, this is not going the way that they think it's going. That people aren't spending money on other groups. People are spending money on BTS. They just, you know, that's what they're going. And so it's kind of like the industry is still not doing well as as a whole, which is kind of, but it's not BTS's fault. Like it's not Hybe's fault. People are trying to blame Hybe, but I'm like, it's not their fault. But again, cranking out more groups, I hate this for the K-pop industry. That they're cranking out, and then like I said, the groups that they cranking out as generic groups. They are just very mid. They just okay. I'm like that group, they're all right. That group over here, they're okay too. It's this, they'll come out with one or two good songs that go viral or whatever, that people are doing TikTok dance challenges to. And then after that, by next year come around, we be like, who? We be like, oh yeah, that one song that came out that one time by that one group, that was good. Like they'll come out with good songs, but it's no like a lasting popularity and longevity in the industry like it used to be. That's why people talk about, I tell you, all these concerts and tours are failing. All these groups, Kepler and Idol and aespa, all these girl groups that were really, really popular 2 or 3 years ago, now are failing. Now they're like, what happened to our international fan base? They're starting to find out that a lot of these international fans was there just because BTS was on a hiatus. Well, BTS is not there. Well, we got to find something else to do. Now, since BTS is back, they like, oh, well, we didn't spend our money we saved up on BTS. And so they're not spending on other groups as well. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, people only have so much money to spend, and they're going to spend on the group that they really like. BTS they was gone out the picture for about 2 years. So K-pop had within this time, those 2.5 years to get it together, and they didn't. They just kept cranking out more mediocre talent. Like y'all had 2 years to kind of perfect this thing, and all y'all did was just crank out more mediocre groups. Right? They're not going to sell out stadiums not this early, and they just debuted. But they want them to. They want these groups to hit the ground running. They want them to come out and start selling. You want to ask Namjoon some follow? Does this father still draw? I like that interview. Hype churning out cookie cutter groups. Entanglements, a lot of entanglements. But speaking of new jeans, I have a video coming out about the weirdness around new jeans because they release the video and then pictures, and there's just been some weird, there's these old men commenting, and I just always with new jeans, there's always some kind of weird shit going on with new jeans, and not them personally, but just like the things that go around them. It's just weird to me. It's always these old creepy men like making comments that are industry or industry adjacent. And I just don't understand. I'm like, what are you commenting about? Like, what do you got to say, old creepy guy? I mean, it's like, yeah, use jeans. Yes, like they come out, the old men come out and defend new jeans. And I was like, is Minnie Jin putting these creepers up to it or what? Because I'm like, what? I don't understand these creepy old men feel the need to kind of defend new jeans. And it's creepy guys. I'm just like, I just don't. And these are people who are industry adjacent. But the point is, like what I say in my video, is that if people come out and diss new jeans, then people have a problem with it. But then you can come out and defend new jeans, man. Fuck that. Like that's. I was like, I thought in the industry people aren't supposed to comment on like legal situations or other groups because normally people do not. But now it's okay. But for some reason, new jeans, there's like an exception to the fucking rule. Like, oh, well, I can come out and support new jeans. Why? Y'all quiet on everybody else. I go off on my video. I said there's other groups out there, but they silent. I released a thing about 100. I've done 4 or 5 videos about 100 and about their legal situation. I've talked about Pocket Dolls and the Fantasy Boys and their legal situation and how they was done and treated. I talked about Maiden, how Maiden, everybody else of Maiden is pretty much gone. All the Korean girls have been dropped and left. whatever. There's the whole SA thing with the CEO and all that shit. Nobody defends them, but you motherfuckers want to defend New Jeans. Get out of here, man. Y'all want to act like New Jeans are some kind of martyrs when there are real people in the industry that are being sued, that are losing their livelihoods, that have not gotten paid. The whole 100 thing, I've been talking about this for months now, and nobody's talking about it. Nobody talks about how Taman left, how CBX still ain't got paid, how the boys is going through it. They're being sued now and had their assets frozen. Ain't nobody coming to the boys' defense. Ain't nobody talking about Bad Villain, how they got kicked out of their dorm 2 weeks ago, but y'all want to talk about New Jeans? Fuck out of here, man. Like, go on somewhere with that, man. Like, come on now. Y'all want to talk about New Jeans? New Jeans didn't get kicked out their dorms. New Jeans is still getting paid even while they was going through all of this litigation. They were still getting residuals and getting paid. But it's okay to defend New Jeans. But then when it comes to other groups and other people who are really experiencing being done in by their agency, then everybody's silent. Nobody has anything to say. Nobody's coming to the defense of the boys or Bad Villain or Taman, and Taman still ain't got paid from 100. Nobody's coming to the defense of CBX. CBX and went through lawsuits with SM. Where was the people in the industry speaking up for CBX? Where was they at? Nowhere. In hush mode? Okay. Nobody cares about them groups. But for some reason, New Jeans, Hive did this. What? Okay, so I guess we're not going to talk about the other groups. Okay, we New Jeans is in a pretty good situation considering all the things that have happened in the past 2 years. They are not out here busking on the corner singing for their supper, worried about whether their next paycheck gonna come through or not. So New Jeans is not sitting at home with their parents while they racking up legal bills, wondering how they gonna pay for their legal bills. New Jeans ain't going through that. They had investors, they had people, they had money. They had a multi-million-dollar contract. They had a nice dorm. They weren't struggling. They weren't abused like some of these other groups were. They were physically and mentally done in by agency, like the Fantasy Boys were. Being in a small agency is not fun. It's a lot of struggle. And there are people filing lawsuits all the time that nobody is defending. They just let them go. It's okay. It's okay. But then Hybe is the villain. I was like, okay, so 100 ain't the villain, right? Shelly Hybe don't rip off their artists. They have a good situation with the big four, whether it be Hybe, JYP, SM, YG, even YG. Y'all know how I feel about YG anyway. We won't go there. Problems with YG, but they still have a better situation than being with a small agency where they have no funds and they're struggling and staff is not getting paid. The idols are losing their apartments. They got to go home and live with their mama. They up to the eyeballs in debt because they're not getting paid. They're getting paid with Hybe and the big four. They're getting paid, but nobody champions. What about these other idols that are not? Nobody says anything about them. But then motherfuckers gonna get online and talk about New Jeans? Well, these artists, okay, if you worried about the artists, where was y'all? Y'all not worried about the other out? Okay. Because it's Hybe, y'all got a hard on for Hybe. Y'all mad at Hybe all the time. But I'm like, Hybe is not even close to being the problem in the industry. The smaller agencies are the problem, where they don't have the resources and they work these idols to death, but nobody says anything. Unless it's SM and YG and Hybe, nobody really says anything. It's just kind of like, oh, well, that's fine for them. They suing for their livelihood. Yeah, their asset got frozen, but nobody cares about the boys. Even though the boys been around for 9 years, nobody really cares about them because they not. If boys was with Hybe and they were going through the litigations they were going through right now, it would be front page news all over South Korea if they were with Hybe or SM or YG or JYP. Because they are with 100, a smaller agency, nobody cares. Nobody cares unless it's one of the big four. Nobody cares about these other groups and these other people. So that's the hypocrisy. That's what my next video is about. Because I'm like, so all these creepers who are commenting and supporting New Jeans or whatever and dragging Hybe, you creepy ass old man. I'm like, who try to And then my point in my video is like if you don't like Hybe and you're against Hybe and you work with New Jeans and you pro New Jeans, then just say that. I don't understand why K-pop, why a thing can't be a thing. Just say that. Look, I'm cool with New Jeans. I don't like Hybe. New Jeans, I'm backing them up. I'm friends with Minhee Jin. That's it. But to sit there and be like, well, I'm neutral and I'm just trying to protect the artist, that's my problem. It's not that. You're friends with Minhee Jin. You're cool with them. Just come out and admit it. Don't try to cage this in some kind of moralistic argument of the industry and these young people. They're just young artists and Hybe are bullying them. Bitch, just say you don't like Hybe. The same thing with the Hybe haters. Hybe exploits Cat's Eye and they exploit this group. Just say you don't like Hybe. Just like, you know what? I don't fuck with Hybe. I'm like, all right. Then I can be like, cool, bet. I don't like Hybe. I don't like Hybe artists. Fuck BTS. I would respect that more. But to sit there and be like, well, no, I have nothing against Hybe. It's just, the way they treat the artists. Okay, but what about this other company? They treat artists bad. Well, just be like, I don't like Hybe. Damn. I'm like, is it that hard? I just don't like them. BTS. Well, I don't like their music. Okay, but BTS, they really have a lot of albums and like 10 years worth of, they have over 10, 12 years worth of music. But what part of BTS you don't like? Well, I don't know. They just sound generic. Okay, when can you provide me with a song that you think that they just generic? They write their own music and they collaborate. Well, I just don't like them because they seem fake. Fake in what way? What would you consider fake compared to the other people in the K-pop industry? Well, I just don't like them. Bitch, just say you don't like BTS. Goddamn. Is it that hard? Just be like, I don't like them. Then I can go with that. But to sit there and try to bring some kind of artistic like arguments to it that you don't like their music and them, just be like, I don't like them. Okay. Then we cool. Then I'm like, I have much more respect for people who are like, I just don't like BTS. I've had people say to me, you know what? I just don't like BTS. All right. Not, well, their music. And then like the octaves on this song wasn't good. And I don't think, to make these nonsensical arguments that go round in circles and you be like, well, but you like this group, but what's different between just cut the shit and be like, I don't like it. I get very annoyed with that. If I don't like something, I tell you I don't like it. Like I don't like girl groups. I have lots of reasons not to like girl groups, but I've never been like, well, it's this the singing and the octave. Now I can tell you exactly why I don't like girl groups. I can tell you in detail why I don't like girl groups. And there's nothing personal against the girl groups. It's a lot to do with the South Korean and music industry. But I'm not going to twist myself in knots just because I don't like someone's musical style or I just don't like the group, period. I don't like All Day Project. I can tell you why I don't like All Day Project. I just don't like them. I don't like anything All Day Project stands for. To hell with them. Nothing personally against them. I don't like them. There you go. They can't tell you any reason why they don't like anything. It's just they try to make up reasons that don't make no sense. Yeah, small agencies, they use artists as ATM machines. That's why they have, like me and Jennifer talked about this. BTS is very creative and talented. Valerie said, that's putting it very, very nicely. It is putting it very, very nicely. All Day Project, I don't like them. I mean, there's reasons behind it, but I just don't like their musical style. I don't like the whole vibe. That's it. And I don't have to be like, well, their music is not artistically and their dancing. I don't need intellectual arguments from people to understand why they like something or they don't like something. It's just when people try to make it into some kind of grandiose musical merit argument that they can't even tell you why they don't like something. They're just like, well, they say it's fake or BTS is too mainstream. And then you point out other groups that are mainstream. Or I don't like the BTS sing in English. I'm like 70% of K-pop sings in English now. That was true maybe 6 or 7 years ago, maybe, but that's not true now. The industry has changed. And so they will like other groups singing in English, but then they don't like BTS singing in English. So you understand that this is just personal. That they personally don't like, and that's okay. Tell people that's okay. I don't need some intellectual argument. But to sit there and be hypocritical and like, well, I like this, but I don't like BTS. Well, they pretty much doing almost the same thing, right? Like Stray Kids, I respect Stray Kids. I enjoy their concert, but I'm not into Stray Kids music. I am a hip hop girl, so I prefer music that has a more of an R&B hip hop type of feeling. And Stray Kids is too much. Their hip hop style is noise music, and I don't like noise music. Noise music is a whole genre of kind of music that's what their music falls into a lot. I don't like noise music. Any group that does it, so I don't like it. That's it. It's nothing against Stray Kids. They're all very pretty men. They're all very talented. They write their own music. They do their own thing. They dance. Their stage presence is phenomenal. But noise music is not my thing. Any group that does noise music, I don't like it. I don't. I'm a girl who likes trap beats. I like a lot of bass in my music. I like music with a hip hop, sometimes techno feel, and that's it. Nothing against Stray Kids. Oh yeah, or that Jimin can't sing, but then you keep then there's other groups that have people in the group that really that have no talent. Ah, Jimin can sing. Jimin can sing. I tell you, one of my favorite K-pop songs of all time is "Alone" by Jimin. That is one of my favorite. I listen to "Alone" by Jimin at least once a week because I love the tone, the bridge, the chorus. I love it. Right. People want to be negative. And then I tell people if you don't like something, then don't deal with it. I have to deal with it because I'm a content creator. But I'm the type of person that like if I don't again, I don't like girl groups. I'm not a girl group stan. I don't go to girl group channels and be like, hey, I don't like this girl group. I talk about girl groups very rarely. Only if they make the news or it's something big in the news. Like the whole situation with Racine, I did a video talking about that situation that I thought it wasn't a good look for the K-pop industry because once again, it's a situation where somebody goes viral and they become popular. I don't support that. Whether someone was like, well, you just don't like girl groups. No, I don't like people going viral and becoming popular. And it has nothing to do with music and K-pop. There is enough of influencers and viral videos and viral dance challenges. It's enough of that shit in K-pop for a lifetime for me. Because I'm like, I thought this was supposed to be about the music, not whether you go viral because you're making some allegedly funny videos that I didn't find funny at all. I just, or because you're cute, or because you dance really well in a TikTok dance fucking challenge. And all suddenly your music is popular and you're viral. I don't like that. That's my personal preference. That's my opinion. I don't like that. I want people to go viral because their song went viral, because their music went viral, not because of they did some funny skits and some videos, and then now all of a sudden everybody's behind them because it doesn't last. It's not long lasting. There are so many groups that have come out and did things that are viral, and then a year later, even if it's a song that went viral, a year later, now they're on hiatus and they can't sell anything out, and now they're at the bottom because they went viral over something, and people have mistaken people being internet famous than people actually selling merchandise and selling tickets. Just because you came out with a cute video and yeah, your song went up in the charts, but when it comes to people like really putting money into this group, I'm like, is people gonna really put money into Racine, whatever? Are people really, if they have a concert, are people gonna show up? I doubt it. People like, oh, I'm rooting for them, and I like to see them. But are people gonna really go to a concert, go to a tour of theirs? If it's just them touring, I doubt it. Now they can play at a festival, but all of this viral popularity doesn't translate into ticket sales, and people are starting to see that now. People, all this internet chatter, people talk about Alpha Drive One, and they can't sell no tickets. People talking about Kepler when Kepler come out. Kepler now they talks about them being disbanded. It doesn't sell tickets. Virality doesn't sell tickets. Who is my heart waiting for? Didn't Jimmy have vocal lessons and he stay after and have vocal lessons? I heard that. Who is my heart waiting? I like that song too, but Alone does something for me. Alone just be like, I like Jimin's voice. I don't see any problem with Jimin's voice. Eight and nine. I thought Jimin stayed afterwards, like after everybody was training and he went to go. That's what I heard, but I don't know. That's what I, that was not what I heard. That's what I saw in an interview or a video somewhere. Documentary? I don't know. But I love Jimin's voice. But I just hate that now we are in an age where going viral is the thing. And speaking of BTS, we're going to talk about BTS. Um, oh yeah, they had no vocal training before joining High. Before, I don't know. I don't know about that. Goen James says that's because the K-pop fans are not honest when listening to songs. They think everyone is fantastic, even when they suck. That's true. That's why I talked about that too. That there is no honesty in what they're listening to, and that want people want to believe that they like an artist because it's the music, when really a lot of times, I said before, especially with girl groups, it's a lot of like vibes and feelings and vibes. It's a lot of vibes. It's like, I like this group, I like their personality, I like the way they look, I like their outfits, I like their concept, I like their personalities. It's a lot of that. And not saying it's just for the girl groups, it's for the boy groups too. But I see this a lot more with the girl groups, that it's a lot of looks and vibes and stuff like that. And like I said, I don't understand. I'm still trying to figure out why people like girl groups. I have yet to figure out that mystery. I don't know what people see in girl groups, to be honest with you. I don't know. Every day I ask myself, I watch a girl group and I'm like, unless I was gay, I would like a girl. Maybe I would like a girl group if I was gay, if I was into women like that, but I'm not. So, like, I'm not into girls. So that's just like, I'm not into girls. So that just, like, if you're going to be mediocre, at least give me something to look at. That's my criteria. There are groups out there that are just okay, that are inconsistent, but I understand that, like, okay, their concept and their dancing and their visuals are enough for me to kind of like be interested in a little bit, even if their music is kind of mid. But for girl groups, you really have to be spectacular for me, because there's nothing really for me to look at. Like, I don't find girl groups visually interesting in any kind of way, unless they do something really crazy, like really out the box. I'm not into. I think for okay, I'm let me just go off before I talk about BTS. I think for a lot of women, I think women really. I think I've kind of wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. I think I've figured something out. I think for a lot of women, the reason why they like girl groups, well, not the main reason, but I think for women, a lot of it is the fashion aspects. I think for a lot of women who are straight, who like girl groups, I think it's a adoration to look up to them. And I'm old enough to be like, that doesn't, well, that ain't never been, I've never had that feeling about a female singer or a girl group. Like, I've never looked up to, like, I liked Madonna as a kid, and Madonna was one of my favorites, but I never looked up to Madonna like, this is the person I should emulate or anything like that. And by the time Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera came around, I'm older than them. So that's another thing. Like Whitney Houston, she's talented, but I never looked up to, like, I've never had this hero celebrity worship of celebrities, whether they be singers or actors. And I think for a lot of women, like especially with K-pop, then there's an admiration aspect. And I think that some of it has to do with hair and fashion and beauty. And because I'm not a girly girl, never been a girly girl, none of that has ever appealed to me. Like, I'm having an epiphany right now. Like, none of that ever, I'm not a fashion person. So I think that I don't think that y'all stop arguing. I like Jimin's voice. I love Jimin's voice. It kind of reminds me kind of like a Michael Jackson flavor. But I like the high falsetto voice of it. But I think, yes, I'm having an epiphany. Like, I'm having a moment. I'm having a moment. I think I've had my epiphany. That, yes, I think that the reason why people like girl groups is because they admire them and they like the way they look as a fashion thing. And I was not one to play with Barbie dolls and shit like that. And I think that's the reason why my reaction to girl groups may be a little different, because I'm not a girly girl. And so I don't look at them as like dolls for me to play with, because I didn't play with dolls. I just had an epiphany. had a moment. Hello, hello, Sophia. Hello. K-pop home. K-pop home. What you doing? Wait a minute. What do you mean you talking about he not good at it live? There should be no arguments. Wait a minute. When it comes to K-pop, let's go on to BTS. When it comes to vocals, I am not a vocal person because I lived through decades and decades and decades of artists who lip sync. I have lived through different iterations of artists who don't sing live. There's only a few singers I would say that are really like stellar singers, that barring them being sick or vocal, there's only a few singers that really can sing like consistently, especially when they're going on tour. The obsession with K-pop people have with singing live is just weird to me because I tell y'all the industry is moving away from that. That people think when people are singing live that they're live and they're not. That's been going. I watch whole videos about this. This has been going on for years. That people, it's a pre-recorded like live taping. Like they do that a lot in K-pop, but they've done this a lot in the music industry. I don't understand people obsessed with vocals. I'm not. You could. I lived through the Britney Spears years. We all know. Look, now we all know Britney Spears can't sing. Okay, we all know Britney is not a strong. I love Britney. Now look, I know that Christina Aguilera can sing circles around Britney Spears, but I understand in the music industry that that's not really the thing. I know Rihanna. I've heard Rihanna live, and Rihanna's not a strong singer, but I love her. She's a great performer. She gets out there and she tries. I mean, not everybody can, even Beyonce. Like, Beyonce is a good singer. She's not a great singer. She's not like Mariah Carey level, but, you know, not many people are Whitney Houston or Mariah, Patti LaBelle. No, not many people are at that level, especially for male singers. There's just not a lot of strong male singers. It's just not. It's through the history of the entertainment industry. But there are like not everybody can be Luther Vandross. Not everybody can be. Even Keith Sweat wasn't a strong singer. So I don't obsess over vocals like y'all do. I don't know. I don't have no idea why K-pop like that's a thing because it's never been a thing in pop music. Pop music, if you want strong vocals, you're gonna listen to jazz and gospel. I'm a rock girl. I'm used to people just in the microphone just screaming. It's just, yeah, that's what I'm used to. I'm used to people getting on stage, screaming, dancing around the stage because I'm a punk girl. I'm used to rappers who don't sing. They just rap. So the singing end of it, when I think of singers, I think of like Luther. You know, I think of like real singers. Like, to me, Prince wasn't a strong singer either, but he's a good entertainer and he's musically phenomenally talented. But like the idea is that, you know, she was singing when she young. Yeah, they made her sing it. Oops, I did it again. Oh, Keith Sweat can't sing? Yeah, Keith Sweat. I'm with you. Keith Sweat is not a good singer. Something, but I don't understand arguing about who can sing because to me, I didn't get into BTS because they could sing, which they can. But I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm an 80s girl, so in my mind, there's only one member of 80s that can sing, and that's my bias. All the rest of them is like dubious at best. I mean, they're okay, but they're not strong singers. To me, K-pop is not the industry for singers. It's just not. It's just not. They're not. If you can keep your vocal cords up to a certain level of strength, then I admire that. But I don't care if they can't sing. I just want to hear. Is the music good? Is the music good? I don't understand why there's an argument about Jimin's vocals. There shouldn't be. You know, I love J-Hope. Eddie Jamerson said, I just love J-Hope. Look, I'm a rap line girl. I'm just like, none of them got to sing. You know. JK is a natural singer. I think JK is the best singer in BTS. He has the best voice to me. He has a natural vocal talent. He's a one of a kind. He's a once in a life, but there's not that many people in K-pop that can really sing. There's just not. Not everybody is JK. I can't, there's only a few artists I could say in K-pop that can really sing. That really sing. Especially male, especially the men. There's some women that can sing. I've heard them sing live and when they were younger. And I was like, that person can really sing. But in K-pop, generally speaking, I'm just like, there's not a lot of strong singers. But I think Jimin is a good singer. I think Kim Tae-young is a good singer too. I think he's a good singer. I think Kim Tae-young is a real good nice singer. But that's not a requirement for me. All of BTS cannot sing. Do they got the same songs? I'm the same person talking about just call me JYP. Just, you know, I barely, I don't think I really heard Beyonce live except for a few times. I don't, I think I've only, but again, singing is not my criteria. I'm like, can you perform? If you can dance all over the stage, Lady Gaga is a good singer. It depends on the song. But she's a great performer. I like performance. That's my thing. I don't care if they can sing or not. And then again, I'm not into music like that. I'm into the performance. I'm a performance. Oh, you think V has the best? Well, a lot of people think V. They like his raspy voice. They find it very soothing and sexy. To me, JK, because he has more of a traditional R&B. But then again, once again, I'm not here for the music. I'm not a musical person. I wasn't again. I Some people like we had this conversation. So let's talk about RM's interview because I want to talk about the BTS interviews before I be too long. So RM did this phenomenal interview on this show called what was it called that he was on? What was it like Art Necrosis or something like that? It's a show that was on that's like a podcast that I've never heard of, never seen before. Where this lady, she's British and she interviews different artists, musicians, and stuff like that. I've never seen any of the episodes. RM was on there. It came up in my recommends. I didn't even know he was going to be on there. So he came up, and then one thing about RM talked about, I don't know if it was RM, but he talked about like art, like he didn't really, like he was saying that he didn't really start out having this great appreciation for art. I am an art person. I am a visual person. And then I think, I don't know if it's RM that they brought it up, but or maybe I heard it somewhere else. Some people have a connection to music the way some of us have a connection to art. Music doesn't move me. There's people who love music, and music can evoke these emotions and these feelings and these things in their mind, their body, their soul. I envy people that can feel. Music doesn't do that for me. Music to me is like it got a good beat. I'm good. I'm cool. I'm a basic bitch when it comes to music. To me, art evokes that feeling. I can see an art piece and be like, I understand this. This touches me. It could be like a blood splat on the wall, and I'm like, I understand that the blood represents humanity. Like people be like, really? Like it, I feel that. And so to me, music, it doesn't hit my spirit like that. Music is just music to me. It's just kind of like it's there in the background when I go work out. It's nice for me listening when I'm in the mood. But I don't listen to music every day. I listen to music only probably when I go to the gym. I don't even listen. I tell you, I don't even listen to music in the car. Music doesn't hit my spirit like a lot of people are really, really into music. And that's cool. But art does it for me. So when RM was talking about, she was asking him questions about art. And there's a syndrome where people see a lot of artwork. Like it happens when people go to Italy and they see like a building or a place covered in art that it gives them like a feeling of vertigo. I'm like, that's the thing. I was like, I have that. I have that feeling when there's a lot of art all over the wall. Like my eyes take a while. Like I kind of feel like sick, like kind of like a vertigo. Like I feel a little bit dizzy. And RM has that as well. But RM was talking about how he wasn't really into art. Like art didn't really affect him like that until, he really started to get into art. And which is amazing to me because I'm a visual person and I love visual art. Like I love art. I love whether it be movies, whether it be TV shows. I'm a movie person. I like visual art. Is music does nothing for me. But I like visual art. So it was glad to hear Ariane talk about like his art experiences and the books that he read. I'm like the paper. I like imagination and a good book and good storytelling. That's what I like. I don't understand the music thing. I will never live all my life and never understood the music thing. You're like, oh, I'm so touched by music. I'm like, I'm not. Like that's a bop. That's all right, son. I'm good. That's all right. But then I'm like, just move on. Oh, he said V introduced him to art. Yes. Okay. Yeah. V introduced him to art. Oh, he did say that, didn't he? Yeah, Beyonce, she's okay. I'm just not a fan. I respect Beyonce in the industry. She's phenomenal, but that's just her music. I just not. I was just, there's a few like when she did the Lemonade album, I was with her. I was like, "Girl, I'm with you, girl." Before that, I was like, but the Lemonade album, I was with Beyonce. We was here for about one album, and then after that, I was like, "Okay, this is not." When she was talking about bow down, bitches, H Town, bitches, I was like, "Yeah, bitches." I was like, "Go, Beyonce, you tell them." Like I was all for that. When she was, I've been drinking. I was like, Beyonce, I too have been drinking. I too am drunk in love. I tell you, when Beyonce talking about she was drunk in love, I never liked Beyonce. When she was dancing on the beach with Jay Z, I was like, okay, babe, I feel that was my kind of Beyonce kind of music. All the other stuff she was talking about, I was like, when she was talking about grab the partition, please. When Beyonce talking about partition, I was like, Beyonce, I too like a good partition. I was like, Beyonce. When she was talking about 7-Eleven, that's one of my favorite songs. 7-Eleven, 7-Eleven. You need to smack it up in the air. Smack it, smack it. I was like, Beyonce, I like to smack it, smack it, smack it, smack it too, girl. I'll smack it, smack it. She was dancing around in her underwear. And I was like, girl, yeah, I want to dance in my underwear too, girl. Yeah. I was so with Beyonce for about a couple of songs. And then after that, I was like, well, I'm over it. Sing, smack it in the air. That was my song. I used to play that song all the time. Like, I was 7-Eleven, tell it twice. I was like, girl, Beyonce. I was so with you for about, I was with you, I was with Beyonce about 4 songs. I was with her for 4 songs. Then after that, I was like, yeah, I can't. I just reminisce. Beyonce, it could have been me and you, Beyonce. Like, I could have actually been a fan for a minute. You said music raises so much emotion? Really? It raises no emotion to me. You can't listen to Spring Day. I like Spring Day. I like the beat. Like I like. Oh, you like when she did Etta James? That was it. Look, Etta Jameson living up to her name. She's like no surprise here. I like when she was at Etta James. That's it. I just the I can't. I just I just music invokes no emotions in me. Not unless there's only a few songs that invokes emotions in me. Most of the time it's memories. Like I was out somewhere and I was with my late husband and we heard this song. So to me, the only emotion I feel for music is like if there's a memory attached to the song. Like, oh, I remember this song when I graduated. Oh, I remember this song, and I used to play this song when my son was a baby. So that's the kind of it's always a memory. But if there's no memories attached to it, and there's not I can't think of any song that evokes any kind of emotion in me that is not tied to some type of memory. I can't. I can't. No, I can't. I'm trying to think. Is there any? No. Mm-mm. As much as I like BTS and all their songs, I don't listen to music a lot. It's not my thing. Like I said, music has never, ever been. My kids listen to a lot more music than I ever will. They have. I don't own Spotify. I don't own Pandora. I don't own iTunes. I Before I got into K-pop, I literally went years. I probably went a whole year during the pandemic where I didn't listen to any music. Like I could go my rest of my life and not listen to any music. I could go the rest of my life and not listen to BTS unless I was curious. If they come out with another album, I would be curious to listen to it and see what. But other than that, like unless I get it recommended on YouTube, I'm really enjoying V8. If you guys have not heard V8, which is the 8 and Vernon from 17, I listened to their album the other day and it's really good. It's my kind of music. It's like this EDM kind of R&B. Yes, I like. So if you guys have not listened to V8, I recommend V8. But it's the up tempo club. Like that's the kind of. I don't like slow music. I don't like love songs. I don't like none of that shit. Like that does nothing for me. Like people can be listening to love songs and they get all emotional, and I'm just like, okay. I'm like, well, all right. But for me, that doesn't, you know, evoke any. Nah, I just no, no, no. I'm just thinking, no, mm-mm. But if I see a movie like with like kids in it and they're getting abused or something, I'll be like in a pool. Like I'll avoid it because it's traumatic for me. Like I'll be crying in a corner somewhere. If I watch a movie or a TV show and there's an animal being mistreated or yelled at, I turn off the TV because it will evoke an emotion that is heartbreaking for me. Like I see the visual, I hear it, and I just can't deal with it. So that's I don't watch movies like that. I don't like horror movies because if I watch horror movies, I will internalize it and visualize it in my head for all night, for weeks and months. I told y'all when I saw The Sixth Sense in the movie theater, I slept in my living room for about a month. Like I could not sleep in my bedroom. I lived by myself. I saw The Sixth Sense. I was traumatized. Like I couldn't. I saw The Ring around that time. I saw The Ring in the movie theaters. I put a sheet over my TV when my TV wasn't on because I afraid something was gonna crawl out the fucking TV. And I slept in my living room with my dog, huddled up with my dog in the living room with the lights turned on for probably about a month. No lie. That I can't watch horror movies. Horror movies affect me on such a visceral level. I can't do horror movies. Like I have an active imagination. I will dream about the shit. I will have horrible, horrific nightmares. I can't do certain types of horror. Like I can do like people killing people, like that doesn't bother me. But like ghosts and haunts and shit, nah, I can't do the shit like that. I can't. I watched Amityville Horror. I was like, all right, I couldn't sleep for a couple of months. That's the visual in me because I visualize things and I internalize it. Like my brain won't switch off it. It'll just keep reliving the movie over and over. I can't see things horrific thing happen to people or animals or children because my brain would just replay it on repeat. And so I learned not to watch that kind of shit because it's like traumatic. So no, I don't. I'm like I ain't watching that, but I can like hear a song or a sad song, and I'm like, who gives a shit? You know. You love classic horror movies? What's a classic horror movie, Lisa? I can't watch that Amityville Horror. I can't watch Rosemary's Baby. Y'all got me fucked up. I wouldn't sleep for a week. Your daughter's scared of crowns. I'm not scared of clowns. I'm not scared of clowns. Not at all. But I know people who have been. Not like Poltergeist. I was scared of clowns for a little bit because there's a scene in Poltergeist with a clown. But I can't watch horror movies. Like I had a friend back in the day. This dude, he couldn't watch them either. He would have nightmares for weeks. I have a hard enough time sleeping as it is. So that don't help. I can't watch really sad, overly sad shit. Like it would have, it affects me on a real bad level. But music don't bother me at all. Like I can listen to the saddest song and be like, man, who cares? Friday 13th movie, I can't do stuff like that. I can do Dracula, Frankenstein, werewolves. I can do all that. I like all of that. I watched the birds when I was a little kid and was terrified. I was scared of birds for a minute. Friday 13th, the Freddy Krueger movies, I can't do those either. They will when I was younger, they would scare me really bad. Now I could probably watch it. Halloween, I if I had enough alcohol in me, I probably could. But yeah, I just the people who have this visceral feeling towards music, those people, I'm just like I just don't get it. I just I just don't get it. I don't understand it. Music is just kind of like a background, like the background noise of my life. Like I'm just kind of like when I was younger, I was much more into music. When I was younger, I was much more into it. Like before the age of 18, I was much more into it. But once I got to be like 18, 19, 20, 21, it became like just kind of like the background of my life. It was just in moments like, oh, I went with this person and we went here and this song was playing. So it's kind of like the soundtrack of my life. But the people who have this connection to music, I'm like, if I'm gonna have a music connection, it's probably gonna be something classical. I find classical music much more enriching and soothing than modern music. I think is not. It's not, especially modern music. Put some classical music on, I may feel a little something. You know, you put on a Nutcracker, I fuck with the Nutcracker real hard. Jennifer, know I F with the Nutcracker, y'all. Nutcracker is one of my most favoriteest things of all time. So I love the Nutcracker. I really like classical music, but that's the only music that kind of evokes some type of like I really like Mozart. I grew up listening to, but I was in concert orchestra and stuff when I was younger, and so I grew up really interested in classical music and the tones and the richness of it that modern music don't really have that. You can't watch horror. I can't watch horror movies. I can't. I can't do horror movies. I can't, like I said, and I can't do sad movies. I can't do movies where animals or kids get abused. I can't do that. Like I've tried and I given up. It's too much for me. I want to reach to the screen and just like you've been wanting to see the Dallas Orchestra. Look, Jennifer chiming in. I want to see the Dallas Orchestra. I love classical music more than I like modern music. Like if you can give me some modern music, I need to see somebody on stage shaking some ass or something. That's what I need. I was like, I need some booty cheeks shaking, booty, booty. Such a basic bitch when it comes. I tell you, I'm so basic when it comes to music. I'm just like, does it have a good beat? You don't have to sing. The lyrics don't have to be good. As long as the beat is good. Do they sing in a good cadence? Like I'm a cadence person. So I like good timing in a song. And again, I have to look, V8, y'all. When y'all get off this live stream, please go listen to V8. Listen to Girls and Boys. If you have not heard Girls and Boys, that song speaks to me. It is like a Pharrell type of song that I love. It's like a Pharrell type of song. I love boys and boys and girls. Yeah, what? Y'all know I look. I'm miserable. And I can't lie. Good night, Valerie Stump. Good night. But yeah, I can't horror movies just because, like yeah, they give me nightmares. Supernatural. She said, "Here we go." They do. They give me nightmares, so I can't watch it. But but like I said, vampires and werewolves and stuff that shit don't bother me. Slasher movies don't really bother me. Movies about serial killers like Jeffrey Dahmer and stuff. I don't. That's like real life. So I'm not really scared about that. Like I don't hear about that. But music, I find music infinitely boring. Sometimes I just find it boring. But I need something to work out to. So when I work, well, not always, because I don't always work out the music either. Sometimes I don't work out the music. Just I have to be in the mood to listen to some kind of music. Just yeah, just music. Just I'm just like, all right. I gotta be, and then when I do listen to music, it has to be something thumping. I don't like slow music. I don't understand the people who like love songs and slow music. I can't. I can't do pretty much all the BTS slow songs, like the real slow ones. I'm just like, okay. You gotta have music. And you're a music lover. See, I'm not a music. If I like I said, I don't like slow music in particular. I don't like love songs. I don't like romance songs. Y'all can have all that. I like sex songs. Jennifer, like, oh God. I'm like, I like sex songs. That's the kind of songs I like. I'm like, what's this song about? Like, it's about sex. Ooh, listen. But I can't do these sweeping, like, these classic love songs from the 80s or the 90s or BTS slow, like the slow songs. Like I don't like Butterfly. What is it? Butterfly. I don't. Y'all can keep all them slow BTS songs. I'm like, they're nice. They sound good musically, but it's just I feel like I'm going to sleep when I'm listening to something slow. I'm just like I'll listen to it if I want to go to sleep, but not normal. Do I listen to EDM? Yes, lots of it. How do I like Tank? Right. I like up tempo shit. Like I like, like I can't do the like I said. I think a lot of reason why I don't like Beyonce is because a lot of her music is R&B, and R&B music is a lot of R&B kind of slow, kind of, that kind of stuff. And I don't like slow music. Everybody know I don't like no love songs. I don't like that shit. I'm not very romantic, Marina. I'm not. Or my idea of romance may be a little different than other people's idea of romance. But no, I'm not. Which is weird because I write a fan fiction that's very romantic. I tell you all the time, the fan fiction I write is very romantic. But I'm not me in my personal life. I guess I would not be considered I'm not a very touchy-feely person. Like I'm not a hugger or a kisser. I just I'm like, you stay. I'm an introverted person. I'm not a people person. So I like pets. Like I love my cats. I love my kids. I love Jennifer. But Jennifer knows I'm not a very touchy-feely person. Like I'm not like a hugger and a kisser. I don't like to kiss. Like if I'm in a relationship, I just like you can kiss me here. I don't like to kiss on the lips. Ugh. Jennifer said, she said, you are not. Jennifer knows I'm not a very touchy feely, emotive, emotionally out there kind of person. Jennifer says you are not. I'm not. I'm not. I've never been like that. I've never had any kind of slang. I'm not like want to hug up with you and hold hands with you. I find all of that very tedious. I'm just like, you stay over there, I stay over here. We cool, bet. You stay over there, I stay over here. Cool. All right. I'm not a hugger. I'm not emotion. I'm not physically affectionate. Like I'm not like, oh, I wanna hug you. I feel awkward. I'm like, okay, this is weird. Like, go away. I do show love in other ways. I am. I show a lot of love. I'm very loyal. Like if people need me, I'm there. Marie says she's French. You French people are always like kissing on the cheek and holding hands and I truly am a kind person. If people need me, I'm there. I'm very selfless. Like I'm always trying to help people. I'm always like, I always say yes. People are like, I need you to come and do this. I'm like, okay. And I don't complain about it. I always try to help people out. Like I'm not, I'm always a helpful person. Like if people need something from me, I'm like, what do you need? Okay, I'm here. Whether it be money, whether it be time, whether I need you to go do this, sure. Like I'm game. I'm never like, no, I'm not gonna do that, or I don't feel like doing that. Even if I don't feel like doing it, I will do it. Even if I get no recognition or reward for it, I will do it. I'm very selfless. I'm very like, I will give you the clothes off my back if I know that that's going to help you. I will do everything in my power. I've helped so many people. People have crashed on my couch. People have lived with me. I've taken care of people's children with no reward, no money, nothing. I'm just like, okay, yeah, okay. I don't know how many kids I babysit throughout the years. Even when I didn't have children, people would dump their kids off in my house and I would take care of them just because I felt bad for the children. So therefore I am that way. You believe RM loves to kiss? Okay, well, RM can't be my man. I'm gonna stick with Yoongi then. Yoongi seem like type, but he don't. So, but anyway, back to what I was saying about RM. RM's interview was inspirational. It was exceptional. It was awesome. It was very telling. RM talked about he loves. They asked him what kind of women did he like. He said he likes a person that has duality, that seems very one way and then they're somewhere else. And he said he could fall in love with a person that has duality, somebody that presents one way and then maybe they're very silly, like somebody who presents as being very serious, but then once you get to know them, they're very, very silly. And so he was saying that if he met that type of person, he would fall in love with that type of person. That's the kind of duality that he likes in a relationship. RM said that he doesn't like to be alone. I could understand in my heart of hearts, reading between the lines, how hard it would be to be with RM, he seems like the type of person you get in a relationship with, you'd be very clingy. And that kind of matches some of the things that I have heard and talked about RM, that people have said that RM had some jealous tendencies and that RM is very clingy. And to other people who are very busy, it may be off putting because RM says he doesn't like to be alone, that he always beats himself up like, why can't I just do things by myself? Why? So you get to see like into the psyche of RM. RM sounded so tentative and very careful with his words, but you could see like, and he looked really good, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, he looked so good in that interview. I was like, child, y'all, RM looked really good. Okay, anyway, but I could see how his tendencies may stop him from being successful in relationships, especially if he's talking about he don't like to be by himself. Child, because if you get somebody that's in the industry that he's in and he don't want to be by himself and he's constantly calling you, wanting you to come over and constantly like need assurance all the time. I've dated a man like that, and that's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to deal with somebody who is very insecure in a relationship, somebody who's very emotionally clingy, who needs attention all the time, who don't like to be by themselves. That is the worst. I've dealt with guys like that, and it's just kind of feels for certain people very suffocating. Like, well, I'm busy doing my own thing. You should be busy doing your own thing. Like, do we have to be together all the time? Like, RM seems like the type of dude that want to be underneath you all the time. That want to be like, what are you doing? Where you been? Can I come over? Can I come see? And you're just kind of like, I, I gotta run errands. I can come. RM's the type of dude that would probably come to the store with you and be like, I can come to the store with you and help you shop, which seems endearing and cute in the beginning. But then after a while, I don't know. I think I would be like, oh, you can hire RN on the weekends. RM would definitely be a man that I would deal with on the weekends. See, I like I said, I like Sugar because Sugar seems to me more like Sugar wants to go jog and Sugar wants to go play guitar and he want to do his own thing. And I like a man that wants to go do their own shit. Like, oh, go do your own thing. It's fine. Yeah, I'll be here. I'm busy. And I think RM is the kind of dude that just like after I listened to the interview, I was like, yeah, that pretty much confirms what I thought. It backed up what I thought. I was like, he's like the type of dude that would call you all the time and be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And you're like, but he is sexy though, so I'm willing to put up with it. I'm willing to put up with it. Hi, Ice Queen. I'm willing to put up with it, Katina, though. I'm willing to put up with it. I will let RM suffocate me to death. He can put the pillow over my face. He just, yeah, we work some girl, just go ahead and put that pillow over my face. Like he can suffocate me to death. I'll be like, that's fine. I'm willing to, I'm willing to go with it. I'm pretty shallow. So I don't have no level of depth. I tell you all the time, I'm a pretty shallow person. So I was like, I'll just work it out. I'll just grit my teeth and bear it. I just be like, yeah, Katina said we can work. I feel the same way. I was like, but on the other hand, he do look good, so I can work something out. I can grin and bear it with RM. I was like, it's fine. It's fine. Are you talking about RM's love calendar is gonna be full? I think I think RM probably has a lot of women that probably find him attractive and appealing in some ways, but I think RM just seems kind of quirky. And he I always told y'all before that in my mind, I don't think RM fits in with what I know in the things about Korean women. I think RM is a little too out of the box a little bit. I think for Korean, I think RM out of everybody in BTS, and I don't say this out of everybody, he would be more fit with somebody that's a Westerner. I think that the way RM thinks and the way his mind goes is kind of like out of the norm for like most Korean women. And so from what I hear, he's dated nothing but Korean women from what I know. But I just don't think, like, I just don't see his mindset kind of fitting in. He would have to find a Korean woman like him that is kind of like out of the box and not the typical traditional Korean girl. I don't think a traditional Korean woman will be able to deal with RM. He seems very quirky. And he seems like some of the stuff he say, I'm just like, that's kind of like not how Korean men are suffocating. So I don't know. He might got that. Korean men can be suffocating, but just some of the stuff that he said in the interview about his thoughts and his thought process, it's a little too angsty, I would think, for most Korean women. And I hate to say that, but it's the truth. Like, I think RM wants somebody he really wants to talk to. Like, he really wants a partner that he can sit and talk to. Like, he really can, like, have a laugh and have a joke and share things with, that he can really just be open with them and be like, look, I'm not feeling good today. I think my mental health is not good. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what a traditional Korean woman was going to want to sit around and hear all that. Like, I don't think, from what I know about Korean women, they could be like, I don't really want to hear all this. But he needs somebody that's just going to be very accepting of him wanting to talk and express his feelings. And most Korean men are not that expressive. And RM, to me, if he's this expressive in Weverses in on interviews, I can just imagine him in his personal life that he is probably either yearning to be much more expressive or this way with his family and friends. And I can see how some women would think, like Korean women especially, would think that this is tedious. They'd be like, okay, what are you upset about now? And I can see kind of like that attitude, like, what you angsty about what now? Honey, is it okay? He needs somebody he could talk to, like on a real deep level, and somebody that he could really share like his intimate feelings about, and is like, I'm feeling angsty, I'm not feeling good about myself. And I can see how Korean women, and any women, but Korean women would find that tiresome, that they wouldn't like that. Talking about, here I am. Yeah. So I think he would be better with a Western woman who is open to him having these feelings and don't feel ashamed or feel like he should suck it up or feel like he's not real. A real Korean man wouldn't share this type of things with his girlfriend or his woman. There's a lot of that in Korea where men, you just supposed to suck it up and not complain, especially don't tell your wives and your girlfriends about it, because they're gonna think less of you. And I think if he shared these type of things, to be all honest with y'all, if he had a partner that was Korean and he shared these type of things with, I don't know how she would take these kind of things if she was much more traditional. I don't know how she would see RM. Like, she would probably think that, to be honest with you, he was weak. Like, you complain about this, and like he's complaining all the time. I don't think he's complaining. I think he just wants to share. I think RM just likes to share who his feelings are. And I think he has lots of them. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I think he needs somebody as a partner to really listen to him. And it's sad when you have all these feelings, and he probably feels like, if I do date somebody, I got to kind of hold that part of my personality and not really come out and be angsty and anxious and all these things. And I'll probably end up running them away. So I got to kind of like hold back like how I really feel. And that's a hard thing to date and feel like, well, I can't really be my real self because they're going to think that I'm weak or something is going on or I'm not a real man. Like, that's hard. I don't know. I don't think that Namjoon, that's the other thing. I don't think he would be open. I don't know if he would or not be open to dating someone outside of Korea though. I don't know if any member, I agree, Goldwyn James, I don't think any member would be comfortable with that. Maybe I don't see RM. I think RM is very comfortable being with Korean women. All the women I know he's ever dated and talked to have been Korean. So I don't know. Maybe it's proximity. Maybe it's. I, sometimes it's just proximity. It's language, it's culture, it's proximity. Always when it comes to dating. But his interview was just very insightful into his personality, into like, I could see how that would be a problem for the Korean women to deal with RM and his angst. He's very angsty. And I find it endearing and real and cute. I think that his level of second guessing his personality, and RM's not perfect. And so I could see how his little quirks could be in a negative way, how it could go either way. I could see that. I could see how that would get on some females' nerves and be like, how did he get on my nerves? Like, he's clingy and then he's angsty all the time and he's complaining a lot. And you probably like, and RM was saying that he's the type of person that, like, why can't he just enjoy things? Why can't he just sit back and relax? That he wants to be that person so bad who just sits back and takes it easy and relax and just enjoy things. And he says he has a hard time being that person. He always like, RM seems like he overthinks a lot. Like, he says he's very like into his head and he thinks about a lot of things. And that's kind of hard to be, and then he probably beats himself up over being that way. So it's like this vicious, and I understand it because I'm like, that's a lot of my personality too. I tell you, me and RM, we're here. We're kind of like this. I have a lot of anxiety and quirks, and I'm not that clingy though. But I can see, like, I see that. I'm like, that's kind of like how I think. Like, I'm like, why do I do this? Why can't I just let things be? You know, so it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. I don't maybe cultural expectation date within the culture. Yes, it is. There, DJ, you're right. There is a cultural expectation for them to date Korean women. I could see a BTS member sleeping with a non-Korean, but I could never see any member of BTS being serious enough with a non-Korean woman. Most K-pop idols, first, second, third, fourth, fifth generation, whatever, the ones that have gotten married, there are not many K-pop idols that are with non-Korean women. I only know of two. I know there's a rapper and there's a member of 2PM that are with non-Korean women. And there's an actor I know that's what I forgot that his name. He's with a non-Korean, but every other actor, actress, they're either with somebody Chinese or someone Japanese, or most of the time it's Korean. It's always somebody Asian. Most of the time, men in Korea and women in Korea, in the entertainment industry, not the general population, don't marry or have long-term relationships with people who are not Korean. I mean, they're either Japanese or Chinese if they're not non-Korean. So that's just a reality of the situation. It's proximity, it's culture, it's language, it's timing, it's all that. Most of the time they're going to hang around Koreans, so that's who they're going to meet. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. Um, in the entertainment industry, they're hanging around Koreans. Their friend circle is Korean. So they're hanging around Korean women and Korean men. So that's kind of how it goes. But I can't see any of it because of language. I tell people language is the biggest thing ever. It's hard to date somebody when you don't speak the same language. RM has a lot easier because he does speak English. But for everybody else, I can see them sleeping with somebody who's not Korean. I see that all day. You can sleep with them, but to have a relationship or a dating, not even a related, but dating, the language has to be there. It has to be some level of language skills. And then language, translating it into, when it comes to flirting with somebody, there's nuance to flirting and to all that type of stuff. Language is a lot, it's a lot of it. Like I've talked to dudes who don't speak any English, and it's hard to gauge their interest. It's hard to gauge, is this person flirting with me or not? Because every culture and language has their own way men and women are flirting. And so it's kind of hard to tell, especially with Korean men. Korean men tend to be a bit more reserved. Again, the ones in the entertainment industry are a bit different. Some of them can be a bit more bold, but I think language is the hardest thing to get over. That's why I can't see any of the members of BTS being with somebody in a different culture, because the language, it would have to be somebody in a different culture who spoke Korean. Like maybe a Korean American or something if they spoke Korean, but the language is things hot. Yeah, and a lot of them, yeah, they never leave Asia. They don't. Oh, they have relationships. They BTS, they have time for relationships. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. Like we saw the member of ATs that was in a relationship for like 10 years, and that the fans kind of knew about it. But he been with this girl for like eight to 10 years. It's happened. We see it all the time. There's idols who get married, and then it turns out that the person that they're marrying is not in the industry, and they've been dating the person like for 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 years, and nobody knew it. The fans didn't know about it. And then all of a sudden they up and get married or announce that they're engaged. And you're like, wait a minute, this person's dating? And it turns out they've been dating for years and years and years. And that it never got out. Like they keep it very, very quiet and very, 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 very secret. You know, that they keep it very, very secret. And yeah, it is comfortability. Like a lot of the things, the dating things that go on in America are different than Korea. I've talked about this over and over again, that dating a Korean and Korean from Korea is not the same as dating an American man. It's just the way Koreans do dating is just different. I think it's better. I think the way we do dating here is awful. I think it's horrible. I think it's hideous. I think it goes nowhere fast. I think I've always said that dating here in America, once I learned what they doing in Korea and how they date in Korea, I was like, I don't to the point where I don't want an American man. I'm just like, if I'm not gonna date her, if I don't have a man that acts like a Korean dude, I'm not interested. I'm not interested because dating in Korea is so much better for me. Like, and it's personal. Like, some people find it suffocating, some people don't like it. I've heard people. I watch videos about foreign women in Korea, and they're talking about their dating experiences, and they didn't like it or whatever, whatever, bitch, whatever. Because I'm like, whatever. Not that's not my experience. I don't like dating men here in America. They can go pound rocks. I just, it's tedious. It's unnecessary. And it's tedious. Korea is straight to the point. If they just want to sleep with you, they'll tell you they just want to sleep with you. If they want to be with you, you can tell that they want to be with you, that they want to get to know you and everything. It's just, it's no like, I gotta sit here and do this dance, and I gotta, I gotta be like, I'm gonna go out on it. No, Korean man is not gonna take you on 20 dates just to try to sleep with you. He's gonna take you on one date, and he's gonna try to sleep with you. It's just it. You're not gonna, he's not gonna waste your time. He's not gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna go on dates with you and meet your family and be at the barbecue. Oh, and by the way, we still just friends, and you just jump off. Korean man's not gonna spend his time with you. He ain't got time for all that. He was like, he's not gonna take you around his family and his friends, and he's not gonna meet your family and friends. He's not gonna take you on 20 dates, and then you realize that he just wanted to sleep with you, and then he ghosts you. That it happens, but it don't happen that often. If they're gonna ghost you, they're gonna ghost you pretty early. If he wants to sleep with you, he's gonna let it know like the first date. It's gonna be like, we're gonna sleep together. That's what I'm looking for. And then you realize, and then if you don't, he won't call you again. He's not gonna string you along for months, and you think that you guys are one thing, and then it's something else. Like, he's not gonna wait that long to sleep with you. He's just gonna be like, I'm gonna sleep with you, and you're not gonna deal with it. Okay, I'm just gonna stop talking to you. You know. I know. I don't. Yeah, I just feel like BTS, they probably most eventually will marry or get with Korean um women. That's just a done deal. Like, especially them being in a high position that they are in, I'm sure their families are expecting them to marry well. Like, I'm sure their families is either expecting them to marry somebody that they've known for a long time, that the family knows and they trust, or the family is expecting them to marry well. So it's going to be somebody that has a career, either not necessarily in the industry, could be outside the industry, but they're going to expect them to marry somebody that's not out here trying to take their money. First of all, that's always the fear. But they expect them to probably marry well, and somebody Korean, especially them being as high profile as they are, because they're gonna want to have babies. I think most of them, and everything like that. And Korea itself is gonna expect them to marry Koreans. I think there's the expectation of society, their families, their friends. Yeah, like, being around somebody is not just, especially in Korea, it's not just about, like in America, it's just me and this person. It's, I'm dating this person. And then eventually they're gonna have to know my family and friends, and possibly group mates. And so it's like a whole community of people that the person has to be acceptable. I don't think a foreigner would be acceptable probably to most of BTS family, not unless that person was really rich. Now, if she was like a millionaire heiress or some shit, I could see BTS members' families kind of being like, well, she's not Korean, but we'll allow it. If she was really, really rich, or came from a political family, or came from a really rich family, I could see them allowing it. But just some model or some actress, I know, or some regular person, no. And then being a foreigner, if they marry a foreigner, it'd have to be somebody really rich. It had to be like a society debutante. It had to be somebody that belongs to a political family in America or Europe or something like that. It had to be somebody pretty big. It had to be somebody that's part of like the billionaire class, like, for their families to really like understand what that is. Them marrying just somebody who was a businesswoman or something like that, that just happened to be non-Korean. No, I don't think their families would go for that. All of their families be like, "What are you doing? Like, why? This is not. We're not entering this person in the gene pool." Yeah, they are. They're very, yes, they're very proud to be Korean. And BTS are very Korean. Like, I didn't realize how Korean BTS were until this album. When they did the documentary, which y'all know how I feel about that documentary, it was not good. But when they did that documentary and to see some of the things behind the scenes, even though I didn't like the documentary, let me emphasize again, I did not like that Netflix documentary. Anyway, they could have did so much more with it. Anyway, but to see them, to see the interviews and things since they got in the military, it didn't really dawn on me how Korean BTS are. I'm like, they're very Korean. Like they're really Korean guys, like all the way. Like I didn't really. I always saw BTS as being very like cosmopolitan. I that documentary put the nail in the coffin for me when I realized they are really Korean. Like I started seeing their Weverses and I started noticing, I'm like, their mannerisms, and I was like, this is a very Korean thing. They are not very westernized. I think that the closest person who I see is more westernized than anybody, which shocked me. I tell you all the time is J-Hope. J-Hope and the way he interacts with people is much more westernized. J-Hope will hug people. J-Hope will physical because most Koreans are not like touchy feely with people that they don't know. They will shake their hand, they may bow. J-Hope is much more, physically like warm and charismatic. And you can tell that J-Hope, I don't know what J-Hope's been doing, but you can tell that like some of that in the West has kind of rubbed off on him. So I think J-Hope has shocked me as being probably the more westernized person of the group, which I never thought. If you would have told me this a year ago, I would have never thought I would have said that about J-Hope. J-Hope, I was like, no, not J-Hope. Now I see J-Hope is a bit more cosmopolitan than the rest of them. J-Hope is a little bit more like, I know a Westerner. He's like the Westerner whisperer I've seen. Like I think that J-Hope, I don't know, maybe because he's hung around a lot of Westerners. I don't know what it is. But J-Hope, he gives off more of a different vibe than all the other ones that I never noticed. J-Hope, yes, he seems very much comfortable. I knew they were Korean, Jennifer. But I just, to me, the expectation of BTS is that because they've traveled and toured and they've been a lot in the West, they've recorded their music in the West. A lot of people think that have thought that BTS were a little bit more westernized and their habits, and then all that went away with it over the past year. That was my thinking, and that's been a lot of people's thinking as well. But after seeing them do Weverses over the past year and really seeing them talk and act, I was like, they are really Korean. I like, nah, they ain't. Except for J-Hope. But J-Hope, I just be like, I peep J. I'm like, J-Hope, I see you. Like J-Hope will say something or do a mannerism or say something or react to something that is much more how a Western guy would react than the rest of them. The J-Hope's reactions, sometimes he'll say things and I'm like, that's not a very Korean thing to say, J-Hope. It's much more how somebody in the West would answer a certain question. So J-Hope, yeah, I think J-Hope is a bit more out there. And nothing bad, but I just feel like he's a bit more like hip. I think J-Hope's a little bit more like into the whole fashion thing in the Western world. I think J-Hope probably pays a lot attention to what the West is doing than maybe the other ones. And the same thing with JK. I think JK is much more tuned into the West as well. I feel like JK is real hip. Like he goes online and probably looks at stuff all the time, like Western stuff. And well, what's cool in America? Let me see what's cool in America. I think JK kind of has that flavor too of like, I know what goes on. Like I didn't see some stuff on I didn't see some things on the internet. I know what's up. Because JK always seems like he's like hip. Like he's always hip to the game, it seems. So J-Hope just seems so hip. Like him and J-Hope seem very hip. Like, yeah, J-Hope has been around more people. Yeah, I think J-Hope has. I think Hope he's your bias record. You've seen BTS hugging more. I've noticed as well. I have seen them all collectively hug more people throughout the years because they've been in the West a lot, having to deal with like backstage award shows and stuff like that. So they've learned to be a little bit like less, you know, like I don't want to hug you, which I don't blame them. I'm not a hugger either. I don't want to hug those strange ass people. So I ain't mad at BTS for that. But I've just noticed that. But yes, RM's interview, if you guys have not seen it, it is an hour long interview. And it's like RM is sitting on a therapist couch and he is really like speaking his truth again, like RM. And you could tell he was hesitating and holding things back. And I was like, good job, RM. Don't let it all out there, boo boo. Because every time he lets it all out, there's some kind of backlash. But everybody agreed that this interview was really, 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 really good. You know, Tay is, yeah, yeah. I've seen J Hope come a long way from somebody that I barely even paid attention to somebody that I've paid attention to a lot more. J Hope's like the GOAT now. J Hope is like, I was like, I don't know what happened. Like J Hope, I was like, yeah, J Hope, okay, whatever. He's silly and goofy. J Hope came out with his solo album, his tour, and I see J Hope in a whole nother light. I see J Hope in a more mature, more better. I mean, I would just dismiss him. Now J Hope, I can't dismiss J Hope. Like J Hope, I realized I'm like J Hope. That they used to call what they call J Hope the idol of idols. They said J Hope is the idol of idols out of all of them. That he was the one that lived more of an idol life than, and I believe it. I see J Hope like J Hope. Okay, so the thing that threw me for a loop is when they do the vlogs and J Hope was packing. Y'all see the thing when J Hope had his suitcase and he had a whole bag for like accessories, and then he had a whole bag for like his clothes and stuff, and then he has like his facial stuff packed up. I was like, who taught you, J Hope? Who taught you? Somebody taught J Hope that. I don't know where he got that from, but I marveled at that. I was like, does he have an accessory bag? Who taught J Hope to have an accessory bag, y'all? That is a very Western thing. Somebody taught J Hope how to have. I don't know what a stylist did it or a wardrobe person, but J Hope has a whole bag that for accessory. So he was talking about him pulling out his clothes, and then he's like accessorizing. He's like, I do this chain, I do this bracelet, maybe these socks. I was like, I didn't know J Hope put that much thought into how he presents himself, but I find that infinitely attractive in a man. That he puts a lot of thought into what he looks like. And the fact that he has like a whole facial routine. Like I start watching J Hope's facial routines and I start taking tips from him and the stuff that he be doing when he talk about like he puts his stuff on, his mama taught him how to do this. And I was like, you know what, J Hope, you all right. Like I admire that. I was like, I admire that. I too want an accessory bag. Right. He did. He had denim boots. I was like, is he matching? Like his socks? He was like, yeah, the socks. I was like, did he just put on the pink socks? Okay. Like I was so like, all right. Maybe it's just me because I never really gave much heat to J Hope. But then seeing him do these Weverses and explain like his routines, and I was like J Hope. And then like when he was on tour, he was talking about he was in the military, and the military taught him to be very organized. And he was talking about setting out his stuff and how organized he was during the tour. And then J Hope, he was doing the thing behind the scenes like his home. He was talking about he like a clean home and everything has to be organized. Y'all know he's speaking my love language there. Like J Hope was speaking my love language, cleanliness and order. I was like, oh my God, cleanliness and order. You know what? Speaking my love language. Like J Hope was speaking to me right then. I was like, J Hope, oh, you're breaking my bias. It don't take much. Anybody talk about they like a house that's organized. Anybody who's organized and clean as a man that's speaking my love language. I was like, I'm like, I think I'm sweating right now. I'm like, I'm sweating. I'm getting turned on. I don't know. I didn't know how to think. I was like, it's getting hot up in here. You talking about doing laundry? Ugh. J Hope was talking about doing laundry and the clothes. I was like, bitch, we talking about doing laundry? J Hope. Jennifer is probably listening, cracking up, laughing, talking about that is her love language, laundry. Like a man to know how to do some laundry. I was like, girl, good night, Jennifer. Jennifer, like, she does a lot of laundry. I like J Hope was breaking my everybody break. Look, okay, J Hope was kind of breaking my bias for a little bit with that laundry game he had. Okay, just trying to just he breaking it a little bit with that laundry game. But I like a clean, orderly man. So that's like that's an infinite attraction for me. And so when I saw these little pieces of J Hope's personality, I was like, I really like J Hope. But J Hope was cool. I was like, all right, J Hope, all right, Hope, we all right. We got you. I got you. So I appreciate knowing more about J Hope. But anyway, like I was saying, the RM interview, if you guys take a look at it, please go and watch it. It's an hour. And it's definitely very enlightening where he talks about reading and art and music. He talked about his album. She asked him about his album. He was talking about that and the artistic elements of the album and stuff like that. It was a very, very good interview. To see again, RM is a very intelligent guy. He seems like a very well-rounded guy. I like a guy who likes art. I like it. I like art. He likes art. We both like art. I love it. I think that RM, that interview was probably to me one of my favorite BTS interviews, period. Like it's RM's favorite interview, and it's one of my favorite is BTS interviews, period. It was very cool, calm, and lightning. RM came across as very sweet, as very kind, as very intelligent, and very well versed. He came across as very, very good. He didn't reveal too much. He didn't do too controversial. He did just enough for me not to be worried because I was worried in the beginning. I was kind of like, "Oh, RM, where's this going? Are you on the therapist couch?" I didn't know what was going on, but no, he came across in that interview and gave just enough to his fans and just enough and answered the questions very well. I was amazed. I was like, "This is really, really good." And the lady was asking questions that I had never heard anyone ask BTS or RM ever before. She was asking unique questions, and I always like that. And so she was asking deep questions. And so I kudos to her too and RM. That was one of the best interviews I think I've seen out of anybody in quite a long time. You know. The English, yeah, we did we going yes, it was very introspective. It was very good. Yes, honesty about being bossy. That's another thing, Shelly. Yeah, he was talking about he bossy. He was saying that when he was a leader, he really used to be. He said for 8 years, he really was the leader. Like he took it seriously, that he really was the leader. He said he admitted that he was a bit bossy, that he was telling them what to do. But then after 8 years, he realized that everybody was starting to come into their own and that he didn't have to really be control over everything, that, he could step back a little bit and not talk to, I guess, treat everybody like they was his children. But I guess he had to, he had to step in that role very early. Oh, he said for 8 years, he was pretty much bossy. He was kind of like, do this, do that, do this, do that. Yeah, and I did. His accent was so cute. His accent was so cute. Like he kept dipping into this American accent and then this British accent. Like it was all like these different accents. Korean accent. It was just the cutest accent when he was talking that I was tripping out. I wasn't trying to bring that up, but anyway, the accent, I was just like, oh my God, like what is this accent? Mm-mm. Y'all pray for me, okay? Like I couldn't like it was too much for me. I had to be like, what is happening? Like what is I was like, what is this? What is this accent he giving? Like, yeah, that's why he had to like keep everybody together and like, okay, this is what we do. I appreciate him being a strong leader. It may be a little bit too much, but I appreciate him being a strong leader. They needed somebody to kind of like tighten the reins on things a little bit. But that accent, Jesus. Like, girl, that accent had me grabbing that had me grabbing my BTS pillow. Like I was like, wait a minute, let me grab my I had to rub my pillow a few times. I was like, ooh, like, yeah, oh God, yeah. Oh, I was like, ooh, just hello, sir. I like a good accent. I like a man with an accent. It's cute. But I had to be like, wait a minute, I need some deliverance. I need a minute. I need a timeout. Don't be trying to throw that at I sweating. Okay, I'm fine. I'm good. But that accent was just too much. That was just it's too cute. It was just too. It was all right. That was. It sent me over the edge. I was like, what is this accent? I was like, ooh, who is this accent? Oh, Oh, I like, oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, oh, that was too much for me. But it was a good interview. If you haven't seen it, please go see it. The second interview I want to talk about is Jen. So Jen did an interview with El Korea, and at first they released it and it wasn't translated, but now it's translated. And I went and watched it yesterday, and yes, I had to reach for the pillow. Yes, I did. I was like, oh, I had to reach for the pillow on this one. This accent had me in a chokehold. But Jen was looking good. He did the El Korea accent, the El Korea interview, not accent interview. Um, and he said it was one of the best interviews that he's ever did because they asked him questions that he had not been really asked before. It's probably like a 13-minute like interview, and they asked it Jen personality. It just comes Jen, like they asked Jen, they're like, "Are you worldwide handsome?" He said, "Of course I am." That interview had me giggling the whole entire time. It had me giggling. Jen was like, "Of course I'm worldwide handsome." Like, bitch, what you talking about? He's like, "Yeah, that's kind of like my thing." Lisa, good night, Lisa. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like Jen was like, "Of course I'm worldwide handsome." You know, like, what you talking about? Shoot. Did you see this face? I said, Jen. He was like, oh my God. I said, Jen, what? He's just learned to embrace it. He's like, of course I'm handsome. I'm always going to be handsome. Jen's like, this is what I got going for me right now. I was like, wow, Jen. I was taken aback by that. I thought Jen would blush and be like, well, no, Jen was like, he's like, he's embraced it now, y'all. Jen is like, yes, I am worldwide handsome. Yes, I am. I was like, damn, well, okay. Well, all right. Good confidence. And did an interview, and he is worldwide handsome. He is a very handsome guy. But again, as handsome as Jen is, Jen was talking about bringing his PlayStation on a plane. I was up there dying. He was talking about, man, Jen was talking about when I go on vacation, I gotta have my PlayStation. I gotta have my Nintendo. Oh my God. Yeah, he didn't do the flying kiss. They asked him to do the flying kiss, and he said, no, he only does it for concerts only. He's like, there's a limit. Okay. Jen was just off the cuff, just very like, yeah. And Jen, like, I believe him. Like the shit he was saying, I was like, I believe you, Jen. When he was talking about, he was like, I don't really like to go out. I just like to sit in my hotel room and play games. And he talked about some game that he was playing. He almost made it to the boss level. And I was like, really, Jen? Really? Jen, yeah, he was talking about the internet sucks. They were like, well, what do you like the best about coming back home to Korea? He was like, the internet. He's like, because he said the internet is real fast in South Korea, really fast. So he was like, I like coming back home to Korea so I can play my video games, and the internet is real fast. I was like, that's it, Jen. This is what you like to come back to Korea for? He talking about he won't come back home to the fast internet. Oh my God. He talking about we go to other places, the internet don't be good. Like Jen was so just casual, just like, yeah. I just and then they're asking him about the pictures that he posts on like social media, like Weverse, Instagram. Jen was like, I don't know. He's like, they send me some pictures and I just post whatever they send me. Ah, dying. Oh, my spirit left my body. Y'all, my spirit left my body. Jen was talking about, shit, I just post whatever they send me. He's like, yeah, they send me this and send me that. And I was like, Jen is being honest. Jen was real talking. Jen was like, Jen to me showed that he had no interest in social media. That he just like, I post whatever they send me, which is normally how it goes, which I've been saying all the time. I was like, y'all do understand that things that they post on social media is like things that they have media managers sending them pictures and videos. And a lot of times they'll give them choices what to post. And then sometimes like the idols don't care. And so they will ask the media managers, well, how many posts do you want me to make? And what mixture of posts should it be? Should I be like 3 backstage and like 2 videos? Like a lot of times I'll ask them if they're not into it. There are members of BTS who are really into this social media thing. Like Jungkook and Taehyung, they are much more into the social media engagement thing than the rest of them are. And they probably spend a lot more time in thought. You know, Jungkook is like an editing master now. Like Jungkook edits are so good now. Like Jungkook joked around talking about he wanted to hire like an editor, like he wants to get his own editors to edit his video because Jungkook is really into how he is presented on social media, and that's a good thing. Not to go overboard with it. I think J Hope too is because J Hope will post things and candid videos and stuff like that, and they can post their own things. But I think Jin and Suga and Jimin are just kind of like, okay, what do you want me to post? She's like, I just post whatever they tell me to post. That I literally I was sitting at home and I just started cracking. I laughed out loud. I almost spit out my drink because I was like, Jin, you just keeping it real. He's like, whatever they tell me to post. Like, yeah, I'll post that. Yeah, I'll post this. He's like, whatever. Like, that whole Jin interview just had me tickled because I was like, Jin just don't give a fuck. Like, he's just telling it all. He's just like, whatever. I guess, and then he was saying there's a difference between like the Jin of BTS and then like Sakjin, like how he really is. Like he said, Jin of BTS, he tries hard. He tries to do everything they tell him. He tries, but he's like, then on the other hand, he's like, how's that different from Sakjin? He's like, Sakjin, shit, bitch, Sakjin just want to sit at home and play video games. He's like, Sakjin go home. Sakjin don't want to do anything. I was giggling so hard. I was like, he is keeping it real, right? He's keeping it 100, okay? He's like, Sakjin wants to sit at home and not do anything. But Jin of BTS, he understands that he has responsibilities and obligations. So he says he tries hard and he does, try to do things that he's supposed to do, his duties, responsibilities. But he's like, Jin just wants to sit at home and play video games. I was like, he just keeping it real. Like, if it was up to me, he was like, I just go home and I just sleep. He's like, I sleep a lot. Oh, I was like, Jin, I understand why y'all love Jin. I understand why y'all F with Jin, for real. Jin was like, I just go home and sleep. Like, I just want to go home and sleep, be left alone. Like, I was like, Jin, you know that's right. Jin don't want to go out and party. He don't want to go out and socialize. Jin just want to be left the F alone to play his game and win his boss battles on his game. He ain't got time to be dealing with all this other stuff. Jin's like, I just want to sit at home. Jin probably sitting at home cooking him some good food. He eating, playing his game all day, taking a few naps. And then they asked Jin, would he want to go 10 years in the future or 10 years in the past? Jin said, 10 years in the past. He said, no, I don't want to go back to those days. He was saying that Jin 10 years ago was only getting 2 or 3 hours of sleep. So he said he much would rather be Jin 10 years from now because he's curious as to what he would be doing than Jin 10 years ago. Jin 10 years ago, he said he was only getting 2 or 3 hours of sleep. That whole interview had me giggling. I said, this is just tickling me the way he was just like, 10 years ago. He was like, when I was younger, I was only getting 2 or 3 hours of sleep. I wasn't sleeping a lot. He was probably, girl, he probably working real hard. 10 years ago, BTS was working really, really hard. Like almost burnout levels from what I've learned. That 10 years ago, in 2016, they were working. They were really, 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 really working. Like barely any sleep, going everywhere, doing everything, trying to like do everything they could possible to record albums and blow up and do. And so he was like, nah, 10 years ago, he was like, nah, they were working really hard back then. He's like, I'm gonna go 10 years in the future. I was like, I see why y'all like Jen. I see it. Jen just wants to have a good. He just wants to have a good internet connection, and he just wants to sit back and relax and play some games. Shelly, that's all he want to do. He don't want to do nothing else. That's all he want to do. Jen just want to play some video games and be left alone. That's all he want to do. And a good internet connection and some good food. And that's it. Probably some good drink, some good food, a good internet connection, and play his game and win his game and then go on to the next game. I said, Jen, and he was like, I really enjoyed this interview. He was so sincere. He was like, this is one of the best interviews I've ever done. This is the top 3 at least. He was talking about 10 years ago, he was fighting mosquitoes. He said 10 years ago, I was fighting. He's like, no, I'm fighting mosquitoes, getting 2 or 3 hours sleep. He's like, nope. He said real quick, nope. I love XG. K-pop home, I'm going to see XG in concert in October. I'm going to see them in October. So it's my first XG concert. I will be posting the concert vlogs and all of that. Concert season is about to kick up for us again. During the summertime, it's too hot here. This concert season is going to kick it off again. We're going to go see, who else are we going to go see? I'm going to go see a girls group. We're going to go see BTS. We're going to see XG. And then there's another girl group we're going to go see. I think it's Red Velvet. I think we're going to see Red Velvet. Just because we've never, me and Jennifer will go see anything. Jen did. Yeah, I remember hearing that Jen dipped into his wallet a lot. And his parents was giving Jen money to help support them 10 years ago when they were making no money. Yeah, it did. Yes, the interview was only 13 minutes. I guess Jen was like, look, is this over? Because this is the best interview ever. But yes, the L Korea interview, they did ask questions that they normally don't ask. Jungkook is behind me. Yes, Jungkook is right here. Yeah, so we're going to see XG in Dallas. Yeah, Dallas. And I forgot the other group. We're going to see another girls group because we don't, we usually don't see. I don't know if it's Red Velvet. Oh, no. I'm going to see the aespa. I'm sorry, y'all. I should have known that. I'm going to see the aespa because I told y'all I'm going to go see Jungkook's girlfriend, Winter. I keep telling you that. I'm going to see Winter up close. And I said, I'm going to look for the tattoo for you guys. And I'm going to hold up a sign that says, is Jungkook your man? That's what I'm going to hold up a sign. Is Jungkook your man? Oh, yeah, I did a whole video about is Jungkook your man? But I'm going there to start some ish. Yes, I did a whole video about the Grammy situation. I do feel like with the new Asian categories that they are trying to railroad BTS. So here we get into the Q&A section. I promise y'all a Q&A. So y'all can ask me anything. But yes, I do feel like, yeah, they're trying to put them. But yeah, I would encourage anybody about the Jen interview, go pull it up. It's on YouTube. It's translated and watch it. It's only 13 minutes, but it was a great interview and Jen looked stunning as always. Stunning. aespa has a new song. I've heard the Lemonade song, but I have not heard. I heard A Whole Different Animal and Lemonade. Yes, I'm starting to draw them already. I'm a campus sign. Winter, is Jungkook your man? It's okay. Oh, they gonna run me out of there. If I walk in there with a BTS shirt on, them aespa fans gonna run my ass up out of there, y'all. They're gonna be like, get her. I'm like, I'll be running. Come on, Jennifer, go. They gonna try to chase me. They be like, get her, she's Army. I be like, I like y'all too. I know some songs. Lemonade. Lemonade. They gonna be like, get out of here. Oh, now you suddenly love a lot of the songs? Well, see, I'm glad you came around. I have not seen Kind's Bizarre B&B. I think I've only seen clips of it. I have not watched the show on Netflix, even though people say it's good. But I'm not into reality show. This is going to be a whole move for everybody else. I'm hope aside. Winter! Are y'all dating? You can come tell me, girl. I want to know. But no, I have not watched. And like I haven't watched. Are You Sure? They talk about Are You Sure is gonna have a season three. I don't know when they're gonna have time to film that, but okay, anything's possible with JK and Jimin. But they talked about there's gonna be a season three of Are You Sure? And I didn't watch the first two seasons. I think I've seen like 3 episodes of each season. I'm just not into that kind of starting trouble. Yes. The Marie Miller, they're gonna come for me. I'm just gonna run like hell. Yeah, go Jennifer, go. She'd be like, oh hell. Oh, just starting trouble. I know like I don't know not now one. I know like two Espa songs. I think three maybe on a good day. Oh, you loved it from the get go. You already felt familiar the first time I heard it. Oh, okay. I love Adeline. The first time I heard it, I thought it was a good album, and that says a lot coming from me. I thought it was 14 good songs, and I'm interested because considering that BTS created so many demos and there's so many like outlines of songs, I would really like to hear some other songs that I hopefully they'll put it on a future album or a future solo album. I'm really curious because I promise you, out of all those songs that they came up with in demos and halfway created songs, I promise you, there's probably some bangers in there. There's probably some songs that we probably been like, that if we would have heard them, we probably been like, they should have released this, but maybe they didn't think it was appropriate for the album this time, and that's fine. But I'm interested to hear some of where are these songs gonna go. Are they gonna go to solo albums, or they're gonna be put in a vault somewhere for other groups? I'm just interested. I mean, either way, I'm fine with it. But I would like if some group, some Hive group or BTS solos or together as BTS in total, if they would ever use one of these songs, I would really like to know. I would like somebody to be like, oh, this is one of the demo songs that BTS didn't use. I would really like to know that. I don't know if they would ever tell us that, but it would be nice for us to know that or eventually get out. Because I am dying to hear these other songs. Because I'm sure some of these songs that I would probably disagree and probably be like, well, they should have released that song or that should have been a song. Because like to me, One More Night is my favorite song on the album. And I am dying to have it. Like I have a whole music video concept in my head of One More Night from BTS. I have a concept video in my head. To me, One More Night could be such a to me, if they release a music video, to me, One More Night would be a banger. I keep telling everybody that it would be a very popular song. And I have a music video concept and everything in my head for this song that would be fire. And it would just showcase each member of BTS. One more night, one more night. When I heard that song, instantly I was in love with that song. 24 hours in the club. I sing this song all the time. 24 hours in the tub, 24 hours in the club. Z, don't wake me up in your fantasy. Like I sing that song all the time. The kids hear me humming it all the time. I absolutely love that song. And I think that song is very much slept on. That is like that song and Into the Sun needs music videos. Like they and Merry Go Round. I love Merry Go Round too. But Into the Sun to me is another song that's a really good song that I could see them doing a music video. What guy that trash talked about BTS? Did he get sued by who? I just like One More Night. I just see a music video. Like I see two different concepts. I see like a fantasy concept, like each one of the members representing some type of fantasy. And then my other concept for a music video is them like starting out like a night out where they're like at a club and maybe they're partying and then they leave because they're tired. And then just like maybe some like adventure pops off with BTS. And then somehow somebody has to get naked. You know, it's always involved like some member taking off their clothes or not all their clothes, but maybe their shirt or whatever. Like I just picture them being on like a night adventure where they head out in the club and then things start going wrong as the night goes on and they're in funny situations and scenarios and meet different people. And it's kind of like that movie. There's a movie that came out that was kind of like that where like this couple went out and they were trying to find somebody to do something. And every time, like as the movie goes on, crazier and crazier shit happen. That's the kind of concept I see for One More Night. Like things just start happening weird, and just to see BTS in like different weird situations, I always thought that would be a funny concept to see them and they could throw in some guest stars, and they could, you know, maybe they're headed to the club and the car break down, and then they hitch a ride, and they're in a ride with somebody with a goat, and then maybe they end up somewhere else, and then they, maybe they end up like at an underground rap club, and then like I just want one more night could just be like this really funny, interesting video of them like out, and things just keep going wrong, and and then maybe at the end they're like stuck on the road somewhere, like the ending of the video after they go through different scenarios, maybe at the end of the video they're like stuck somewhere and they're hitching a ride, and then maybe like a car full of armies show up, and they be like, oh my god, it's BTS, and then they're like, wait a minute, you guys are hitchhiking, and then maybe they get picked up by a car of armies, or like a couple of girls, two or three girls that are in a SUV, and they're like, wait a minute, is that BTS hitchhiking? And they maybe they back up and be like, you guys need a ride, and then they get in a car with the armies, and then maybe, and then they drop them off in their hotel room or whatever at the end. Like I think that would be a really cool, cute concept for a music video. So either a fantasy type of thing or a wild night where everything goes wrong kind of thing. That's what it would be. That's what I like. If I saw RM with no shirt on, it would be a wrap. BTS has actually been playing for quite a couple of years here in South Africa radio these days. They play a lot though. Even Jungkook has been on the radio, Western Cape province. Oh, okay. 21 hours in the club, 21 hours. Yeah, give them no attention, Marie Miller. Don't listen to that sheep. Who said BTS is racist? Racist how? I want to know. Racist where? Racist how? I want to know. I need some details and some evidence. That's what I need. Details and evidence. 24 hours in the club. Look at Verna. Tell him, Verna. Don't. In your fantasy. In your fantasy. Like, I love that song. Like, every time I hear that song, I'm like, go Kiki. Go Kiki. Go Kiki. Like, yeah, that's my song. Like, I get really silly with it. I'm like, go Kiki. Go Kiki. But yeah, I wish it was, if it was up to me, BTS would release a music video for all of the songs on Adonai. If it was up to me, if it was up to me, but it's not up to me. I'm sure they don't want to do 14 music videos, but I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. If BTS would do 14 music videos and they would put it on, like, have a movie or a download or something, I would pay for that. I would honestly pay for that. If they did 14 music videos and they would put it on a download or something, or a Weverse, something or other, so however they want to do it, I would pay for that. I would pay for that. I would like to see a music video for every song. I would hands down, I would pay for that. That would be a digital download I would pay for. You know. Oh, you didn't like the XG album, the last one? The last one, I felt like there was a few songs on there, but for the most part, like there was, I only liked a few songs on the last XG album. And I like their other albums more than this one, this XG one, yes. But I still love XG. I absolutely support them. I would love that. I told you, I'm like, they should do four. They would invest to do 14 videos, and I would be here for it. Like I said, I like music videos. I like a good music video, and so I would pay to see that, because I would like to see, like, how different directors interpret their music and what concepts BTS would come up with for each of their videos. I would love it. I would love. I'd eat that shit up for real. Like, it would be a no brainer. She's cocaine, and she been the same way. She's been the same way all of her all of her 20, what is she, 22? Does anyone think BTS will release another music video? I hope Normal is not the last one. But then I can't think what other video would they release after Normal though. To be honest with you, I thought Hooligan was the last one. Okay, Myra's, how is BTS races go? I'm waiting to hear something. I don't worry about her removing her breasts if that's what she want to do with her breasts, and she cut them all off. I was like, okay, that's what she want to do. I mean, if BTS release 13 videos and album next year will be serious contender. Hard for the Grammys to ignore because each would top the charts when they come out. True. True. But if they did maybe like Animals, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I thought Hooligans was the last one. When they talked about they were going to do Normal, wasn't shocked, but I was kind of like, okay, well, I guess that makes sense. But after Normal, I would love to see Like Animals because I like that song a lot. I like that song. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. They might surprise us all and do another. I just can't see after Normal. I don't know. Like I said, that's a good question because I really don't know. If they did do another music video, what song would it be? I don't know either. I liked Animals immediately. Yes. I don't know. Like would they do what other songs have they really pushed? I'm trying to think like cuz Normal I could see Normal being a music video because they kind of like talked about that song in the beginning. And of course Swim, which is their title song. Um and Hooligans and 2.0. That I Hooligans and 2.0 okay. But I don't know. I would like to see another music video. I mean, they can Into the Sun would be good. Body that there you go. Body to Body is very strange to me. Body to Body is the most popular song on the album, hands down. It has the most downloads. It has the most views on YouTube. There you go. I don't know why I didn't think about that, but yes, Body to Body. If they're going to be a music video, I need to see a Body to Body music video because that song is wildly popular. It's wildly popular when they sing it at the concerts. It has gotten a lot of downloads. Body to Body is probably their most successful song. Just looking at the views and the downloads and stuff, people like Body to Body. That is strange that they didn't have a music video. Like I said, Body to Body is kind of like the song that divided BTS. Like a lot of them didn't think that Body to Body would be that popular. So I think it kind of took them by surprise how popular Body to Body was. And I think that they probably didn't plan on doing a music video, but they need to change it. Yeah, I thought there was going to be two or three videos too, Aspen. I thought that was it. I thought there was going to be 2.0 Hooligan and Swim, and really that's about it. Maybe Swim and 2.0. I thought there was going to be two. I thought Body to Body should have been the title track too. But they, again, we see it in the documentary that yeah, J-Hope knew. J-Hope was the one that pushed the song the whole entire time and told them that it was going to be a hit. Yeah, that's true. I need a Body to Body music video. And I would love to see like a really elaborate, like kind of like an idol type of music video for Body to Body. Like that type of level. Not like all the colors and everything, but just, you know, I want to see all the traditional Korean stuff. I would love to see it. So maybe they're, if BTS do not come out with a music video for Body to Body, that would be to me a missed opportunity and a shame. Because the song is so good and whenever they perform it in a concert, people really like it. People go crazy when they perform Body to Body and they go in a circle through the like people really like that. People really like that. They did look beautiful on TV. Hobie has the finger on the pulse of a lot of things. Hobie tried to tell him. They was like, no, J-Hope, he was trying to tell him. He was like, no, this is going to be a good song. People are going to love this song. And they were like, blah, blah. They were like, I don't know. Like him, like RM and Sugar was like, this is not it. This is not it. They was really like, but J-Hope was like, no, I'm telling you, like just listen to J-Hope. J-Hope know what's up. He was thinking, J-Hope was like, no. He's like, international fans are gonna like this. He's like, I'm telling you. And they were like, nah, J-Hope was right. Oh yeah, and Jimin too. Him and Jimin were like, people are gonna like this song. It's a good song. It's a very emotional song. It's a good song. It has a good the dancers know. You think it's the dancers? Maybe so. Maybe it's the dancers that understand like this is gonna be a song that people like to dance to. Yes, him and Jimin were up there like, come on. J-Hope was trying to tell him, and they was like, yeah, whatever. J-Hope was like, I'm telling y'all, people are gonna like this song. And Jimin was like, yeah. I was like, look at them champion for. And when the moment I heard Body to Body, I was like, this should have been the title song, not Swim. I understand why Swim became the title song. I get it, y'all. I get it. But do I agree with it? No. I know why they chose that song, but I think Body to Body should have been. I think it should have been Body to Body, then Swim, and then 2.0 and Hooligan and Normal. But yes, if we don't get a Body to Body video, I will be so disappointed. Like I will be like, y'all to mess this up because this is a great opportunity. Because if they come out and do like a full on like I said, Idol, like on kind of full on elaborate music video with like people and productions and Korean people lose their minds. Like Korea would lose their minds. Armies would lose their minds. Haters would for sure lose their damn mind. Haters will lose their mind that they will come around and start liking it. That's how much haters are going to lose their mind. Body to Body came out with this slamming video. Haters will hate it, but then they will hate watch it over and over again because they're going to like it and they're going to find it interesting. The haters are going to hate watch it. They're like, man, we don't like this video Body to Body. We're going to watch it again. Watch it again, haters. Watch it again. The haters will have it on rotation. They'll be like, we hate this video. We hate BTS. But we're going to watch this video a few more times just to understand. Oh, you think Jim is the most popular? I see it very differently. I see Jimin catching a lot of hell. I've seen nothing but Jimin catch a lot of hell this whole tour. A lot of praise too. He's gotten praise too. But I've seen a lot of criticisms about Jimin, especially in the Korean spaces. Now, international, I don't know what international do. But in the Korean spaces, I've seen Jimin catch some love, but then a lot of backlash as well. People in Korea, for the most part, do not like Jimin's hair. Like I'm not an official consensus. Like I ain't took a poll, but from the complaints I heard about Jimin's hair in Korea, it's still people still don't like it. So I don't know. Like I think it's a cultural thing. I think that international fans probably like Jimin's hair a lot more but I just see a lot of flack from Koreans about Jimin's long hair. They didn't like it. They didn't like it. They didn't like his hair. I was like, man. Do I think regular listeners will respond to the cultural part at the end of Body to Body? I do. I think the end of Body to Body is very emotional for a lot of people, even though we're not Korean. His hair is not that serious. I know I try to tell people, but they was slamming Jim and telling me he need to cut his hair, all this shit, girl. But yes, I think people love the end part. I think the end part of Body to Body is very emotional. It's very emotional, even emotional for me. The complaints I hear about Jimin's hair, they like it blonde, but they don't like it long. They do not like Koreans for the most part, culturally, they do not like all that long hair. Now people in Japan love it, but that's a different story because Japanese they have more of a cultural history of long hair. So the Japanese army, they love it. They love it. Everybody else, but Koreans just don't like. That's why a lot of K-pop singers do not have long hair because it just doesn't. It doesn't go over well, and it's just a Korean thing. Like they're not into the long hair. They don't like it. Even if he had long dark hair, they would be like, cut it. So a lot of people saying that Jimin should keep his hair blonde, but they should just cut it. Which I like Jimin with long hair. He looks stunning. He's sexy. Hide the scissors. They do. The K netizens are the gatekeepers. They're the ultimate gatekeepers. They're the ultimate K netizens are the ultimate gatekeepers because well, there's a lot of reasons, but I don't know. There's a lot of reasons for that, but I think the main reason is because BTS is from Korea, so I think they feel like they have some kind of ownership over BTS. Period. Which, okay, I guess, but they don't own BTS. They act like they own BTS, and I'm like, y'all don't own BTS. I think all the BTS members will continue their solo careers. RM kind of talked about that in his interview. He kind of dropped a hint as saying that his next solo album, he said his next solo album. So I think that they're all gonna, maybe not all, but most of them are going to do some type of solo album and possibly a solo tour eventually. I would love to see JK do a solo album and a solo tour. I would be in the front row if JK to me hashtag free JK. I want JK to be free out of the K-pop system. I've said it all along. Out of everybody in BTS, I want JK to be free. I want him to be out of the K-pop system. I think JK would flourish the most away from all of this shit. I think this whole industry is very stifling to JK. I think JK can't speak his truth. I think JK can't say his piece. I think JK can't be the person that he really wants to be because of the K-pop industry. I think if JK if he did go solo, I would probably want JK to not have his solo career handled by Hybe, which I know is controversial. Big Hit, it's controversial. I would love to see JK start his own agency and just be free to do his own thing a little bit more. I think JK would flourish away from I think all of BTS would flourish away from the industry, but they are trapped in the industry that they are trapped in, and I don't know how to get them out. It's like free BTS. I don't know how to get them out of this because BTS is kind of like in an in between. Like they're really not K-pop, but they're more global, but then they're really not global as well. So they're kind of like in this middle, thing. But I think that JK wants to be free. I think if JK was allowed to do and say what he really wanted to do with his career, I think we would be very pleasantly surprised. I think JK has a lot more to say in his career and to the world. And I think that because of military, he was just getting started. And I think military stopped him from really reaching his full potential. And I think that and like America loves JK, you know. I think America loves JK. They eat JK up. Every time JK comes to America, everybody's like, oh, JK, JK, JK. They love him. But JK is very candid. And JK just has a very, again, as much as I love BTS and love all of them, all are very talented. But JK to me is a once in a lifetime talent. You don't get people that talented very often. It doesn't happen. It's like a once in a lifetime kind of thing. And so to me, JK is a once in a lifetime kind of talented person. He is a person that can sing, that can draw, that can dance. I mean, that's just too much in one person. Like it's just that's a lot, in one person. You know, I think JK has a lot of charisma. I think that charisma is something that you're born with. I don't think you could really teach what JK has. I think, and I'm not big upping him because he's BTS. Again, one of the reasons I came to BTS is because of JK. Because I heard his song in a grocery store. And I was like, who is this person? And I heard the song. I heard Standing Next to You, and I had no idea this person was Korean. I didn't know who this was singing this song until I went online, went home, and I was like, who is singing this song? And I was like, this can't be the same person. Some Korean guy? I was like, this must be, and I thought he was doing a cover. So I remember some Korean guy was doing a cover, but I was like, I want the real song. I'm like, where's the real song at? So I was like, Jennifer, do you know this song? And then she's like, yeah, it's JK from BTS. I was like, the Korean? So this is the real song. Yeah, that's the real video, Keisha, the real song. I was shocked. Didn't know he was Korean. And I watched the video, then I went online and started watching JK's V Lives and Weverses because people were talking about that. That's what came recommended. And I was stunned. I was like, is he talking to the audience while drinking a beer? Like I was like, this person, wait a minute. He's doing Weverses. And after I watched a few Weverses, I was like, I get it now. I said, I get it. This why they like this person? Get it. I watched a couple Weverses and I was like, I understand. I get it. I was like, I get it now. Yeah, standing next to you is what I didn't know who it was. After watching his Weverses, I was like, I get it. I was like, oh, I get this now. I understand why y'all like him. I said, oh, he has a lot of charisma. And I would see him talk to the camera, and I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what the hell Weverse was or V Lives. I didn't know what any of that was. Never heard of it. And so I was watching YouTube people to, take the Weverse, they put them on YouTube, and I watched them and I said, oh, okay. Yeah, this the popular one. And Jennifer said he's very popular. I said, I see why. I said, I get it. And I didn't know any of his music, but I watched it and I was like, I can see why people like him. I said, I get it. He's folding his underwear. I'm like, I get it. Once he started doing his laundry and folding his underwear on camera and cooking on camera, I said, okay. I said, I see what I see. I said, I see what this is now. I said, he got a lot of charisma, even though there's some of the videos were in Korean. And I just watched his body language and the way he said things. And I said, oh, he must be real popular. I said, I see the way he turns his head and the way he talks and his big round eyes. And I said, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I said, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I said, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I said, they is why they like this one. I said, I get it. Tay said he would do a pop album. That's right away for Tay to put out that mixtape, y'all. Yeah, if Kim Tae Young do a pop album, I agree that he should do it right like Jungkook. Jungkook album was I went and listened to his whole album after that, and I was blown away. I said this album is really really good. I said, oh my god, and I watched all of JK's videos again, not knowing who the hell he was, but Jennifer told me he's part of BTS, and I was blown away that he was up there singing in English first of all, and I was blown away by how good he was, and I watched him live. I watched a bunch of JK shit before I even got into BTS because I was just mesmerized. I was like, this is why people like him. And it never left me. I was like, I understand why people like JK. I get it. Now, Kim Tae Young, I had to watch a lot more footage because I didn't understand why people like Kim Tae Young. Now I get it. It took me 2 years to figure it out because Kim Tae Young is so quirky and just quirky to me. But undeniably, when I saw Kim Tae Young when he was on stage with his dog. Like I told you, I was watching YouTube and then YouTube went to some blonde guy and he was on stage with his dog. And I was like, who is this gorgeous blonde guy with a dog? And he's singing a song and then I saw Kim Tae Young performing. I didn't like his music because I'm not into that kind of music, but I did see his music videos and I wish to love you again. I heard him sing that and I was like, oh, this is cute. But Kim Tae Young music is not my kind of music. But I saw him and I was like, he had blonde hair. And I remember him just being, and I didn't know Kim Tae Young was Korean. For the longest time, I thought Kim Tae Young was like European or half Asian or something. I didn't know he was even Korean either. But I asked, and I remember me asking Jennifer, I said, who is Kim Tae Young? She's like, oh, V. I said, V. I said, no, it doesn't say V. This is Kim Tae Young. She's like, okay, he's part of BTS. I said, he's part of BTS too? I said, what's with these BTS guys? Like, I didn't, but I didn't like his music, but I understood that he was undeniably one of the most gorgeous men. I said, he's a gorgeous guy. I said, he looks like an anime character. I said, he looks unreal. And I still think Kim Tae Young looks unreal. I told you, if Kim Tae Young was my son, I'd probably lock him in the closet because I wouldn't let, I would let my son out looking like that. I would be scared for his life. But look, you women, stay away. But I thought Kim Tae Young was really gorgeous, but his music, and I loved his voice, but I just didn't think his music was for me. And it's still not for me. But I was like, I said, he looks like an anime character. That's the first thing I thought. I said he looks Japanese, like some anime character. I said he looks unreal. And I'm like, okay. I still think Kim Tae-young looks unreal. He's a really gorgeous guy to me. And I love the way he sings, but I'm just not into his music. But that's just my preference. His album was done very well by Bana, by the way. Bana. Is Bana gonna do Kim Tae-young's new album? Because that's who they did the last one. A Yoongi Jimin song? I would love a Yoongi Jimin song. Yeah, I got confused. I didn't know who, again, I had never listened to BTS besides Dynamite and Butter then. I didn't know JK was Jungkook. I didn't know who these people were. I just saw that before I even liked BTS. So this is back in 2022. And I was like, okay, whatever. And just kept it moving because I didn't like K-pop. So I just was like, okay, great. But I just remember like me seeing it on the internet and me coming across it when I first started to look up K-pop videos. I remember there were like Hype artists and Hype videos coming up, especially when I like TXT, because TXT is my first K-pop love. When I started looking up TXT and their music, all these other things with BTS came up. Like RM's album, like it came up in my recommends on YouTube. And so I would watch these things and not have any reference to the hell I was looking at because I didn't know anything about BTS. I didn't know anything. I was like, I don't know nothing. All I knew was Dynamite and Butter. That's it. That's it. I like Dynamite and Butter BTS. I would always ask Jennifer. I said BTS, Dynamite and Butter BTS. I was like, oh, they get on my nerves. Okay. I was like, oh, okay. Because I didn't get it. I was like, I didn't understand. I was like, I seen them on the Grammys. I seen them on American Music Awards and Billboard Awards. And I remember I would watch this and be like, why are people screaming, going crazy on BTS? My almost 6-year-old mama gained interest in my mom gained an interest in BTS because of Jimin. Jimin was what she liked. She sent me a video of V, but it labeled Kim Tae-young. Yeah, she said, yeah, you seen him? Yes, mama, that is V. I will see Jungkook and Jimin in real life, so we will see what they look like. I went to Jin's concert and I seen Jin in real life, but we were kind of like my seats weren't that good. We were still on the floor, but we were way in the back. But at the BTS concert in August, we are going to be on the 11th row. So I will be row 11 in the middle. I'm 11 rows back. So I will be 11 rows away from me and my bias sugar. It, anyway, I meant sugar. I will be 11 rows away from, that's it. I just there you go. Like and again, my like a BTS again, I had heard a little bit of their music, but again, I didn't like BTS until I watched their story. Then when I watched their story over one Sunday, I was just like, I'm gonna watch everything I can about BTS. And I watched documentaries and music videos. And then once I started watching the documentaries, and I'm like, oh, this is a good story, and I like a good story. I like a good story. I like a good rags to riches story. That's what's always been my thing with BTS. And then I started to run BTS, and then I started to like them anymore, even more. So my like of BTS is their story, to see them when they were just little babies, all the way up to them being superstars. That's what I like about BTS. It wasn't I like BTS. I had their albums like I had their like Jennifer gave me their albums for Christmas and for my birthday, and I have not listened to all of BTS's music. Like I haven't listened. There are so many songs that I hear all the time that I'm just like, is that BTS? I heard some song the other day. I forgot what it was, and I didn't know it was BTS. I don't know what song it was, but I heard it and I was like, is that BTS? I know what song it was. Make it right. I've heard this song, Make It Right, long before. I heard Make It Right, and I didn't know that was BTS until the other day. I was like, oh, I like this song. And Make It Right. I was like, wait a minute. I said, wait, this is BTS? I had no idea. I've heard this song before. Matter of fact, I heard this song at a club a long time ago. Not at a club, at a daiquiri bar. I had heard Make It Right at a daiquiri bar, and I was drinking, and I was like, oh, this song is good. I heard the song. I had no idea that was BTS. I heard it at Daiquiri Bar a few times. Didn't know it was BTS until just the other day. I was like, is that a BTS song? And I think Ed Sheeran wrote that song. You make it right. Like I heard it at a daiquiri bar a long time ago. And I hear it, I'll be like, oh, that's a cute song. And then yeah, I heard it a couple of days ago and realized I start laughing. I said that's a BTS song. But there's so many songs that I'm just like, man, I didn't know that was BTS. I like all the B sides too. Like I'm a B side person. Like all the mainstream songs are cool, but then like some of the stuff I've heard, I was like, why wasn't this song a video? Or why wasn't this song released? Well, I really like this song. So there's several BTS songs that I really like that are not like well-known songs or commonly, you know. So yeah, people are finding BTS how they find them. And again, like I said, for me, it's very cerebral. The K-pop industry is always changing and evolving, and to see how BTS fit into that and not fit into that is very interesting to me. Because BTS kind of don't fit in. They're outside of the industry, but then they're inside as well. And that's the hard thing. I think that must be very hard for them to to have such a foothold in both ends of the industry, to have a foot in the K-pop industry, but then out of it as well. That is so, that would be very, very hard, I think. And I kind of feel bad that that's their experience now, the where that they are trying to, that they really have nothing else to prove to Korea, but then they're trying to prove, stuff to the West as well, continuously, simultaneously. And despite all of BTS's success, they still haven't won a Grammy, not as yet, and that they still don't get the credit and the acclaim that they should in the West and in South Korea. So I think that sucks. You know what I listened to today, y'all? Speaking of BTS, I listened to Cypher 3, which is one of my favorites. I listened to Cypher 3 today just by accident. Like I just happened, which is weird because early on in BTS, that was one of my favorites, and I hadn't listened to it in a while, and I listened to it today. Cypher 3 is one of my favorite. My favorite is BTS song. I love that. I was listening to it today. I was like, I like all the ciphers by BTS. One of your favorites is my favorite. And I really, really like, I've listened to it. I hadn't listened to it in a while. And I really, really listened to it this time. Like I really, really like, before I would just listen to it like, yeah, but then this time I was like, I'm gonna really, really listen to it. And then, I really, really listened to it really hard. And I was like, okay. I started like pick apart the parts and shit like that and realized that it's such a phenomenal song. Such a good rap song. And I'll probably listen to it again tonight before I go to bed because it's so good. And to see them perform it on stage, I was captivated by that. When I saw them perform Cypher 3 on stage, I forgot which. I think I've seen them perform on all the stages. Like I watched like this video montage of them performing Cypher 3 on different stages. I was amazed. I was mesmerized by it, especially Yoongi. I was really mesmerized by that. All the different stages that they have like these compilation videos I used to watch all the time. Yeah, I love it. Like I'll go back and watch the videos of them on stage. I love those times, even though I wasn't around then, but I love to go back and watch all of those stage performances with BTS, and then just go all the way back to the beginning, all the way up till now, and see how they've matured as performers and dancers and everything. And it's just interesting to see how different their stage shows and stage presence have morphed over the years, from being like, very, very like hard hitting, but it's still a lot of energy. Oh my God. Nam June talked about in his interview that that when he's on stage during the tour, he jumps a lot. So he says at the end of the night, his legs are hurting. So he's trying to learn not to jump too much because at the end of the night, his legs hurt. And then by the next day, he don't want to go nowhere because his legs are aching because he's like, I jump a lot, and he does. I watched a snippet of a concert video because, I'm not trying to ruin it. So I have not barely watched any out of on, but I did watch a snippet of him yet the other day and where he's jumping. And I was like, and I thought about what he said in the interview about him, his legs hurt. And I was like, he do a lot of jumping. Like I saw clips of him and he's just jumping. He's just jumping. He's jumping. He's like, especially when they do fires, like everything lit is fire. Everything lit is fire. And he's just jumping and jumping. And I was like, oh Lord. He's like, my knees hurt, my legs be hurting. I was like, right. I just see him jumping. And I was like, if you keep jumping around for 2.5 hours, yeah, night after night, no wonder he's talking about my legs hurt, my knees hurt. He's like, my legs hurt, and I don't want to walk around. I'm like, yeah, because he be jumping. I was like, it's a lot of jumping. No, my leg, I see him jumping. Oh, my back is hurting. Have you watched the video of J-Hope not receiving me? I did. And the one with JK and the burgers, I did. Yes. Yes. I saw that in the documentaries that I watched. I saw that. I saw them perform on stage. Where was it at? Busan, where they like turned the lights off. And then like BTS was supposed to perform last. And they like turned the lights off and was leaving. And then BTS fans had waited the whole concert to see them. And so BTS got out there and performed with like no stage lights. I remember watching that. And I remember me watching the Road to Bangtan. I talk about it all the time. That I wouldn't be Army if it wasn't for that documentary series that's on YouTube. And it is 21 parts. And each part is like 20, 30 minutes or whatever, or around that. I wouldn't be Army if it wasn't for that. To see the things that they went through and how they were treated was so wild to me. I was like, they didn't shut the lights off? What the fuck? I was like, they didn't shut the lights off? I was like, did they just shut the lights out? What? They didn't turn the lights off. I'm like, they out here performing in the dark. And their fans just stood around and clapped. Was like, yay. When they turned the lights on, they was like, oh, time to go. They like that. I was like, did they forget about BTS or what? I still don't know what happened there. I thought that was so sad that they were out there and they danced and they performed and their fans stood and waited and clapped for them. And yes, the J-Hope saying he didn't get no mail, like that was just sad. Like I was like, poor J-Hope. He just, I was like, he told me he ain't get no. And I remember another episode of Road to Bangtan where it showed Yoongi was like hand like signing thank you letters. Like he stayed around and hand wrote them out. And I thought that was so sweet that they were like, what are you doing? And he was like, he was handwriting thank you notes to fans and he was sending them out. He was like, I remember him handwriting them. And I was thinking, my God, like, I was like, that's a lot. I was like, they did BTS wrong. And they would be on stage, and they would like push them to the back. They was like, back to the back, bitches. And I was like, damn. And they would like push them to the back. And then I remember BTS, what I liked about BTS was so goofy about it. Like they would get on stage and dance and cut loose. And then all the groups would just look at them like a bunch of mean mugging BI. Like they would look at BTS like they were so uncouth. Like they would get out there and BTS would just be goofy and have a good time. And then all the rest of the groups would just stand there and politely clap and look cute. And here BTS over here just being goofy. And I like that. I was like, and all the other groups would look at them like, what's wrong with them? Like what's wrong with them? They would look at them like they was, like they was so uncouth. And I was just like, wow, okay. I was like, what? Yeah, stuff like that, Goldwyn James, is why I too get angry at the K-pop industry for taking credit for BTS success. Because they did not, from the things that I've learned, they did not make it easier for them. I've seen BTS be on variety shows where they try to clown them on variety shows and try to say like little slick remarks about them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, okay. Like I could see what was going on, in Korea at that time. And that's one of the reasons why they did run BTS is because they didn't want to pay to be on, like they had to pay to be on variety shows. They had to pay to be on these music bank. I didn't know that they had to pay to be on these shows. Because usually a lot of times, shows will invite you on in America and you either on there for free or they have some kind of like advertising deal or something like that. But I didn't know that like the groups had to pay to be on these shows. And Big Hit didn't have money to pay to be on these shows. So a lot of times, like, they weren't getting the notoriety because they just didn't have the money to be on these shows. And that blew me away when I found out that they had to pay to be on these shows. I said, what the hell? I was like, yeah, you had to pay to be on these shows. Okay. So I was like, no wonder BTS is like, we're gonna start filming on YouTube and we're kind of just gonna do our own thing. And it's gonna be cheaper this way, and we're not gonna pay to be on these variety shows and these music shows and these radio shows. We don't have enough money for all that. So we're just gonna do our own thing. And I like the fact that they did their own thing. And I thought that was very innovative and enterprising. That spoke a lot about Bang PD and his vision, and they changed the industry. And I don't think BTS gets enough credit. Like BTS gets credit for breaking records and being the first like worldwide group, but I don't. But the things that BTS did behind the scenes in the meantime, they paved the way for everybody else. None of these K-pop groups would have these internet shows if it wasn't for BTS. K-pop groups weren't doing this. None of these groups would be doing, like, I had no idea until I started learning about BTS and the history of K-pop, like all the things that they invented and innovated. And that they don't get credit for. Like I would tell Jennifer all the time, I was like, did you know that BTS, did you know? She'd be like, oh my God, you're like a walking encyclopedia. Because I had never heard these things. Nobody ever brings this shit up. I'm like, them up there doing mirror dance videos and doing rehearsal videos. Like groups rarely did shit like that. BTS innovated. Like the reason why we have this shit is because BTS was doing it. And then nobody talks about this enough. All these artists now, the things that we consider like normal in the industry, like for fans and fan service, BTS started doing these things. And so there's a lot of things that BTS innovated that I'm like, nobody really talks about like all of the things that they started. That now is just standard in the industry. Like, well, everybody has a YouTube show. Everybody has a YouTube channel. I'm like, in the beginning, they didn't. They didn't. They didn't do all of these things. In the beginning, they didn't do these mirror dance rehearse videos and all this stuff. And BTS started putting them on their social media. I'm like, a lot of groups didn't. They didn't do that. BTS started doing that. And I think that they don't get enough credit for all the things that they've innovated, like public facing things in the industry, which is sad because people just talk about the amount of musics and the downloads and the albums and the records and the awards, but people don't really talk about like the industry level things that Bang PD and Big Hit innovated to make K-pop what it is today. It wouldn't be what it is today if it wasn't for BTS. So BTS paved the way more than just music. Even the music videos, if you go back and look at the music videos that BTS was even doing, like I went back and looked at all their music videos in the early, the things that they were doing in their music videos were so different than what everybody else was really doing at that time. And then once BTS started, like when they came out like doing Dope and Fire, once they started doing those videos, then you start seeing other groups started to copy them. And they don't give enough credit for that, you know. Oh yeah, they never credit BTS. They never do. Yeah, they did, but it wasn't like BTS was doing these mirrored dance rehearsal videos. They upped it to another level. Like they took the production value and they would do more of them frequently. And they would turn it into like a whole production thing. Like they really innovated like how to take these dance videos and elevate them to like a whole nother level. And then BTS, they started doing like costumes in these videos. And then they started having these like white backgrounds and all this stuff that I'm just like, okay, BTS, I see what you're doing. You know, they were the first OG YouTube influencers. They were, you know, they were, they were. I give huge props to Bang PD for what he was doing, and Run BTS just innovated everything. It, it just changed. It changed the game, like at how K-pop is seen. K-pop back in the day was very structuralized. It was much more, not. they're very like your personalities had to be this way, and we gonna film things, and it wasn't a lot of like social media engagement. And BTS just turned it upside down. It was like, well, we can't afford to do anything else but just crank out videos. And I get it, they couldn't afford it. You know, they was like, shit, we can't afford to be out here. We can't be paying for all of this, but we gonna make it do what it do. BTS is like, we're gonna make it do what it do. Okay, we can't afford all this shit. And when I remember in the beginning when they were doing their Festa videos, like I went back and watched the first Festa, like the first years of Festa videos, and they were sitting around this small little table in this dank room. Hello, it's almost 12 a.m. Girl, okay, yeah, it's almost time for me to go to bed. But I just see that first Festa. I go back and watch that, and they were just crowded around this little dank table. And I was like, look at them. And then the second year, it's a little bit bigger table in a conference room. And I was like, oh, Tina on YouTube, thank you. Thank you for the gold coin. All right. Yeah, I know BTS was too humble. They should have been that. But I understand why they were humble. I get it. I get it. But it's just so hilarious to me. I got a gold coin, y'all. I feel so special. Tina on YouTube gave me a gold coin, girl. I feel so special. I got gold coins. But it was just so hilarious that like they're like, here we are in a small conference room on some dank table, and just they're sitting around like reading cards, and they were just sitting around, and then Sugar was hosted, and Sugar would be like very talkative, and he would like host it, and then they would just sit around and like read cards and fan mail, and they would read questions on their first couple of festas. Like the first three or four festas had me giggling because I was like, it was just them just sitting around, just like kind of smushed together, and just wearing whatever, just kind of like, this is our first anniversary. And all of them look kind of unsure and scared, and kind of, and kind of the deer in the headlight looks. They're like, you could tell they didn't know what they was doing. No, I eat? I ate before my live stream started. Wait a minute. Did I? Yes, I did. Well, yeah, I did. It counts. It counts. I ate. What did I eat? Um, I ate. Okay, I made some chicken to go in chicken tacos, but I didn't make the taco. I just ate the chicken parts. What else did I eat? I ate some slices of cheese. No, these are all meals. These are all meals. KCON from 2014. Yes, I watched that too. Yes, yeah. That's when they realized that like they were really like popular in the USA. I watched that KCON 2014. I watched that like a year. I should go back and watch it. I watched it a year ago. And they were just amazed that like people were clapping, and they were like, BTS, BTS. Okay, good night. Supernatural 82. Good night. I'm fixing to get off here too as well. This is a longer live stream than I thought. I always say that, and then it ends up going like 4 hours. But last week we did a live stream, and we got 24,000 views last week, y'all. So yeah, sweet dreams of Namjoon with this color hair. With this colored hair. And Jin with this colored hair. And JK looking good. And Yoongi is back off of this way. He's on the other side of Taeyeon. How dare. 1:30 for me. I'm in up. And we're back. I knew it was gonna 5 hours. It kicks me off. And then it kicks me back on. I go off and I go back on. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. All right. Okay. It's 3:30. 3:30. We got this picture now. All right. I'm in Texas. I'm in Texas. I switched. Yeah, it kicks me after five hours. A YouTube will kick you off, and then you have to go back in. does it all the time. Yeah, I'm in Texas. So Central Standard Time. So I think it's 12:30 or a little bit after 12:30 here. But it's almost time for me to get up off of here. Like I said, last week we went 6 hours. I went 6 hours. I still have to edit, y'all. I have a video that I need to. Do I have to edit? I'm thinking to myself, do I have to edit a video? Do I have to? I'm not gonna make a video tonight, but I need to make a video tomorrow. But I think I'm trying to think. I have to look through my videos because I. Anyway, I know I have a video to make. I'll make it tomorrow, and I don't think I have it. Do I have something to edit? Yes, I do have a video to edit. Uh, it's a short, more like a short than a video. I have a couple shorts I need to edit or whatever. I'm just thinking out loud. Like, what do I have to do? Do I feel like doing it to 2, 3 o'clock? I used to stay up pretty late on Saturdays. Namjoon always looks good. Even the tennis ball colored hair, even the tennis in the yellow. No, I'm not born in. I sound like a Texan. I know. Unfortunately, yes. I sound like a Texas for now. I'm from Michigan. I'm born and raised in Michigan, but I've been in Texas a long time. Yeah, I've been in Texas a long time, but I'm born and raised in Michigan. I miss Michigan. I miss it. I miss my home state, especially now since it's 115 degrees outside, and I really start missing it. You guys, they call it the neon banana. Is that what they call the Namjoon yellow hair? I never knew that. I like Namjoon now. To me, Namjoon, I don't know what he's been doing. I know he's been out here pumping iron and eating his Wheaties and drinking the elixir of the gods. I don't know what Namjoon has been doing, but Namjoon is so handsome to me. Like I don't know what it is. I don't know what he's done. I'm not even gonna guess. But to me, this when he after he got out the military, um, he was looking a little sad. He was looking, you could tell that he was under some mental stress. But then after the tour started to kick up and they started to do promotions and things, and he dyed his hair blonde, and I don't care what color it is right now, but Namjoon, he looks just something different about him to me. And I don't know what it is, but it's very attractive. And so I think Namjoon looks, like I said, I know Namjoon has always been like there's times when Namjoon has been very buff and so it's not just his physicality, which I appreciate, but there's just something about Namjoon that is just like I don't know what happened. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody sprinkled a fairy, sprinkled some magic on Namjoon because I have never really noticed Namjoon like that. He's always been like dear leader, and he's always been the leader of BTS, and he's cool and everything. But I always thought Namjoon was funny and witty and smart and like kind of like I used to call Namjoon my twin. Like I used to call Namjoon was my brother from another mother. Like me and Namjoon, like we were just like this. Like we were best friends. We were besties. Okay, me and Namjoon were like besties forever. We were linking pinkies together. Me and Namjoon. Okay, I don't know what the hell happened. Like Namjoon, I was like, we besties, Namjoon, we besties. Then the tour started, and I was like, bitch, we ain't no besties no more. we, I still say we besties, but something else happened. I don't know what. I was like, Namjoon, look. They performed the free concert in South Korea, and I was so excited. And Namjoon, he came back and said that he had hurt his ankle, so I saw him sitting down. I was like, oh, poor Namjoon. And then he was up there rapping, and I was like, Namjoon, he up here rapping? Okay, that's great. And then I looked at Namjoon and I said, what are you wearing? What? What? And then they were doing like the promotion thing. They was on the Jimmy Fallon's, and then they were performing live, and I was like, what Namjoon wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What is that? And he was wearing something real cute, and I was like, okay. And then they was doing like performances and interviews, and I was like, what Namjoon doing up in here? Baby, then the concert started. By the time the concert started, I was having a crisis of conscience, y'all. I was up here sweating. I was like, okay. See, Yoongi's my bias, and see, I gotta stay focused. I'm focused. Like I was up here rocking back and forth. Like I was like, I don't know what's happening right now. I ain't. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna watch the Adidon concert footage because I don't want to ruin it for me. So I was like, my concert's not until August. If I can just survive till then, and then they start putting them clips on YouTube and Nam June, and then he was up there doing interviews, and I'm just like, I was like, all right, cool. And then people start posting clips, and I was trying not to watch it. I was like, no, I'm not gonna watch. Wait. Child, and that is full on like, I'm like, okay, just all right. Double cheating on you, yes. I was like, Lord. I, I'm like, so now it's like I was in denial. I was like, no, we just friend. That's my friend. I always post. I'll be like, look at my best friend. Look at my friend. That's my bestie. That's my best friend. That's my best friend. I said, look at my bestie up here. And y'all be like, y'all be like, I said, me and Nam June, friendship. We friends. We like this. Friendship. Friendship. It's just friendship. We friends. We are he's our leader. That's my friend. That's my twin out there. I said, I always have like me and Nam June would be like good brother and sister. I said he seems like he gives off the same vibe that I kind of give off. Like we're both kind of funny and goofy and smart and into like art and shit. I was like, I like Nam June. I was like, he like my little brother. I said, that's a little brother. Baby. I'm like, well, you know what? So I might need to backtrack that a little bit. I might just go on, come on back with that. I'm like, brother, they like, but they like Kiki. I thought y'all was friends. I was like, I don't. I thought that Namju was like your brother. I'm like, I'm like, well, see, I'm like more like kissing cousins. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I was like, I don't really. Yeah, yeah. I don't like Sugar's. I told everybody in the beginning, Sugar's my bias. Nothing will ever waver from that. Sugar's my bias from now and forever. He's my forever bias. He's my alt. Sugar's my alt. And everybody in K-pop, I was like, Sugar, I ride with Sugar every day. I watch those Sugar concert videos. I studied every song, every rap. Sugar. Namjoon come on an Adidon concert. I'm like, oh man. I was like, what the hell? All of them are looking good. Jimin had the blonde hair. Jungkook looking good. Jin looking good. Taeyong looking. All of that. Then Namjoon walk out. I'm like, what are you doing? I was like, well, yeah, okay. I was like, so Namjoon might be the bias. I may have a crisis of conscience right now. I'm having a crisis of conscience. I was like, I don't even know. People are like, in Sugar your bias? I'm like, yeah, sure. Or sometimes I'll say, I'm dying to see my bias. And then y'all be like, who you talking about? I was like, mind your business. Don't worry about who I'm talking about. I'm like, y'all know my bias, right? And y'all be like, who is your bias? I was like, look, just you know who it is. Like I won't even admit a bias right now. Is Sugar your bias? You sure? Yup. They're like, wait. Namjoon, I am the goddess of destruction. Like Namjoon is the god. I am the goddess of destruction. Like I will fall down. I will break things. I will drop. I'm very clumsy. So I'm like Namjoon. I will break things. I break things all the time. Like I'll be looking at something and I'll be like, oh, like I'm the goddess of destruction. I found that was funny that he's the god of destruction. He's just I'm like, I do that too. I drop things, I break things. I mean, literally, it can be little things or big things. Like I will hit something with my car and I'm like, oh shit. Oh God. Oh my God. Really, you think Sugar is to you what you think Korean? Hmm. I don't know. Maybe. I think so. Maybe. Maybe. I'm thinking. That's a good point. Do I think that sugar is what Koreans don't consider conventionally attractive? I do. But they think that like that they that they don't. Who am I talking about? I don't know what my bias might be. It could be either way. I think Suga is not what Koreans would consider conventionally attractive. The same thing with, believe it or not, with JK. JK is not Korean conventionally attractive at all, especially when he got tattoos and piercings. JK was okay, but when JK got the tattoos and piercings, he went up in attractiveness for me because I like almost every guy I've dated has had tattoos and piercings. I used to have piercings. So, but I had to get rid of them because of my job. But I used to have my nose pierced. I used to have my lip pierced, eyebrow pierced. I used to have piercings. And I have tattoos. I have tattoos. And so I like that. I like that in a dude. So, but JK is not what I would consider conventionally attractive Korean. Jin is. Kim Tae Young is. Even Jimin is kind of, but then not really. So J Hope really isn't. Nam June is just okay. I think all the BTS members. I think only two I would consider like conventionally like attractive, like Korean attractive. But JK is kinda not really though. Like I said, once he got the tattoos and the piercings, people there's some people that don't really see him as being conventionally attractive because it's an odd look for a K idol or a person to have that many tattoos and stuff. But I love it. I think JK tattoos is sexy. I love it. But then, like I said, Jimin is would be a handsome guy. Kim Tae Young would for sure be a handsome guy, and Jin, of course, Jin is the quintessential Korean beauty. Like when you think of handsomeness, you think of Jin. Jin is the matinee idol actor, boy next door. Sugar, not so much at all. There are a bunch of people who do not find Sugar attractive at all. I think those people are insane, but yes, there are a bunch of people who do not find Sugar. A lot of people don't like Sugar's personality and they don't like his looks. You'd be surprised a lot of Koreans don't like that Sugar doesn't. I think Sugar has more popularity internationally than he does in Korea because of his personality and his looks, especially lately, especially, yeah. Because Sugar, he's really kind of quiet and kind of quirky and people are like they don't really like that in an idol. They like their idols to be a bit more outgoing, like JK or J Hope. A lot of people in Korea like J Hope because they like his personality. But he's not a conventional Korean attractive either. But a lot of Koreans love Jin. They really like Jin. They like Kim Tae Young a lot. A lot. Do I know BTS? I of course I know Stray Kids. I went to their concert last year. I know you get. I don't get it. People like Yoongi is. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right, all right. But yes, they was Yoongi, and even Yoongi himself has said it was kind of like shocking to me that like the things that I've read online about how Yoongi was treated was kind of weird, kind of not weird, but shocking to me when I first heard it. That they would do interviews and they would do with things where the Korean media would show up and take pictures of them, and they would push like Jin and Taeyong and Jungkook and Jimin to the front, and they would have the rap line kind of hang in the back. And Yoongi said he never really minded that, but there are times when the Korean media have been downright rude to Yoongi and saying that he was unattractive or fat or just all kinds of things that Yoongi has that he's not the only one in K-pop, of course not. But I didn't know that. Like to me, that was just shocking for me to have a Yoongi bias, and then I found out that like I was like, what? Like they were trying to tell Yoongi to scoot over all the pictures and stuff like that. Like that was just rude. I was like, but I didn't really understand the dynamics of lookism in Korea. So it was shocking for me to learn slowly about how these things work in the K-pop industry because I didn't know anything about K-pop. I didn't know that Yoongi was treated like that. There's interviews where Yoongi have said that he knows that he's not the most attractive guy. He knows that he's not the best dancer, but he feels like he is talented. Like he's talented in other ways. But he's said before he knows he's not the best looking guy, which is okay. Which for a lot of us we're like, all right. But I guess if you compare to everybody else in K-pop and everybody else in the group, I guess yeah. But that has to kind of like in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I know what Yoongi says that he doesn't really care about that, but that has to mess with your mind on some level, though. You know what I'm saying? Like that has to fuck with your ego on in your sense of self and your sense of inferiority on some level of like people don't really like me like they do the other ones, even though I'm very talented, even though I write and produce and all these other things. And Sugar can play instruments and he's immensely musically talented. But to have all of that, to have people just negate you to and just kind of like marginalize you just because you don't look as good as everybody else in K-pop or how everybody think you should look, that would be a hard thing, I think, for a lot of people to deal with and that do have to deal with it. To just kind of be felt like, well, you're not good looking enough, you know. Yeah, it definitely affects your mindset. And I think some people, I think even Sugar himself have said or alluded to that he has a deep-seated sense of inferiority. Like he's always felt this way, either because of how he grew up and maybe the things that he experienced when he was younger. But I think that Sugar is kind of like round the way kind of said that he has like a sense of, you know, inferiority, like this inferiority complex, which can happen. Depends on how you were raised as a kid. And you know, the Sugar talks about like the struggles that he's had when he was younger, like his mental health issues and his parents probably not knowing what to do with him. And Sugar said he wasn't the most academically minded student. He said that he was just happy to get out of school, that he really wasn't like very driven, that his focus was always been music. And so that he wasn't really academically driven like maybe like his brother was, that he was kind of like he Sugar said that he didn't really consider himself academically gifted in that way, which is a nice way of saying that he was musically inclined, but maybe like everything else he was not really good about. And that may have caused his problem, caused his parents to look at him like, you know, well, why are you like this? Like, you know, that and then Sugar, I think he said in some interviews that he's always been very sensitive. And that can mean a lot of things, but he's always been very, you know, a sensitive child and more withdrawn. Probably, perhaps, maybe his brother's a lot more outgoing than him. And that's a hard thing to deal with too. And that kind of dynamic where you just feel like I'm different than my parents and my brother, and now I'm just a different person. And maybe he didn't quite fit in. Like I don't fit in with none of these people, and that's a hard. That it may be a hard thing, you know, to grasp. But I can see that influencing you and causing you to be more driven. And maybe he was just more focused on like I'm gonna do this music thing and I'm gonna ride this wave. I'm gonna ride this cart till the wheels fall off, you know, and do my musical thing. Sugar seemed like he was very determined to be in the music industry regardless. That he would have moved anywhere, would have done anything. The things that I've heard in his interviews and personally about him is that he's very was a very driven person, and that says a lot. You know that he was determined to be in the music industry no matter what, and that's a lot. That's a lot of burden. That's a lot of stress as someone at a young age to be like, I am determined to be successful, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to be in this industry. And I'm, you know, and it takes a lot of confidence. Like you got to have a lot of confidence in your talent to be young, to be 19 years old and being like, I have confidence in my talent and I'm gonna make something of myself regardless. You know, JK will be yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, you're live on Saturday. Yeah, I'm live, Denise. Uh-oh. Do you think he will still have a baby face? I do. I think Sugar kind of has like that face that he will be like he will keep his looks like as he get older. He's a circular thinker. Oh my God. You listen to his song "First Love" breaks me every time. I have not. I don't think I've ever listened to that song. I don't think Marie Miller. Y'all telling me something right now. Wait a minute. I need to go listen to "First Love." I don't think I've ever heard that song. I gotta hear it first, and I'll tell you if I heard it or not. I may have heard it, but it may have been a while. covering all bases. I think Sugar is very was. I don't know if he's like that today. I think Sugar had a lot of angst. I think Sugar was very angry and angsty in the beginning and was determined to like prove to everybody that I'm going to be something. And that's a lot. That's a lot of that's a very driven person. It's an admirable skill. It's a skill to be like that, to be like that. You was watching Young's latest dance challenge with James from Cortis. Denise says she been a fan. You've been a fan of BTS for 11 years. Oh wow. I have to see. I did you see Young Jung with JYP? I'm not gonna let it go. I am not gonna let it just call me JY Pop. Wait, hold on. Let me remind y'all. Wait, hold on. Let me remind y'all. Just call me JY Poppy. I'm not gonna let it go. Oh, you ain't watched it yet? Just call me JY Poppy. Yes, JYP released a new song, a music video. He was on the water bomb. Please go watch. Y'all know I'm out here promoting JYP hard. Like I'm his number one fan. Just call me. Yes, he calls himself. Yes. Just call me JY Poppy. Yes. Y'all, I told y'all, I heard, we discussed it earlier. I heard that JYP be on the internet a lot, like a lot. They said JYP stay on the internet, that he be scrolling all over the internet all the time. I don't know what he be looking for, but people say yes, JYP loves the internet. They said he is all. I know there were some people saying that they said something bad about JYP and JYP blocked them. They said JYP is petty on these internet streets. They say he will block you. If you say bad things about him, he will block you. They will say you will post things about JYP and he will like it or thumbs up it. I done went all over If you see JYP's video, you will see my comments in there. I was like, yay, JYP. I was like, please, JYP, come to my video. He may see my video and be like, JYP may throw me a lie. Come on. Yeah, there's some wild stuff on Reddit. He's probably have. They say JYP be lurking all over social media. Yeah, they say JYP be in these social media streets all the time. They say he be lurking on it, he be blocking people. They say he block people all the time. You say something bad about him, he'll block you. Or if you say something good about you, he'll follow you. There are several people that he's followed on the internet. Like just regular people that. So I started saying good stuff about JYP because I want him to come follow me. I'm like, come on, JYP. Just call me JY Poppy. Y'all, that song is a whole bop. Y'all know that's a good song. Y'all need to stop. Talk about she getting gaga. I know y'all. I'm like, y'all, I folded all my laundry. Well, not all of my laundry. I still got some more laundry over here I need to fold. Y'all have me over here folding my laundry. I'm like, man, because I took my laundry out the dryer before the live stream started, and I just threw it on the bed, and I was like, well, I'm just going to fold it. I'm going to be like JK over here folding my drawers. But y'all, no, I ain't going to fold my drawers. You like this song with Sumi? I liked him. JYP reeling in them fans. He is, girl. He really getting them. JYP just reeling them in. He like, come on, ladies and fellas. And then the outfits he wearing. Marie Miller, you a hater, Marie. Marie Miller talk about please stop. And then once we get off this live stream, she gonna be cuddled up and she gonna be sitting like this. And then she gonna be like, just call me JY Poppy. This song gonna get stuck in her head. She gonna wake up tomorrow talking about. Yes, I know Stray Kids. I went to the concert last year. You wonder about BTS lurking? I wonder about that all the time. Especially with Namjoon, because he talks about he gets on the internet a lot. He just scrolls. That's what everybody say, Denise. They said they like JYP songs, but Like if you watch him live, like there's footage of him singing his song live, and I'm just like, ooh, oof, yeah, it was pretty rough. Do you know what hyping? Yes, I've many videos about it hyping. I haven't went to their concert. What was it, 2020? Yeah, 2023. I went to their concert, which was pretty good. Denise said many songs is great. That's what everybody say. Them vocals. They a little, it's a little pitchy. It's a little them vocals. Mm. Yeah, the songs are good, but who's my bias from in hyping? I don't have a bias, but the one that I like the most, what his name is, Sunu. Sunu is my favorite. I like him the best. Who's my bias? I don't have a bias from Stray Kids. I like Felix. Felix is the one that I like. He's the most handsome. He's the most I like IN. No, I take it back. I like IN from Stray Kids. Yeah, IN is cute. IN's a cutie. Yeah, Sunu is cute. Sunu's my favorite. He's my favorite. Just call me JYP. I'm ready for JYP to do the dance challenge with Stray Kids members. I'm ready for him and Felix to get up there. I'm ready for him and all of them need to get up there. So I know I don't like girl groups. I don't. I'd recommend you see. I know who Mamamoo is. I like. Oh, you found a fan cam? I know they're on tour right now. I like Hwasa. I almost saw her in Dallas last year, but Jennifer, I had no one to go with, and Jennifer was out of town. I would have went to go see her. I like. I don't like girl groups, but I like girl singers. So I've seen, like we've seen single singers. Like I like Jian Somi. I like her. We saw BB last year. Um, I wanted to see Hwasa. I would see Jessie. I like the solo ones. I like, oh my God, where's my remote at? There's a singer called Ives, Yves. She has a song out. I love her. I absolutely love her. If she would ever come to America, I would go see her. I like Hyolyn. I talk about Hyolyn all the time. Hyolyn's my favorite. She just came out with a song. I like Day Young. There's a chick named Day Young. Hwasa is the queen. Yes, she is. I love Hwasa. She's good. Yoon Marie, she's from Luna. I've heard of Luna. I haven't heard of her though. Your granddaughter's Gaga for Felix. She's a stay. Everybody's Gaga for Felix. Felix is that's a good looking man. I love Hwasa. I love her songs. I loved her recent solo album. I love her videos. I love her short, cute haircut. I like her personality. I've seen interviews and she seems like a real cool kind of person, cool chick. Very talented. Been in the industry. My mama moves been around a long time. So yeah, I like her. I like all the solos. Like I like IU, I like Boa. I like all the solo girls. Solo girls is a different vibe than the K-pop group ladies. Oh, she's from Luna. Ives is from Luna. Oh, okay. I don't know who Yu Murray is. She's a Black Korean singer, rapper. Oh, okay. She's married to Tiger JK. I did not know that. I know Tiger JK. I like Tiger JK. I gotta look that up then. I will definitely look that up. But Ives is from Luna. I love her music. She has a song that just came out right now that I love. That I think it's called like Nail something. It's called Nail. I think it's the name of the song. It's good. It just came out like last week. It's good. I like her. I like her whole vibe. She's a good singer. She's underrated. But yeah, I didn't know. I never heard of Yoon Murray. I know. I think I may have seen her because I know Tiger JK. I've seen it, but I maybe didn't know she was Black and Korean though. I probably didn't know that. But yeah, I like all the solo ladies. I don't. I like, and like I said, my problem with girl groups in Korea is that the girl groups are marketed and they sing different songs than the boy groups do, and I don't like that. I just don't understand why the girls have to be marketed a certain way and sing a certain kind of song and dance a certain way that's different from the boy groups. And that's not the group's fault, like they're not talented. That's a South Korea industry thing that I don't like. That I just and there's other things too, but the biggest thing to me is this type of music that girl groups do. And then I'm like, this is lame. Like it's a lot of bubblegum pop. It's a lot of like soft lo-fi beats. It's a lot of that synth pop that I don't like. In any group that does any kind of synth bubblegum, I don't like whoever it is. I don't care if it's a boy group. They start doing music like that. I'm like, I'm out. But it just seemed like for girl groups, it's like the choreography has to be a certain way. And I'm just like, why does the choreography have to be a certain way? I like the choreography that the guys do. I don't like that. I don't like all the girls in the ha, woo, wee, wah. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, why do girl groups have to do? Why do they choreography gotta look like that? Like, why is this shit lame? Ooh, ha, ee, I'm like, why? Why? What is the octopus arms? I don't get it. I'm just going, okay, what? Why do they have to dance like that? Why they got to be a lot of like, this shit? I'm like, what are we doing? Just, just this shit. Just, oh, I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what am I watching? I'm like, the fuck out of here. Like every time I watch the award shows and I see these girl groups, they all look alike. Like they all come out and they're like, and then they like, okay, cue the music. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what is this dinner theater? What the hell is going on here? I'm like, are they swimming? Like what? I don't understand it. And then when the dudes come out, they're like, body roll, body roll, body roll, body roll, body roll, bro, hit it. Stray Kids come out like Stray Kids, Stray Kids. I was like, oh, Stray Kids, oh shit, Stray Kids, we doing? Oh, go Felix, go Felix. I was like, okay, now that's dancing, but this shit here, I'm just like, what? Oh, is she trying to hypnotize us? Like, what is going on? Like, we hypnotizing you? I'm like, why we gotta do? And then the next girl group come out. They do this shit. Yeah, look at me. I'm a bad bitch. Bad bitch in the house. Woo, woo. I'm like, that's not doing what you think it, ladies. I'm just like, okay. Okay, this is what we're doing. At least I can say about Cat's Eye that their choreography is much more hard hitting and much more like rhythmic. And Cat's Eye are good dancers. But a lot of these girl groups, they're not even good dancers. They just hide it with just like, like Janet Jackson, a bad Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation. Like I didn't know I was like, I don't understand why they gotta dance like that. Like I don't just okay. Like I'm like, I guess this is supposed to be appealing to somebody. I'm a girl, so that's that I'm like, that's neither, so I don't understand. Y'all laughing, but it's true. Hugh Murray was in Neuron with Hobie and Gay. I have never heard Neuron. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Yes, Cat's Eye brings a lot of energy. Hello, Lakia 77. Yes, Cat's Eye brings a lot of energy with their dancing. It is hard hitting moves. And I subscribe on YouTube to their choreographer. There are two guys that does most of their choreography. And to see them do it is amazing. And they do it really, really well because they're choreographers, they're professional dancers. But the choreography that they come up with is very unique for Cat's Eye. It's something that I haven't seen in a lot of girl groups I don't even know when. It's been a long time. But I can't like until I like XG because XG is different. XG, their songs are different. Their choreographer is not like, I'm like, I don't, that's one of the reasons why I don't like girl groups. I'm just like, it's not, I'm like, why can't we just have something different? Like, why can't we? Can we? So I like Young Posse, because they're more hip hop and hard hitting. There is a new group called Kivitz, Kiviatzi, Y'all know I can't pronounce these K-pops. I can't pronounce some of these groups. Some of these groups, their names just divide the tongue. Kivitz. Okay. Anyway, they sing a song called Oxy, and they are produced by JYP, and they have another song that's out, and it's really good. Like they're becoming like my new favorite girl group if they keep this up. They had two good songs they just debuted, and their song is good. They have a song called Oxy, Oxy. I was like, oh, Oxy, and their choreography is really good. And then they have another song. Kivitz have another song, but I don't know. You have to look. Y'all have to look them up on YouTube. But they good. So Keyveatz. Kivitz. Kivitz. Who thought of this? I love XG. Their vibe is totally different. XG is hard hitting. Can't pronounce them because they're ridiculously hitting. I can't. I don't. Keyveatz. Y'all know some of these K-pop names. I'm just like, what is, I can't, I'm like, what is this? Who? Then, you know, Hive got that new group that's coming out. It's spelled Tuide. Did y'all see that? Tuide? Tootie. I'm like, is this Facts of Life Tootie? Is it Tubi? I don't know. Okay, I'm like, Tootie? I was like, who? I didn't like the name CORTIS. When CORTIS came out, I didn't like their name either. I was like, CORTIS? I was like, who the... I don't get these names. I understand, you know, it's for algorithm purposes. They want something unique. But Tuide? Kivitz? Kivats? I don't know. I can't... CORTIS makes no sense either. Color outside the lines. I'm like, what the hell? That's not even a thing. I'm like, what? CORTIS? I didn't like CORTIS's name. It took a while to grow on me. But these names that they come out, these K-pop groups, IDDNTT, I still don't know how to pronounce that. IDDN. If y'all can figure out how to pronounce that, y'all let me know. Go ahead and type it in the comments. If you know what IDDNTT, what the hell that's supposed to mean, let me know. I don't know if it's I didn't, I don't want it, I don't do it. I don't know what it means. Okay. I saw the group and I was like, Facts of Life Tootie, right? I was like, is this take the good, we take the bad, you take it all. And there you got the Facts of Life. I was like, is Blair and Joe gonna be in here? Like, I didn't know what was going on. I was like, identity? Oh my God, that might be it. That might be it. I saw IDDNTT. I didn't know what that was. I was like, I do not, identity, identify, ID. I don't have no ID. I don't know. I know. Yes, Le Seraphim. The Le Seraphim. I saw the. At least Le Seraphim. It kind of has like a French tone to it, like Saint Satine, Saint Satin, Saint Hell Satan. I don't like Saint Satine, Saint. They had another name called Prelude. I like Prelude, but apparently there was some kind of copyright thing, the reason why they couldn't call the group Prelude. But they could have moved on to something else. Then they decided Saint Satine, Satin, Sable, Satin, Satan. I was like, what is this? I was like, well, who was like, oh, this is cute. I was like, that's not really cute. That's not okay. I was like, can we change the name of Interlude? Prelude, Interlude. I understand that they want something that's going to be original with the algorithm and the search engine. But what? I'm just saying, Prelude is a car. Is that, yeah, I think that's the reason why they couldn't do Prelude. It's a car. It is a Honda Prelude. Hello, Yamal King. A Honda Prelude. I didn't know. But Saint Satine, Saint Sabbath. I was like, okay. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, these names. I was just like, can we? I understand people are trying the most. And then they have another group, you know, JYP got that new group out called Our Birthday. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cute. You know, they spell it like in one word. I haven't listened to their song. And then JYP, offshoot of JYP, has this bomb ass group called what is it? Didora, whatever. They sing like traditional, they interweave like traditional Korean music. I've talked about them before and I love them. They have a new song. I please support them. I love them. They're a very good group and they can really, really sing. Like I heard them live and they can sing. They like trot singers sing. Like these ladies can sing, honey. They not like, Daughtery, that's the name of their name. Oh, that's why they couldn't use it because the Honda already got a prelude. They should have named themselves Civic, Honda Civic. Who Kia Soul. I mean, this is we going through all. Oh my God, these names. I'm just like, can we think of something different? Jennifer was like, our birthday. She like, what that mean? She like, what is this mess? I was just like, what? I'm like, like I said, there's so many girl groups that yeah, they are doing. There's so many girl groups coming out. I think like we're running out of alphabets and names. They just gonna start just putting things together. They gonna start coming up. We got a new group coming out. What's their name? Blank check. Like blank check, ladies and gentlemen. Just what they name? Blank check. Oh, blank check. Girl. Blank check. Yeah. Right. I'm like, it's JYP, right? I'm like, JYP, what you doing? This is our birthday. Okay, I guess. Like they coming up with names. They just like, let's just do something really weird. Like blank check. All right. Like, I'm like, cat collar. Cat collar, ladies and gentlemen. Cat collar. I swear to God, mark my words. There's a group that came out with the name Cat Collar. I'm screaming. I'm running off the internet. I'm hiding. You'll never see me again. You be like, guess what, Kiki? They got a new group up called Cat Collar. I'm like, out there. Cat Collar. Let's go, yeah. Woo, Cat Collar. This is what Quaalude. Instead of Prelude, they come out Quaalude, boy. Woo. They're a little sleepy, but they're okay. I should do stand up. I'm telling you, these names is weird. I'm just like, they just like, let's think of the weirdest thing we can possible and name our group that. I'm just like, oh, okay. And then like it's supposed to just grow on us at like Cat's Eye is cute. Like it's catchy. And even when I heard the name, I was like, I like that. I like Cat's Eye. Like I like, okay, that's cute. And I'm like, oh, that's cute. Like that makes sense. It's kind of catchy. And the way it's spelled is a little, but all the rest of these groups, I'm just like, I shudder to thought YG, their new girl group, they called Little Monster. So we got Baby Monster and we got Little Monster. I'm like, yeah, they're a little sleepy. They're okay. I'm like Little Monster. Like y'all couldn't think of this. I'm like, this better be a working in progress title. There is no way in hell I want to see YG come out with a group called Little Monster. There is no way in hell. Like I'm telling you, I was like, don't do that. So hopefully they'll change the name of that. But yes, YG like announced that like last year that their name was Little Monster. I was like, Little Monster? What the hell? I'm like, okay. Like they couldn't think of nothing original. Hello, Maria. I was floored. I'm like, Little Monster. I was like, is this a joke? I was like, then I read online. I was like, oh, y'all serious? All right. Like, oh, y'all for real? Oh, y'all naming the group Little Monster? Is this for real? It was for real. I was like, oh my God. Like YG, I need y'all to come up with some. Like, I didn't even like the name Baby Monster. I thought that was stupid. Little Monster. Yes, Little Monster. I was like, okay. And then like I didn't like Baby Monster. Like I like Blackpink. Blackpink was cool. That was a cool name. It was a real cool name. You could do it a lot with that name. But Baby Monster, the name don't make no sense. There was no concept around monsters. There was it just made the name made no sense. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just I guess a name for the algorithms, I guess. I don't know. Next group, all monsters. All the monsters. They just like bring them. Like we just ran out of we run. And there, oh wait, I gotta tell y'all something before I get off this live stream. There is a group called Be the Hood that is on YouTube. They, I don't know if they really I think they have debuted. And in Korea, they kind of like, I didn't even know they even existed until I read it in a Korean publication. They're called Be the Hood, B, like the letter B, the hood. And they are like a hip hop kind of group. And they have like these little like there's a 5 member group, and each member of the group is represented by these little monster, these cute little things, and they have all these little animated um shorts on YouTube. And I subscribe to them because again, I didn't know what I was listening to, but the song that they came out with, I forgot the name of the song. It's really good. It's a really good like kind of like a club EDM lo-fi kind of beat. It's really good. And they have like a visualizer and stuff like that. I don't know if they've officially debuted, but I heard about them in Korea and nobody's talked about them. But in Korea, apparently they have quite a few views on some of their video. Yes, the name of the group is called Monsters and it's called Be the Hood. Associate with Baby Monster. Yeah, they want to associate them, but I'm like, why would they want to associate this group with Baby Monster? Like I would think they would want to have some separation from Baby Monster instead of being Baby Monster's little sisters. Like I was like, that's kind of corny. Like, I don't know. I know Japanese metal group called Baby Metal. But I just don't understand why they couldn't do it. I don't know. But yeah, I would tell everybody if after this live stream, go look Be the Hood up, and they like I said, they got quite a bit of views for their first music video. And they have like these cute little shorts that are so cute. And it's like these little monster things, and they're like it's animated, and they're like real fuzzy, and they kind of look like they kind of like little teddy bears, like little alien teddy bears, and they come in different colors. Like one of them's blue, one of them's black, one of them's white, and so it's supposed to represent each one of the members, and it's very cute. It's very innovative, which I rarely say that about South Korea because usually South Korea is not a lot of innovation. It's just a lot of taking from other things. But Be the Hood is innovative in their cute little shorts that they do that I watch all the time, and I watched a few today, and they're a new group. And like I said, I don't know when they're going to debut officially, or what they're going to, or what I don't know. The agency is a small agency, so y'all know how that go. Y'all know how that go with these small agencies. You never know when they're going to debut. You never know if they're going to get off of YouTube and actually do anything. There's so many groups that quote unquote debut, but they really don't debut. Like you never see them do like a full album. They come out with like 3 or 4 mini songs. I mean, 3 or 4 songs on like a supposedly a mini album, but you never see an album. So I don't know where Be the Hood is gonna go. Like I said, being in a small agency, you just never know. We never know if they may not get enough traction. You never know with these small agencies. Again, I've seen so many groups, and I'm like, oh, this group is cool. And then they come out with one song, and then I go look at them a year later, and they still got that same song up. Like, and then they'll turn out like the group never materialized. Like they came and recorded 1 or 2 songs, and then that's it. And the group never materialized. They never officially debuted. They never came out with an album. They never did any promotions. So there's so many groups out there that just stopped before they even got started. And so hopefully this group won't be one of them, but I don't know. So like I said, they're cranking out content, but I haven't seen no music videos. I ain't seen no promotional photos. I ain't seen nothing like that. So we'll see. Be the Hood. Too many groups going to the dark side. There's a lot of groups out there that don't. It's called Be the Hood. The letter B, the Hood. They're on YouTube. And there are a lot of groups out there that just never see the light of day. It's just, and like I said, like somebody was saying earlier, it just kind of makes you think that like some of these agencies are creating groups just to make money. And that they are pocketing the money, and then the artist is not getting any money. That happens a lot. So you have these agencies that will be like, yeah, we're gonna do auditions, and they'll have them come in there and sing and record like 2 or 3 songs, and they'll release like some visualizer or teaser or whatever, and they'll get a bunch of engagement and subscribers and stuff like that. And then they will, and then you'll never hear anything about it. You never hear them performing anywhere, doing anything. By the time you figure out the agency then folded and they didn't took off with any kind of money or deals that they had, sometimes the agencies will sign these preliminary deals and then nothing ever materializes, and then they get like a bonus or an advance, and you never hear nothing about it. Like the agency just takes the money and gone, and the poor artist is sitting there like, okay, is this group ever going to be formed, or anything's going to happen? And nothing ever happens. And then the group members end up going their separate ways and just moving on to different opportunities. So that happens a lot. It's just, so I hate to get excited over these new groups with these so small agencies because I've been so disappointed. I'm like, oh, that sounds really good. That looks really good. And then nothing ever happens. Oh, you went to the San Diego and Hyphen concert? They did good. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. I wanted to see in Hyphen in Dallas, but we couldn't get tickets. Like they were, and Jennifer didn't want to go either. Yeah, that is messed up, Marie. A lot of that happens in agency. There are so many agencies, y'all. Like I think since in the past 6 years, since BTS really exploded, there's been I think there's right now there's probably about 200 agencies now, like registered agencies. There may be others that aren't registered, but there are probably almost about 200 now that people don't. And then after they disband, the fans show support. Yeah, the group's like, yeah, like where were you before? Like you didn't download, you didn't stream, you didn't buy anything. And then once they disband or break up, then here come the fans. And then they like, oh, we're heartbroken that such and such broke up. And I'm like, well, they disbanded because they ran out of money. Like promotions can't pay for themselves, and the fans didn't buy merchandise. The fans didn't attend fan meetings. They didn't support them. So yeah, it does happen to a lot of groups that end up disbanding, and the fans are like, oh well, we want to show support. I'm like, well, it's too late now. Like they about to go their separate ways, and then the fans start whining and crying about, oh, I really like this group. I'm like, well, if you like them so much, then you guys should have supported. You should have showed up. Hello, love from India. Namaste. I like Stray Kids. Stray Kids are great performers. Their music is not my music, but I saw them in concert. It was very good. Probably one of the best concert experiences I've ever had. Yeah, they end up leaving these kids in a bunch of debt. They end up having to pay back the agencies. Like I think one lady was talking about, I forgot what group she was in. They were active for like 4 years. And then when their group ended up being disbanded and they were let out of their contract, she ended up on the agency money even after 4 years. Oh, did she? Which one? One of the card members blasted everyone about that. Did she? I know Card did a very live, a live, long live anniversary stream. I can't believe that. Orthodoxy is cool. I didn't ask. I don't. What does that have to do with anything? We're talking about K-pop. You know what's attractive? Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! I can't believe they. Well, I can believe that about Card because they're coming out with a new album and they're doing promotions, and they have had more views and more things on their videos than I think I've ever seen. And I'm a Card stan. Like I'm a big Card fan. Like I went to their concert. It was one of the first K-pop groups I like. I love their music. I heard their teaser for their new album. The new album sounds really good. And so I just right, exactly. I'm like, who are you talking to? Come, what do you mean Americans don't watch Korean artists? What are you talking about? BTS is Korean artists. You sound stupid. I'm like, go to sleep. Bye bye. What do you mean Korean artists? BTS are Korean. The biggest group in probably over 20 years. What are you talking about? Americans don't, we're Americans. How is it not popular in America when BTS has sold out tours? What are you talking about? Right. Oh my God. I'm like, BTS and sold out tours. So has Stray Kids and ATs. I went to their tours too. But yeah, I don't, it's just weird in the industry. But there, yes, there are a lot of, I was talking about that one lady, she, after 4 years, she said she owed the agency money. I was like, damn. After 4 years, 4 years, just looked what up? What are you talking about? I don't, that's the weirdest thing ever. I guess I need to turn in my tickets for August 16th, and I done made about $4,000 off a BTS concert. Right. I'm like, I think most of us here are Americans. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, okay. Yeah, this person just wants attention, y'all. They just mad because they don't look like this. They just upset. I know. What do you Okay, you must be a child. Anyway, child, I'm gonna block you, child, and report you. I'm gonna report. Everybody knows I got an itchy trigger finger. Y'all know I'll be trying to report people left and right. Right. I'm just like, you saw this person must be a child. Yeah, there's no free speech on my on social media. I don't know where y'all get these delusions. There's no free speech on social media. When you come in someone's live stream, you're at the mercy of whatever rules that they have in the live stream. That's kind of how things work. There's no free speech on YouTube. If that was the case, I could say whatever I want to on YouTube and do whatever I want. I cannot. I am handcuffed to whatever I have. I cannot get on YouTube and say whatever I want to say. They will demonetize my channel. They will kick me off the platform. So if I don't get to say whatever the hell I want to say on YouTube, then ain't nobody else either. No, I'm a person that has a YouTube channel, fool. Yeah, you better be prepared to deal with you better be prepared. What, I didn't say anything about politics. I am on YouTube. I cannot come on YouTube and say whatever I want on YouTube. If you do, you will get banned. That's just common sense. I can't come on YouTube and be like, "Oh, I'm going to show some naked folks on YouTube." Yeah, your channel will be gone like that. I'm going to come on YouTube and I'm going to cuss. They will demonetize your video. Right. You don't know Christ either. You mean to tell me you talking about, oh, you want to talk about Christ? How you gonna get somebody's video and talk about stuff you don't know to talk about? You talking about Christ? You don't know Christ either. What Christ do you know? I want to know what Christ, what Bible you looking at. Please let me know. What versions are you using? King James Version, Orthodox Bible, Roman Catholic Bible? What Bible are you using? Let me know. Let me know. So are you not saved? Saved how? What Bible passages you want to talk about being saved? What Bible are you using? You didn't answer the question. How are you going to talk about being saved on somebody's live stream, harassing somebody on a live stream, and then you're going to you have the nerve to bring up religion? I can go about religion. We can talk about that too. You want to talk about religion? Let's go. Let's go. You original Greek, what? The Greek Orthodox Bible? What, that what we talking about? You talking about Bible, the same Bible talking about fellowship? You talking about that Bible? You talking about the same Bible talking about respecting your fellow man and treating those human beings like Christ would treat you? Okay, you talking about that Bible? I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about the New Testament. I said, what Bible are you talking about? I'm talking about the New Testament and the Old Testament. What are you talking about? I said, what type of Bible are you reading? You don't even know the types of Bible that are out there. There are different Bibles. There's a Roman Catholic Bible. I know the Bible. Everybody knows I know the Bible. I'm not talking about the original language. I said, what Bible are you reading? Do you not understand English? I understand it was translated in Greek. I know that very well. Do you know about the Council of Nicaea, who had the Bible originally translated? We want to talk about that. I can talk about biblical history. Let's go. I know all about all that. I didn't say anything about the original languages. What are you talking about? I said, what type of Bible do you read? I didn't say what language. There are different types of Bible. Aramaic is a dead language. Exactly. That's a dead language. So again, what type of Bible? I didn't say the language. What type of Bible? Right. I didn't say they translated the Bible. I said, what Bible are you reading? If you can't answer that question, then what Bible are you reading? Which version? There's different versions of the Bible. Right. Like, honey, you want to talk about the Bible, you out of your depth with me. You are out of, I'm warning, you're out of your depth. If you can't even answer which Bible version you're reading, then I don't know what to tell you. King James Version, Nineveh, what? What are you talking about? The original Greek manuscripts. First of all, you're talking about the New Testament. The Bible is not just the New Testament, it is the Old Testament as well. If you want to talk about, do you read Hebrew? That would be the Torah, which would be the first books of the Bible. What are we talking about here? You talking about the New Testament? That's a New Testament Bible. Again, you're talking about the Bible as a literal works. It is a combination of the Old Testament and the New Testament. There are different versions of the Bible. There's the Catholic Bible. There's the King James Version Bible. There's all different types of Bibles. So my question is, which version of the Bible are you reading? If you can't answer that question, then, and what does the Bible have to do with what I'm doing on my, yeah, exactly. You don't, again, why are we talking about the Bible on my live stream? I'm talking about K-pop. Do you want to talk about the BTS Bible? First Taeyong, verse 6. Right, like you're literally making up things. Again, why are we talking about the Bible? This is not, if you want to talk about the Bible, then get on someone else's live stream or I will report you. I'm like, First Taeyong, verse 6. First Taeyong, chapter 6, verse 3. I'm like, we aren't talking about the Bible. I'm like, what are you talking? Why are we talking about the Bible? I'm here to talk about BTS. Why? If you're not here to talk, I will report you and block you. I'm warning you because everybody knows this is a K-pop channel. We're having a K-pop discussion, not a biblical discussion. There are plenty of people out there that want to discuss the Bible with you. Then go discuss that with them. It's that simple. Why are you on my channel then? You want to talk about the Bible? Go talk about them. Right. Go talk about it. But I'm like, what does the Bible have to do with what I'm talking about? It's not important to you. I will report you I will report you for real. Everybody knows that if you come in, I will report you. We are talking about K-pop. So if it's not important, then why are you here? How did talking about a Korean artist get talked about Christ? Well, let's talk about the BTS Bible. First Taeyong, chapter 6, verse 3. Body rolls. Right. Okay, well then you can talk about it on your own channel. Don't come here with I will report you as harassment. I'm putting Nam Jesus holy water. She said Nam Jesus. Yeah, you come here disrupting us. Like we are having a discussion about K-pop. So if you don't like it, you can leave. It's just that simple. Y'all must be desperate for attention. I will oblige you. I will give you all the attention that you want. Yes, you are harassing because we are on topic. You're talking about something else. That is harassment. YouTube says I can report you as harassment. It is disrupting. It is. It's disrupting. You are spamming the chat. You're disrupting. So yes, I will report you. Everybody, if you don't know, I'm telling you, I've reported many a person. Because again, if I can't say what I want to say on YouTube, you don't get to come in my house and disrupt me. Okay, well then that's your opinion. No one cares. Bye. If you think it banned, then why are you here? It is harassment. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna report it. I'm gonna report it as harassment. It's like me going onto somebody's sports live stream and being like, well, I don't like sports. Okay, why are you here? That's the stupidest thing. I'm going to go to a sports live stream. I'm going to go to a church live stream where they're talking about God and being like, I don't believe in God. F this stuff. Okay, now you're just being stupid. Yeah, you are interrupting our discussion and you're being disruptful. I will either number one report you for harassment or I will report you as for sexual harassment. I got time today. You already reported him? Okay, good. I don't even have to do anything. The people here will report you. Oh, somebody else is reported. They must not know us. They be like, wait a minute, hold on. You ain't coming up here with BTS. This is the church of BTS up in here, bitch. We don't play that shit up in here. You be like, demon, be gone. We get the Holy Ghost of Yoongi up in here, okay? Ooh, with the Holy Ghost of Yoongi up in here. Oh my God. You're reporting this channel for what? What are you going to report it for? And again, I will just report it for what? You came up in here. I was like, they will report you real quick up in here. Everybody will report you. Oh, there goes another one. Racism against who? No one said anything racist. Again, YouTube, y'all, if you don't know, they can read the chats. If you are harassing someone, they go in here and they read the chats. And then if you're harassing other channels, let me tell y'all how this works. Don't ask. But if you're harassing other people's on their live streams, they will come and do a ID verification for your account. I know this for a fact. Don't ask me how I know, but I know things. Oh my God. Right. Like that's kind of how it works. So these people who try to harass people on other channels, I tell people all the time to report them because YouTube will pull your chat. YouTube can see everything that you're doing on YouTube. It's not that hard. They see everything. Everything. Anytime you report somebody, anytime you do a live stream, yes, they will. I know this for a fact. I know this for a fact. If enough people will report a person, YouTube will come back and ask you to do ID verification. If you get enough reports, I know for a fact. Right. I know this for a fact. Yeah, they will. I know this for a fact. I know people that this happened to. I know people that work for Google and I know people that's happened to. If you have a channel, like I have a YouTube channel, I can't go onto other people's channels and say certain things because YouTube will snatch my monetization. They will be like, they'll come back and be like, you're harassing other users, blah, 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 blah. You're in violation of the YouTube terms and service because it is a violation of YouTube terms and services, but it's just a weapon that a lot of content creators do not use. It's a lot of things that people in the chat do not use, but you can use it though. YouTube takes it very seriously when you start reporting people, when people come to people's channel and harass them. So that's how it goes. Okay, we came back to K-pop. Like I said, all I do is hide this person, and then whatever they say is hidden, and they can't. Whatever they screaming into the void. So whatever they saying, they're screaming into the void. But that's just kind of how it goes. But anyway, like I was saying, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the new agencies, the young ones, the ones that are just starting. A lot of times, y'all right, these agencies is just a money grab. It's just a way for them to make money. That's it. I mean, a lot of times, unfortunately. So that's just kind of how I go. You know. Did I see Yoonjin's dance with James? No. When did that just come out today? Did that come out today, Denise? Because I didn't see that. I told you I saw the one with him and JYP. I didn't see that. Oh, it came out today. I haven't seen it. Where did you see it at? Was it on YouTube? Because if it's not on YouTube, I don't know. Because I'm not on anything else other than YouTube. So if the stuff y'all be talking about, like, oh, it came out on TikTok, I was like, my TikTok is very, very restricted. Oh, it came on a Reddit. I don't do Reddit either. I want to watch that too. I'll find it on. Somebody probably reposted it on YouTube or the official channel TXT channels that reported. You want to see what kind of wait a minute, what song were they dancing to? Which song did they dance to? JYP did the ice cream dance. Girl. Why you over here threatening me with a good time? Ice cream. So they did a mashup of ice cream to ice baby. Oh wow. Okay, I got to see that then. Yeah, YouTube is my only quote unquote social media. It's not really social media, but because social media itself is different. It's just a setup. It's different. I got to see ice cream. I got to see it. I got to see it. Ice cream. Yeah, I don't like y'all know I think social media is evil and horrible, horrific. I used to do Reddit a long time ago when I was first getting into K-pop, like 2022, and I got off of that because they got on they was working my nerves too, and I couldn't deal with it. Ice cream. I am a JYP over there talking about ice cream. What y'all don't threaten me with a good time. Y'all understand that JYP. I tell you, I'm one margarita and one flight away from being a JYP Sasang. Y'all know I love JYP. JYP is a dude. He sure did. See, JYP been everywhere ever since his song came out. And I was like, JYP over here working extra hard, y'all. For somebody that didn't came out with one song. I was like, JYP over here out here working like he didn't came out with a whole album, okay? Like JYP is over here on dance challenges. He's on billboards. He's doing live shows. Like JYP, I was like, damn, all this for one song, JYP? You working this hard for one song? Oh, you see the picture. So is JYP coming out with a new album? Like I knew he was coming out with a new song and he did the water bomb thing, but I didn't know he was coming out with a new album. Is he coming out with a new album? You don't understand. You don't understand the appeal of JYP. JYP looking good. Yeah, come on now. I like JYP because I like his outfits. I like his dancing. What? I like his outfits. I like his dancing. Um, I like his songs. I really do like a lot of his songs. Like his songs really is kind of like catchy. And I like that JYP is a showman. His new album is called Wet too. Look at these Stray Kids fans. They know. They know about JYP Opa. What you mean you don't get it? What is that again? What is this? Y'all like, I don't get it. What is there to get? JYP, he's ripped to shreds. He's very charismatic. He's a showman. He's good on stage. His songs are catchy. And he's a legend. Like I would, one day Bong PD gonna get out there. Y'all gonna be real mad when Bong PD get his ass out there. Y'all gonna be mad. Bong PD gonna get up there on a turntable and a microphone, and Bong PD gonna get up there. Matter of fact, JYP may come out with his album. Bong PD, he is very buff. Y'all talking about we get you, but not JYP. I like him. He gonna come out. Bong PD gonna have a cameo on way. Bong PD gonna get up on stage and be like, I love JYP. He's very sassy. He's very sassy. And JYP just know he the shit. That's why he has so much confidence. Like it don't matter what people say about JYP. JYP's like, I'm cool. I'm like he one of them old, he like one of them friends that you have to still think they got it. They like, girl, I still got it. And you're like, okay, girl, really? Girl, I still got it. I'm like, all right, girl, you're all right. That's how JYP reminds me of. It's like this old dude that still think they got it. Like, I still got it. But JYP looks very nice though. JYP say he don't listen to hate. He should listen to the haters. He should do what he loves. And I can tell when JYP go on stage, he don't need the money. He don't need the notoriety. He don't need the fame. JYP don't need none of those things. Like he has enough money, but JYP get up there because he really likes music. Like he really loves to perform and do me. And I always respect that he's still in love with music and still wants to get up there and sing and he wants to interact with the fans and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's very admirable that at this age and this level of success, JYP don't have to get up there and do no album. He ain't got to prove nothing to nobody. But he still wants to. he's JYP said he loved music. That he's at the end of the day, he said he is a musician. He's a writer. He's a performer. He still wants to sing and dance. He likes all of that. And I think when somebody's very passionate about what they like to do, and they rich as hell and they still want to do it, I think that's very cool. And again, I always say that that's gonna be JK by the time he's 60. Anyway, I keep telling y'all that JK, that's gonna be JK. JK is going to be Bond PD. JK still, but JK gonna be looking better when he do it. But JK gonna be up there dancing at 60. He gonna be up there cranking out songs. He gonna be doing a little bit better though. And people still JK, I still at 60, JK still gonna be handsome, and he gonna still be catching these bitches in the thirst trap at 60, and people gonna be like, oh, JK so handsome. He's still gonna be a handsome guy. And JK still gonna be up there singing and dancing, when he's 60 and dancing around the stage. And he gonna bring Jim and Kim Tae-young on stage, and they gonna be dancing around at 60. I see it. Right, he should be he out there living his. Did you see him in Dream High? No, I don't. I ban any kind of reality K-pop shows. I can't stand them. I think they're fake, but I can't stand them. But yes, everybody should be living the full. And like I said, I'm just amazed because JYP, I'm like, he don't really have to do none of this and work this hard. But okay, I mean, and I'm amazed at how ripped he is. Like, he is in really, really, really good shape. And I really admire that he's in really, really good shape. JK gonna be dancing till his 90s, honey. JK gonna be out there singing "Standing Next to You" at 90, standing next to you. Like, we be out there still dancing and still get it. I'm too bad I won't be around to see it, but I want to see it. I hope I live long enough to see it. But I would really like to see JK at 50, 60 years old out here, just in 20 years when I'm really, really old. I want to see JK still young, almost 50, just out here looking. JK gonna be looking real good at like 50. He's gonna be stunning. He's gonna be gorgeous. Oh, he's gonna be really, really, really gorgeous guy. He's gonna be, when JK get older, I think he's gonna age really well. He's gonna be a good looking, stunning, good looking guy. JK, he's still gonna have the charisma, and he's gonna smile, and everybody's gonna go crazy. Because they're gonna see that cute smile and the wide eyes and be like, oh my God, JK. Ah. And hopefully by then he'll maybe be married and have a kid and be up there like JYP with, I didn't even know JYP had 2 daughters. And he talked about in his interview that, the singer Rain has a daughter around his daughter. Like, he has a 7-year-old and a 6-year-old. And he said that Rain has a daughter that's around his kid's age. And then he was talking about somebody else has a daughter too. And he said he would love for them all to be in a group together. Like Rain's daughter, his daughter, and then there's another singer. He talked about that they're all between 6 and 9 years old, that when they get older, he wants them to be in a group. I said, JYP already planning for his daughters to be in a group. He was like, they should all be in a group. I was like, already JYP? Like damn, they like 7 and 8, 9-year-olds. He already they're going to be in a group. Shit. 10 years from now, they're going to be in a group, I was like, damn, really? Already? Oh, okay. He already got it all planned out. They're going to be in a 4-piece girl group. Swim, swim. What about off your skin? Swim. JK was still showing his grands how to dance. I know. He'd be like, okay, kids, this is how you see how granddaddy do it? They'd be like, all right, granddaddy. They be rolling their eyes, whatever. Look at granddaddy. He still think he cute anyway. Granddaddy still think he cute. Whatever, granddaddy. You still think you cute. It's almost 2 a.m. Oh my God. Oh, well, y'all, it's time for me to go to bed. It's been another long ass live stream, but it's been fun. So I thank everybody for being here. I'm going to finish putting up my I'm going to finish putting up my laundry. I got my socks here. I got my socks, they're clean. Look, I got Harry Potter socks. I got Harry Potter socks. I got Harry Potter socks Almost 8 a.m. Oh my God, go to bed. Anyway, I'm out of y'all. Y'all go to bed or have a good evening, a good night, or good day, or whatever it is, wherever you may be. I am out of here, kids. Bye, everybody. Socks. Bye, socks. Bye, socks. Bye, socks.